Chapter 99, Chapter 99, The Lair. While Haoh was flaunting here and there for his gear's powers to Akeno so she should know the good parts and the bad parts. Somewhere unknown from human eyes, were the only people that could enter here were those of the supernatural world. A shining white figure landed in what seemed to be gates. Just as he landed he heard a voice drifting in his ears and turned to look who it was. "Vali, you came back Naya." "Vali, Kurika. Is everyone here?" "Kurika, apart from our secret team, everyone is here Naya." "Vali, good, gather everyone and come to office." "Kurika, something interesting Naya." "Vali, don't you know curiosity killed the cat?" "Kurika, nya ha 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 ha. Be right back Naya." Vali entered the gates as he watched Kurika leaving with a playful smile on her face since she realized it was something of utmost importance. When he entered inside he went straight to where Office was as she was sitting somewhere and gazing at the unknown. Vala stopped walking as he waited for her to take notice of him and soon enough all the others came along. Kurika, brought them Naya. With her shout, Office turned to face them and saw Arthur Pendragon, Le Fei Pendragon, Bai Kao and Kurika. Seeing the face Vala had, she lightly paid a few more seconds to him before he realized that he needs to speak up while glancing around. Office raised her hand and a transparent barrier appeared blocking all sounds towards the outside source. "Vali, Albion notified me that Drake woke up through a host." When he said that Bai Kao started laughing as he wanted a challenge for himself but was stopped by Arthur as he noticed something was off by the way Vala was acting. "Vali, he also told me that the boosted gear it resided inside the host got plucked out and possibly went under an evolution before it resided in a new host." Everyone looked at Office who even though had her eyes in a daze and listening half-heartedly finally swift her whole attention to what Vala had said. It looked like she was pondering about something before she said a single word. "Office, impossible." "Vali, that's what we thought as well, but it did happen as Albion didn't felt the gear entering reincarnation yet again for the next host to appear." Everyone gasped at the realization of Vala's words and knew that he wanted probably to make him part of his team raising the chances in their goals. They waited and waited until Office managed to say a few words that totally blew their minds. This was something they never expected. "Office, then stronger than me." They knew that for Office to reach that kind of conclusion the one behind all this mess was someone as powerful as her and Great Red making Vala's blood to boil as he wanted to fight him. Leaving the matter as such and handing a few snacks at Office they left from there. While they passed the gates, Vala turned to Kurika and gave her a look making her realize her purpose. How should Vala know the biggest mistake he just made? "Kurika, I'll try to contact many of my connections Naya." "Kurika, then I'll sniff him out of where he is hiding." "Bai Kao, ha 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 ha, there is also the chance of him not hiding." "Arthur, if he truly has that kind of strength, being in an open place might be his best hideout." "Le Fei, nay, can I come as well?" "Kurika, sure, Naya. It will be girls' time Naya." "Le Fei, yay. Arthur, sigh. Make sure not to cause troubles in the human world. We don't want others to take notice of us." Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Issei's new powers. "Le Fei, so where will we go from here?" "Kurika, I'm thinking of paying a visit first to my little sister and check up on her from afar." "Le Fei, will she become friends with me?" "Kurika, maybe Naya." "Kurika, I want to mend our relationship, so I don't know how she will react to me and you Naya." As they were talking Kurika snapped her fingers and a teleportation portal appeared as they both slowly walked inside it. It will take them a few minutes to reach the academy where they will watch her from afar in order not to alert Rias Gremory and a few others. Back at the club room, Haoh felt something dreadful coming for him as his back got the chills. He looked left and right and saw no one. Rias, Akeno, and Kaiba were sitting in the office around it with Rias sitting in her president chair and left and right was them. Rainare took this chance and laid on the couch where Haoh was and used his thighs as lap pillows which caused him to retort that 99% of times usually the girl gives a lap pillow to the one they like. Even though he had said that, he slowly ruffled her black hair while she had a happy smile and humming while moving her legs up and down. Issei, who was still checking up himself and trying to see if he could use any magic, was stunned by the two of them while his eyes shined. Issei, Haoh. A young married couple. Raineray's legs stopped moving and fidget as she turned around and hugged Haoh, trying to hide her red face, while Rias had a stoic face and an amused expression. Haoh, what are you saying, Issei? If we were married we would now have kids. Tack. Cling. Two sounds were heard and Haoh looked at the three with a trolling face, as she saw Rias dropping her pen and Akeno lightly tapped on the armchair. Before he could continue with this, the primary suspect that was hugging him pinched his waist hard as it caused his face to twist in a pain expression. However, even before Raineray could retort at him, the excited voice of Issei rang again. Issei, wow! A lover's quarrel. Raineray couldn't take it and jumped up as she prepared a light spear to throw it at Issei while glaring at him. Raineray, read the mood. Since she didn't want to kill him, she only created a small spear just enough to cause a shallow cut on him. However, as she was in her fallen angel form, as she bent forward, Issei got a feast of her boobs jiggling. Just as he murmured under his breath, boobies. The spear had reached his hands and something stunned everyone as they knew she will hold back. The spear hit the palms of Issei's right hand and vanished before as heat was felt from his left hand, and the sensation it gave him was as if he was grabbing something soft. The moment he raised his left hand, a white-colored spear burst out heading for the stunned Raineray. It took her a split second to come on her senses and dispersed the spear, and everyone looked at Issei, who was now looking at his hands. Rias, was that another gear? Yuto, he had two gears? As they were lost in their own thoughts, Haoh was speaking with Akari to see if she knew about this, and the answer was negative. He also asked his system and he got a slightly positive answer, as it said it was his magic redirecting the attack as it filtered in his body and sent it back. Issei, was that a gear? Or something else? Haoh, I think it was your magic. Everyone, magic? Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Original Ability. Issei, what do you mean by that, Haoh-senpai? Haoh, what did you think when Raineray attacked you? Issei though back to the scene, and when he finally realized what he was looking at that point of time, his face started sweating a bit, but at the same time his hands glue with white color. Rias, this? Raineray, his hands glowing with bits of magic. Kaiba, what was the cause of it? Haoh, judging by your face and the angle we are currently in, also the attire of Raineray's fallen angel form. Haoh, then you took a good glance at her boobs moving up and down, isn't that correct? Issei, ugh. Yes. Raineray, ugh. Pervert. Haoh, for now I'll ignore the fact that you ate with your eyes, my wife. So I'll go into the main thing. When he said that, Raineray stopped her murmuring and immediately became red all over her face, and some steam could be seen coming out from her ears before she hides behind the couch. Haoh, what was the impression you had at that moment? The feeling? Issei, something like they seem so bouncy and return to their original spot back themselves. Haoh, that's quite vague. Kaiba, so did he used unconsciously his magic to perform that feeling? Haoh, it seems so. Haoh, if you can count his hands as trying to feel the jiggling sensation of an attack. Vibration, I guess? Then by making it travel to the other hand, the attack returns back to the original attacker? Rias, so you mean to say he treats an attack like boobs? Haoh, in general I think that it. Issei, then how can I tap into my magic? Haoh, your magic is heavily influenced by your thoughts. I have no certain proof. But I believe you will create many unique abilities. After all, he had created dress break and booblingual, becoming the enemies of many girls that fell victim in them and friends of many perverted guys who wanted his freaking luck in creating such unique abilities. Akari, OMG. Thankful enough I was always in my dragon form and always used my fake name Drake. Otherwise, if he knew, he could have learned my deepest secrets. Ho laughed in his mind, when he heard the words of Akari, who right now was yelling at him to stop laughing. Ho, now that I think of this. You actually created a bouncy ability from thin air based on your thoughts of seeing Raineray's jiggling boobs? When his words left his mouth, Kaiba, Rias, Akeno, and Raineray actually looked at Issei as if he was some kind of monster. Issei? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Ho couldn't help that a higher power was at work here repaying back Issei for the loss of his gear, by simply auto-creating skills for himself. And that power was the so-called plot armor. From what Ho had realized so far, all realms start with a main character that is protected in order for others to continue coming to the realms for training. There are a few ways to come and go. Possess his body, live alongside him, or become a new addition to the realm and slowly turn the realm to your favor. Of course, you could also kill the MCS and run loose in the realms of different fanfictions, but he imagined this would cause the realm to harshly slow you down to the path of godhood or even restart itself. He had thought of this when he had gotten the mission to either help or kill Issei. But there wasn't an option of him helping him becoming a devil. Since he didn't have a feud with him, he decided to actually let him live, which brought them to the current point of the plot armor helping him. This actually made him wondered, how far will he go now? Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Being Watched. Ho, is there anything else you two want? Ho turned his attention to Rias and Akeno, who had a pondering expression on their faces. Rias, not really. Can you send us inside the gear for us to train? Akeno, phew, I also want to see that space. Ho, sure. Ho, Raineray, what will you do? Raineray pondered for a bit his question, and as she did she noticed his eyes had a tinge of hope which confused her for a bit on the inside. Thinking more deeply about it, she figured out that all his girls will stay inside the gear while he will be all alone. Wait, alone? Alone? As she kept thinking, she failed to notice that her face had started becoming a bit rosy from her thoughts. Ho, cough. Cough. Raineray, ahem. Well, I'll stay with you. Raineray, you better buy me all the menu from the Cliffhanger restaurant. Ho smiled inwardly as he snapped his fingers, and Rias with Akeno vanished on the spot from where they were standing. Issei, who was watching, knew that Ho sensed them somewhere and didn't ask where, as he had realized they were in some kind of relationship. Ho, Yuato, I'm really sorry, but the whole territory will fall under you for a few days, 20 top, meaning all the contracts will be your responsibility. Yuato, sigh. If there is an emergency, would I be able to speak with President? Ho, yes, you can find me and I'll call her over. Ho, on the bright side, look after Issei and train him a bit on how to tap on his magic or how to feel it. Ho, when the girls are out they will be at least twice as powerful from before, so take the hit for the team. Yuato, sigh. Fine. Yuato, hey, Issei. I hope you learn fast. Issei, I'll try my best. As they were talking outside of their club room, on top of a tree there laid a beautiful girl. Anyone who saw her sitting there thought that she is a cute, foreign girl. She had a slim body, shoulder-length blonde hair and blue eyes. Her attire consists of a sorceress-like dress with a huge blue hat with a black bow and yellow stars, and matching cape with pink flowers and a white interior. Even though many thought she is cosplaying, it was truly fitting for her. Another thing that attracted them was that on her hat an angry black cat was growling as it was watching inside the windows, but many thought it growled at them for lusting and admiring Lei Fei. She was Kurika in her cat form. After they decided to investigate the new host of the Red Dragon, Kuriko proposed to come and see her sister. Which was exactly what they did, as Kurika opened up a portal and both walked inside. When they arrived, Lei Fei had already clad them in a concealment aura that couldn't be felt at all. Therefore all the others failed from the club room to sense them. Kurika started searching for Konako's smell, only to be left dumbfounded. Her cat face stayed for a few seconds blank, trying to process what is happening. When a certain thought crosses her mind and actually realizing from where the smell was coming from, she raged, almost plunging her nails into the hat she was sitting. She double, triple, she sniffed more than 100 times and her rage soared into the sky, causing Lei Fei to look seriously at the people left inside the room. She didn't know what was going on inside Kurika's mind right now, but she knew the person who snapped his fingers was the cause of it. On the other hand, Kurika's mind was raging. That bastard, not only he ate my little sister, he is also cheating on her. With multiple women as well. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, An Angry Cat. As Kurika was screaming in her mind, Haoh got informed by Akari that a few people are watching him right now through the windows. He got closer to them and tried to see who was watching him, only to see a few leaves fluttering around. Rainare, is something wrong? Haoh, I just got a few chills that someone is watching me. Rainare, that would be impossible with me here. Haoh, no offense, but aren't you at the bottom of the ranks? Rainare, ugh. And I would have reached the next level, if you had sent me inside. Haoh, now. I will treat you all the goods I can. Rainare, you better be. Haoh, sometimes I wonder where the hell a girl puts so much food inside her. Rainare, we use it, to keep dominating people like you in bed. Haoh, oh? Is that so? Haoh, then I think I have to show you tonight how to make someone completely submit. Although he said all that with a serious face, Haoh got closer to Rainare and hugged her gently from her waist while fondling with her hair, causing her face to burn up with fever. Crash! They both got alarmed when a black flash shattered the windows and enlarged itself as Ti rushed towards Haoh. Rainare, in her panic for a surprise attack, pushed him away, while she got hit in her abdomen, while her inside got twisted, making her puke blood. She got thrown backwards, smashing in the walls and passing on the next room while continue going through the walls and several rooms. Haoh, Rainare! Haoh, who dares? Haoh, ugh! The same figure appeared in front of him and caught his head while gripping it really tightly, ready to smash it and create a brain paste. Haoh groaned in pain but tried his best to see who was the enemy that attacked them. He was stunned to see a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts, which might even surpass those of Rias and Akeno in terms of size. Haoh, ugh! He, Lu. They, Re. Haoh, what would be the name of this beautiful Oni-chan? The figure in front of him had her eyes blaze with yellow color as it oozed killing intent, even more, when she heard him flirting with her. She gripped her hand in his head's even more, but then a pained voice came out from the destroyed walls. Rainare, I wouldn't do that. At that moment Lei Fei came inside from the window as she was shocked and somewhat stunned on her spot before she realized what Kurika had done. Lei Fei, Kurika-chan. Annie. Calm down. Rainare, you are going to kill him. Haoh took this chance of small window and snapped his fingers, making Konako appear in a deep meditation position, shocking Kurika. Konako, feeling something was off in the magic around, way too off as the density was 1000 times than normal, suddenly pummeled down. She opened slightly her eyes to see where she was and froze when she saw she was at the club room. Rainare was hit badly, barely standing. A girl wearing a magician hat was sitting at the window. But her eyes narrowed when she saw a familiar face holding the head of Haoh. Konako, Kurika, Oni-chan. Haoh, ugh! Konako. A bit of help here. Otherwise she will. Konako, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Wait, I did kill him once. Kurika took a 180-degree turn as let go of Haoh while she rushed and hugged Konako before she started complaining to her little sister that this bastard dared to cheat on her. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Peak of the Truth. Konako had a blank expression on her face as she was getting hugged and checked by Kurika from her toes all the way to her head. At the same time, she kept nagging at her that the one she chose is an ungrateful bastard that keeps having affairs with other girls. Konako, Kurika Oni-chan, first of all I know everything. After all, I am his second girl. Konako, second of all, I believe you had lost your rights as an elder sister years ago. Konako, so what are you doing here threatening my boyfriend and almost killing him? Kurika was stunned for words, both because of what she said and the hate with anger radiating from her eyes. Haoh, who heard that, wanted to bang his head in a wall. He had forgotten about their history about Kurika killing their master. Kurika suddenly felt her world collapse, though her worries about Konako took the better of her. Hearing Konako's words about the past brought her a sad feeling as it emerged in her eyes. Her cat ears and tails fall down to the ground as if she had done something bad. Haoh, now. Don't be so harsh on your sister Konako-chan. Everyone turned to him, and though he was an idiot, he almost died from her hands and then tried to mend the mood around. Haoh, actually if you didn't remind me now, I would have totally forgotten about it. Haoh, from what I know she became a stray devil after killing her master, with everyone assuming that she was drunk with her own powers, is that correct? Both cat girls nodded as it was something everyone knew, although for the former it was lies, but for the latter, it was the truth. Haoh, Konako, you are practicing in a place exclusively for you. Apart from that small side effect, have you lost yourself in your powers? Konako lightly opened her eyes in realization when she heard Haoh's words, which struck her harshly. She had realized that when she is injected by a large amount of senjutsu as Nico Shao, a rare species of Nikomata, she immediately goes in the heat. However, she has her senses and what she is doing. Suddenly a flip was switched in her mind and looked at Kurika with a disbelief expression as her eyes widen even more. Konako, then she didn't get lost in her powers? Now it was Kurika's turn to open her eyes wide. From the eyes of Konako she could see many emotions for the first time apart from anger and hate. Sadness, loneliness, fear, but mostly hope. Haoh, you should know that there are 4 ways to gain power. 1. Training. 2. Became a devil. 3. Sacred gears. Rain-array, 4 experiments. Haoh, oh? You know? Rain-array, I don't know their story, but I do know how to gain powers. After all, I did a few shady things myself. When Kurika heard the taboo word for her from Rain-array's mouth, she instantly tensed up as her cat ears and her tails raised up while trembling. Rain-array, from what was said so far, she was a victim of extreme experiments and she is quite sane as well, meaning she had a reason to go through them. Haoh, right. And what would be the most important reason in someone's life at that time than her baby little sister? Kurika's eyes froze as she looked at her sister's eyes that now had small moists in them as she finally connected many things she thought were weird. She wanted to speak up to her and hear if everything was said was true. But seeing Kurika's eyes and having being trained in senjutsu, which for now enabled her to see slight changes in someone's aura, a far cry from Kurika who could easily read emotions, she finally knew the truth. However, in her moist eyes suddenly boundless rage exploded, targeting her sister, shocking everyone except Kurika and Haoh. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Frustrations. Konako, after merging all the pieces that she just got based on what Haoh and Rain-array said while also checking her sister's behavior, felt too many emotions. But the most distinguished one was anger. Anger towards herself for not knowing the suffering her sister went through, and anger towards her sister who abandoned her. Konako, then why? Why did you vanish and left me all alone? As she spoke, her anger could be felt with each word, causing Kurika to be a loss for words. Although Konako had already figured it out, she wanted to hear it from her elder sister mouth. Kurika, I. Konako, answer me. Konako raised her fist and punched at her sister, hitting her in her abdomen as she flew outside of the window. Le Fei, Kurika. Haoh, let them be. Le Fei, hey. Haoh, didn't you notice? Konako only holds anger directed both at herself for being too weak at that time to help her sister. Haoh, and at Kurika who abandoned her. Le Fei, but even so. Ho, what I'm more concerned is that the students will get entangled in this. Le Fei, I created a barrier when Kurika broke through the window, something similar akin to another dimension. Rainare, that explains why I passed so many rooms through the walls and saw no one. Ho, let's go, we should follow them. Le Fei, but you said. Ho, I said that to stop you from attacking, I never said we can't follow them. Both girls raised their mouths forming an O, as they quickly went outside only to hear bangs here, bangs there. They tried to follow the sound and soon enough they found them. Konako was panting while having tears in her eyes while Kurika was down on the ground inside a crater with blood stains as she put zero resistance in taking them. Konako, stand up and fight. Konako watched as Kurika took all her hits with a smile on her face while still getting up and getting more. She could see that each time she hit her she smiled more and more, causing her a deep pain inside her. Konako started running and jumped upwards as she was ready to punch with every inch of her might, only to see Kurika at the last second closing her eyes and lightly letting out a smile. A big crater was created around them along with spider web fissures that covered 20 meters deep and almost 50 in diameter, shocking the three of them. Due to the hit on the ground, a dust cloud was raised and they waited till it was cleared to what happened. However, before they could see, they heard the voice of Konako that was partially sobbing as she was choking to make the words out of her mouth. Konako, why, sob? Why did, sob, left me alone? Konako felt someone hugging her and caressing her hair, she recognized her smell and couldn't help but sob lightly louder. Kurika, Chiron, I'm so sorry. Kurika, Kurika-nachan in bad sister Naya. Kurika, she left you all alone so that those madmen could never bother you and it worked Naya. Kurika, Rias-chan found you Naya. Kurika, however even then I always came to see your well-being and beat the bad guys hunting you Naya. Konako, but, I only, wanted, my big sister, sob. Sob. Kurika, you are my little cute Chiron Naya. No matter what other people are saying for me I will always protect you Naya. Konako, you. The three people that at first wanted to see how this will end, had an agreement and returned back when they felt turning a tad bit awkward. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, A Cat's Curiosity. As they left the two inside the crater for their own convenient bonding, Ho, Rainare, and Le Fei returned back to the occult room. Ho, Rainare, are you hurt? Rainare, it doesn't hurt that much as before, probably because of that I guess. Ho, then since it doesn't hurt I won't have to pamper you tonight for a full recovery. Rainare, no. The pain. It's killing me. Ho, you are dying? Perfect. Rainare, go to hell. Ho, with you gladly. Le Fei watched them flirting in their own way and had a complicated feeling in her face. This man is the man of both her and Kurika's little sister, and from what she heard it seems he has more girls in his arsenal. After 5 minutes of their acting, Ho turned to her, which startled her for a bit before he heard his words. Ho, greetings. I assume you are Le Fei Pendragon? Le Fei, You know me? Ho, you are a witch who is a descendant of Morgan Le Fei, as well as the legendary King Arthur, and the younger sister of Arthur Pendragon. Ho, I'm curious as to why someone of your status would be here. Le Fei, I'm on a mission with Kurika to see her sister only to end up in this mess. Ho, oh. I see. While Le Fei tried to cover up everything by switching the original mission, to a mission made up from Kurika to see her Konako, who was he? He knew that Albion must have sensed his awakening and therefore sent 2 of his members here to investigate. What Ho didn't know though or them was that it was all a coincidence, and even now they don't know he is the possessor of the boosted gear. They kept talking and talking until Kurika and Konako arrived again inside the room from the broken walls and windows. Kurika, I'm truly sorry for before Naya. Kurika, and thank you for your help Naya. Ho, help? I didn't help much. The only thing I did was to accelerate the process of you making up. Ho, eventually Konako would have learned the truth, be it now or in a few years. Kurika, but I wouldn't want to wait for that long. Ho, but you would since you had no other choice. Konako, I also want to thank you. Ho, if you want to help me get stronger. I had no choice in cutting off your training and that led to you needing more time than the others now. Kurika, by the way Naya. Kurika, what is this black triangle mark on my little sister's neck Naya? She refused to tell me Naya. Kurika, and what did she mean by she actually killed you earlier Naya? Ho, in your rage, you heard that? Kurika, well my rage vanished the moment Konako appeared Naya. From where Naya? Kurika, training Naya? Tell me Naya. Kurika entered full curiosity mode and Haoh made a wry smile as he was barraged by different questions before he even got the chance to answer one. She posted 10 more. Haoh, don't you know the phrase curiosity killed the cat? Kurika, that's mean Naya. Haoh, anyway let me see how intelligent you are Naya. Haoh, she killed me Naya, Mark Naya, I'm alive Naya. I believe this is enough to keep you occupied for a bit. Kurika placed her hand on her jaw as her eyes flashed with a light and pondered over his words and everything that was said so far. She realized that earlier they gave her a warning of not killing him, both the fallen angel over there and her sister. So this must be a trigger for the mark, then how is he alive? She started thinking and the more she did the more her beautiful cat eyes opened wide while her mouth went oh in realization. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Kids. Kurika, I see Naya. Kurika, the mark acts as a curse Naya. Or more like a safety measure for you to live. Kurika, but that doesn't explain how and where Konako training. Ho, XMM. Partially correct I guess. Then how am I achieving this? Kurika, phew for that easy Naya. Kurika, sacred gear Naya. Kurika, but you didn't answer me Naya. Ho, you really are curious hey. Ho, as you said it is my gear that allows me to live while placing a mark on those who kills me. Ho, as for where she was training I can only say it is through her mark. Ho, after all, you are not marked by me yet. Kurika, are you hitting on me Naya? Ho, who knows? Kurika, phew. You are too weak to hit on me. Ho, cough. Anyway, Konako-chan go ahead and catch up with Kurika you can re-enter there later on. Konako, Haoh could see her red eyes from venting her feelings earlier on being replaced with happiness and excitement they actually started glittering. Even though she tries to keep it hidden everyone knew how happy she was, especially Kurika. She immediately hugged her and started ruffling her hair and caressing her cheeks. Kurika, Chiron is just too cute. Ho, we can agree on that part. Kurika, right Naya? As they have finished speaking, Haoh thought if he should tell them that he has the boosted gear. He watched Kurika and Chiron smuggle up and hugging and even though Konako tried to have a poker face her eyes said otherwise. Le Fei who was watching them was also happy about them and giggled causing Kurika to remember her partner. Kurika, Chiron this here is my friend Le Fei-chan Naya. Kurika, I hope you become good friends. Konako nodding to the words of Kurika saw Le Fei smile and jumped upside down yelling I made a friend yet. Haoh couldn't help but smiled at her as he got up and went close to Rainare who was pouting as if she has been reduced to be air. He pulled her over and made her lay down on his lap while playing with her hair to pacify her mood. Rainare, finally remembered I exist? Haoh, nope. I was just thinking about how to pamper you later on. Rainare, and how will you do that? Haoh smiled at her question which caused both Konako and Kurika to twitch their ears paying their full attention to his answer. He bent down towards her ear and whispered to her making her brain to malfunction. Her face started burning up to the point it had become redder than tomato. She tried to speak but her mind wasn't responding as it had sunk in a dream world based on his words. Konako flinched and had a shocking expression from what she heard, and the same was with Kurika, but you could also see traces of anger spiking up. And it was rising at an alarming rate since he dared to say something like that while they were in front of them. Kurika, wait for a second. Kurika, why do that while you have Chiron? Ho, hey? Obviously, because Rainare is my first girl and wife. Steams came out from Rainare's ears while she kept murmuring as her eyes had rolled back from frying her brain with her dreams. Ho, Konako would be the second and then the rest. Ho, but either way I treat them as my wives already, so eventually I would grant them one. Kurika was stunned and she felt Chiron in her arms shivering lightly from his words and her eyes shining. Ho then said something that frightened everyone's brain instantly. Ho, and if you think about it, since they all are my wives, that means they are sisters. Ho, which means their kids would have multiple mothers. The end, their brain officially shut down. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Heaven? As all of them had a blank expression indicating that their brain.exe had stopped working, there was one who, even though she was red as a tomato, tried to think rationally. Le Fei, Ne. Ho, Le Fei, how will you make her, you know that? Ho, how you say, obviously with night activities. Le Fei looked at him with a confused expression, but after a few seconds, she started steaming and screaming in denial as this wasn't what she meant. The rest of the girls who saw her fidgeting and laying with her fingers in her embarrassment thought she is cute. Le Fei, no, no. I meant fallen angel can't get pregnant, not to mention angels. Rainare immediately felt her mood pummeled to the ground when she remembers the fact from Le Fei's mouth. At the same time, Ho's mouth went oh as he finally remembered that this was because God supposedly existed but he had died, and now Michelle is the one who supervises everything. This caused many anomalies to appear through the years, and you could say Akeno was one of them, as she had fallen angel powers. Usually speaking, the devils and her angel's powers should have clashed together and slowly killed her, but with both of the original Mua and the god of Bible being dead, everything became possible. This was proven many times in the original, such as when Kaiba evolved his gear or when Zenovia as a devil wielded two holy swords. Carrie, of course you are too lazy to think about more examples, right? Ho, obviously, but those two were the easiest, as it will happen in the future. Carrie, you could also add when Asia and Zenovia started praying again, even though devils should experience a pain like none others. Ho, true. Seeing his silence, Rainare's mood fell. Even more, you could say that she got hope only to be destroyed instantly. But then she heard total silence as she looked around and saw Ho smile, causing her to be confused, but something inside her ignited. Ho, no worries, I have my means. Ho, even angels can have a chance. Hearing his words, Rainare's eyes brightened while the others were left stupefied on the spot. As for Ho, he, of course, wouldn't tell them he had his eyes on a few people in heaven. At the same time, he was curious, if he binds a girl from there as light pillar, would heaven be born inside his gear? And if that happens, would a new god or goddess to replace Michael will be trained? He couldn't wait to find out. As he was thinking about it, he felt a tag in his waist and looked to see Rainare with expectations in her eyes, wanting to ask more about it. Ho, what is it? You don't believe your hubby? Ho, when have I told you lies? Rainare's head was filled with black lines when she heard that, but didn't do anything, as she thought that technically he never did, he just told her parts of truth. Ho then proceeded and ruffled her hair with his hand as he looked at Kurika and Le Fei. Ho, oh, right. Are you guys searching for the host of Drake? Both of them flinched at his question, and for the first time they showed wariness in their eyes, but before they could say something they heard him cutting them off. Ho, you two are in luck. You are looking at him. Le Fei, hey? Kurika, what do you mean, Naya? Ho, I mean I'm the current Sekurua Ti. Holder of the boosted gear. Konako, since when? Oh. That was why. Konako realized immediately it was connected to the incident when they were training inside, as that had made them worried. Seeing Konako believing his words, Kurika was at loss for words. who would have told her that she would complete 2 missions in one try. But then both she and Le Fei opened their eyes and mouths wide open when they thought of something. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, A Year. Kurika and Le Fei were shocked once again when they realized the truth. Le Fei, then you mean you have 2 gears? Ho, You can say it like that, but at the same time you can say it's 1 gear. Kurika, what do you mean Naya? Ho, I mean that the original boosted gear fused with mine Ao, technically it counts as 1. Kurika, fused? You said fused? Kurika, how? That's impossible. And if it was possible you should at least be ultimate class to achieve this. Ho, well, as you can sense, I'm not that strong, therefore I want to send a message to Vali. Both, what? Ho, I'll come to find him for the heated battle in a year from now. Kurika, why a year? Ho, that the minimum I need for my balance breaker, which is quite different from the past, and I'm curious as to how different. Ho, I imagine him and even Albion will be curious, so I guess they will wait. Le Fei, what will happen if he wants to see you? Ho, that's easy. I just hope he has a high alcohol tolerance. Both of them were speechless. He is inviting his fated enemy to drink like some old pals from back in the day? Well, if you count their history, then I guess it's accurate. As they were lost in their own thoughts, Haoh was also thinking that within a year, with so many events, he will be able to skyrocket his stats, in other words, his powers. Having no one pulling his legs except his girls will greatly push him to supremacy. Furthermore, his girls will become more powerful than their current selves. Which means even if he died in their fight, he will be able to regenerate easily through them. And while he is thinking about this, he noticed that he never asked about the new conditions of balance break from the boosted gear. The previous one was to turn a part of you into that of a dragon, but what about now? His system had told him that his first gear balance break is the same with connecting all the customizes spaces in the center. This means that he needs to bind 16 girls to activate it. But was it that easy? It then told him that the boosted gear is different than before. And that for J Drive he needed both of them. This gave him a few clues to go about that, so he needs to confirm this later on. Furthermore, he needs to create a solid chart to see where he is standing and how much he needs to grow. Coming out of his senses, he looked at them thinking hard about something, especially Kurika. Before she could look at him and raised her voice as she wanted to ask something, Haoh bested her. Ho, oh. And please come by again in the future. Kurika, really? We can? Ho, of course, one of you is my wife's big sister and the other is our friend. Le Fei, really? Ho, sure, why not? Either way, you are going to come here with Kurika and play with Konako, so technically you have become our friend. Le Fei, yeah. I gained many friends, not just 1 but 3. Haoh watched as Le Fei jumped up and down in happiness while Kurika giggled at her acting. He did remember that in the anime she wanted many friends. But he thought, how about I change that to something else? On the other hand, Konako had glittering eyes as Kurika was messing with her hair and almost wanted to let out a prrrr. Seeing them like this, especially the well-portioned figure of Kurika, Haoh thought that if he defeats Vali in a year, that would make him fit to be Kurika's tastes. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, The New House. As Kurika and Le Fei played with Konako, ignoring everything that was told today, eventually it was time to go back. After cuddling Konako and pampering her, she finally said goodbye and left from there with Le Fei, making Konako sad as he looked towards Haoh, who smiled at her. Haoh, don't worry, you will see them again. Haoh, continue your training and show your big sis how much you have grown. Konako nodded at his words, and with a final snap of his fingers for today, she went back to her training ground. Rainare, you know, I just had a thought, aren't the sister-in-law of Rias and her brother pissed? Ho, ugh, forgot about them. As he spoke, a magic circle flared up in the room, revealing 3 figures. You did say you are going to be late, but this late is unusual. Ho, I was planning to come earlier, but we had a few visits. Grafia. Sirtsks, I can sense that the area was influenced by magic. Graphia, so anything major thing that happened? Ho, not really, we finished school, then we went for a walk in the park, Rias gained upon. Sirtsks, someone worthy to fill her eyes? Rainare wanted to laugh while Ho had a crumbled expression on his face. Ho, only in the future we can tell. Ho, then Rias and Akeno went somewhere, to be exactly they went where the others are. No fair, I want to go where Sana is. Ho, stop being so clingy on her. Rainare, yet, she belongs to Ho now. Graphia, Seraphil-chan, we didn't come here for trouble but to check on them because the night had already fallen. Ho, oh, no it, I didn't noticed. Sirtsks, we also wanted to surprise you cause we bought the whole building. Ho, wait, what? Seraphil, We thought hard where to live and decided to buy the place and reinforce the interior, making it more spacious with magic. Ho's eyes twitched when he had this, as it turns out what they had done to Issei's house, they did it on his own. Just as he wanted to protest about it, he thought that this way Graphia and Seraphil will always visit for night activities. Ho, then what are we waiting for? Let's go and see my new improved house. Graphia smiled at his eagerness and so did Sirtsks. As for Seraphil, she was grinning because she made a surprise for him. Graphia clapped her hands together and all of them got engulfed by a magic circle which led back to his home. After the red light dispersed from their eyes, Ho and Rainare were having their mouths open as they were flabbered by the change the living room had. Ho watched every corner of the house with a huge O in his mouth until he thought of something and rushed to the bedroom. Rainare followed behind, and when they entered, stars appeared in their eyes. They saw a huge bedroom, which was 3x3 meters wide, and the most amazing thing was that it was a water bed. He turned to see Rainare only to find empty space before he started hearing jiggling sounds from the bed. She showed an expression of happiness as if she was in heaven. Ho spent the next 30 minutes exploring every inch of the new place without him realizing a certain person had a smirk on her face. After Ho searched every inch of the house, he was satisfied. He then saw Seraphil have an annoying face. Ho, what's up? Seraphil, why didn't you lay on the bed? Ho, I will later on. It's not like it will go somewhere. As he said that, Rainare came and told him to try the bed, which he couldn't refuse a request from her. Therefore he went ahead to lay down only for his body to literally sink in it and almost got drowned. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Dying in the Sea. Both Seraphil and Rainare started laughing as the latter earlier had realized there was a tricky formation in it, and when she activated while Ho checked the house, she found herself swimming in a separate space. 1 second, 2 seconds, they watched as bubbles were forming on the surface of the water-soft cushioned mattress on the bed frame. At that point, they thought something was off because usually, one doesn't make bubbles when holding their breath. At that moment Graphia came inside as she knew about the trap of the bed and watched the bubbles increase in intensity as she thought of something and asked the girls. Graphia, it couldn't be he can't swim, right? Cold sweat run down from their forehead, especially for Rainare, who had her back drenched in chills as she thought of something. Rainare, how deep is the sea space inside? Seraphil, around 200 meters. Fuck. Is what she thought, as that was the limit she knew for his gear to work with him at the center. She didn't know it had doubled when it fused with the boosted gear. Even if she knew that, it would be pointless as the space would have barely reached the surface. She immediately jumped on top of the bed as she entered inside as well through the water-cushioned mattress on a bed frame. She started swimming downwards and kept descending until moments later she saw him trying to hold his breath with both his hands and waving amateurly his legs, trying to stay on the same depth so that if he dies his gear will at least reach outside and warn Rainare. In his panic of not taking a proper breath when he fell inside and trying to stay on the same depth had let his mind with a single thought, hold on as much as possible. He totally forgot he could speak to the girls telepathically. Even though he can't swim, it's proper knowledge to take the right amount of air so that you can hold under the pressure longer. Rainare was slowly reaching him, and as she counted the meters with whatever way she could at the moment, she had realized that Haoh is almost at 150 mark. She also saw his eyes almost rolling back as he couldn't hold on from the pressure anymore, and the little air he had was escaping him in the forms of bubbles. She spread her wings, and increased her speed by 50% as she was underwater. It was the best she could do, and within 6 to 7 seconds she reached him and gave him a kiss, trying to share a bit of air. She parted her lips from him and saw that he was still unmoving. Thinking that he was almost done for, she tried to raise him upwards so that the time can influence the outside as well. Within the next 20 to 30 seconds, Rainare managed to pull him out, causing the two to be anxious as Haoh wasn't breathing. Rainare felt something was off, as if that was the case his gear would have activated. Or will this count as natural death? She suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately flew up and had Preferable deactivate the formation, making him land on the solid water-cushioned mattress. She placed her ear on his chest to hear his heartbeat and heard nothing, making her have a grave face. She was immediately got pushed away from Preferable, which earned her an angry glare, and was shocked to see her kissing him. In other words, she was giving him CRP. Rainare wanted to say something, but Grafia beat her to it as she spoke up. Grafia, wait, she is drawing the water from inside him, which might help him breathe again as his lungs become empty. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Tricking. Hearing her words, she slightly let it pass and turned her head towards Haoh, which caused her eyes to blink several times. Grafia saw her and also looked at Haoh, who was motionless there as Preferable was sucking the water through his mouth with her magic. She then looked at Rainare again and saw her this time have a wry smile, but this time she wasn't worried. When she turned towards Haoh, she saw his face and was stunned to see his one eye open while giving her a thumb up. This caused her to blink, but when Grafia looked, he returned to a death state condition. Haoh, on the other hand, was enjoying the lips of Preferable, and she didn't even know it, but if Sana was here he would have smashed his head before he got kissed. Rainare's mouth went oh after a few seconds and finally realized that he reached too close to dying. Unfortunately for him, he didn't. The reason why Rainare couldn't hear his heart was that his heartbeat had gone to 10 beats per 60 seconds, that freaking close to the Hades door. She then looked at Grafia, who realized something after looking at her face and grinned at her. Rainare, Preferable-chan, you are not doing it right. You need to open his mouth and suck from it. Rainare, use your tongue to push his aside so that you can drain the water faster from his lungs. Preferable stopped for a second and looked at Rainare with a gaze that said, really? She then looked at Grafia, who joined the fray, and nodded at her. Choosing to trust in Grafia, she did just that, and to her surprise, it was twice the effort. At the same time she felt something soft squirming in her tongue. Watching this, both Rainare and Grafia said in their minds, such innocence! Not wanting to get found out by her and paying her back for making him sunk inside the connective space from his bed, he finally moved to show signs of waking up. Cough. 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 Although most of those were fakes, it managed to give a relieved expression of the magical girl's face, as she thought Sana would be mad at her. Haoh, what the hell? Preferable, ugh. Haoh, what was that? Haoh, I almost died. Preferable, I wanted to surprise you with your own sea pool connecting in your bed. After throwing a bit of tantrum, he stopped after a few seconds, since Preferable had a cute apologetic face as he sighed. Haoh, fine, fine, thank you for your surprise present. Haoh, I will make sure to use it properly. Like having sex inside the water. Thinking of doing that with Rainare and the rest made his blood boiled, but first, I need to learn to swim. Sensing his hot gaze and evil plans in his mind, Rainare blushed before she thought of something and asked with her mind. Rainare, why the hell didn't you ask for help? You know I could have saved you much earlier, right? Haoh, ugh. I forgot in my panic. Talking a bit through telepathy, Haoh turned his head and saw Grafia watching him. It now hit him that she was here for something. Haoh, Graphia-san, what would you like me to help you with? Graphia, I wanted to ask if we can order from the Cliffcun restaurant for today, as with all the renovations and other things I didn't cook. Ho, sure, go ahead. Do make sure to take at least 10 packs each. Graphia, that much? Ho, yeah, also tell Cian, the one who works as delivery, to add a few usual drinks, beers and such. Graphia, then I'm on it. Sirafal, wait, I'm coming as well. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Passing Days. A few days have passed since they had the big feast, and since then Sirafal has been dodging Ho. Not only that, but it seemed that occasionally she blushed before running away, and that confused him greatly. When he asked Rainare, he learned that it was because she initiated the kiss to save him, and finally the next day she realized you reacted with your tongue and kissed back. At the same time, it was also because she heard the moans of those two while she was walking 2 days ago towards the kitchen. Ho, oh. That's a bad girl. Rainare, you think? Ho, cough, cough. Ho, anyway, I wonder how Issei's training with Kaiba is going. I haven't seen him at the academy lately. Ho, not that we are going. Rainare, you even send me to place a spell on the teachers and the principal for us to take a leave. Ho, I had to, otherwise we would have lost a year. Or not by passing harsh exams. Rainare, no more exams. I hate them. Ho, shall we go today on a tour around the town today? Rainare, like a date? Ho, sure. I haven't had the time to pamper you on a date. Hearing these words, Rainare blushed, as she got plenty of pampering in their bedroom. During this week she was like a princess, at least in his eyes, and that was what was making her confirm her feelings for him. Thinking back to the little guy she killed with the guy in front of her, there was a huge difference. Not that she can complain, as she was also hiding her true self from him. But nevertheless, she preferred this one much better, nodding to him, indicating she agrees to his proposal. They both started getting ready to go out. At this moment they were also alone in the house, as Graphia, Sirafal, and Sertsk's returned back, as they were one of the Mu. So they didn't have to worry about someone bothering them. Too bad though that when they got out of their house and walked through the streets, they saw a few guys billing a girl. However, they didn't stop and continued their way until they heard a familiar voice yelling at those people. What the hell are you doing, deepshits? Leave her alone. They saw a familiar-looking figure rushing at them and started brawling with the familiar figure, getting his ass kicked slowly. At that moment they heard a cute and melodic voice drifting in their ears. Anno! Let him go! Stop hitting him! Ho managed to recognize both of them, as the one getting beaten up was Issei and the one who spoke was Asia. Asia is a pretty young girl with long blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair flows all the way down to her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single strand sticking out from the top and sloping backwards. Her attire consisted of a dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents and a white veil over her head with light blue accents. She then had a brown satchel slung on her right hip and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She also has a visible silver cross necklace around her neck that hangs there for all to see when she prays. Ho, hey! What do you think you are doing to a fellow student? Rainare, isn't that Asia Argento? Ho, was she probably your next target? Rainare, ugh. Ho, well, no matter. Leave him alone. Hearing the screams and seeing that many people started gathering from the voices, they hurriedly left from there. Seeing this, Asia sighed as she watched the two close in towards hers and Issei's position. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Freed. Ho, greetings little girl, do you need any help? Asia, ah. No, no thank you. Rainare, don't be so stiff in front of us, relax. Asia, miss. Rainare, just Rainare is fine, don't worry about it. Issei, you two know each other? Rainare, you can say that she works under me going around and heals people. Haoh, who knew about the true reason she worked under Rainiere, shook his head and then turned to Issei, who got up with light bruise. Haoh, and how come you found yourself protecting the little girl? Issei, well, I saw her getting bullied from them, so I decided to help her. Haoh, and why didn't you use? Issei, they were people. Just before Haoh could finish his words, Issei interrupted him with a valid reason, as he didn't use his devil powers. He wasn't planning to unless it was a life-threatening situation. Both Haoh and Rainiere sighed as they heard his reasons and turned back to the little lowly nun, causing her to flinch as she could. They had something in their minds. Rainiere, Asia-chan, is that guy Fried here? Asia, ugh. Judging from her looks, it turns out that he was around the vicinity. Looking at each other and communicating with their minds, they finally arrived in the conclusion to destroy the team that was sent here to take Asia's sacred gear. As they were talking, somewhere from far away from there, a young man with short white hair and red eyes were laughing crazily as he had spotted one of the traitors in their plans. Fried, what a lucky day! Fried took out 2 weapons he initially used. Before he started shooting at them, covering the whole place in light bullets in broad daylight. This caused them to wake up from their discussion and focused on the attacker as Rainiere opened her wings and light spears formed, deflecting the bullets. Fried, ha 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 ha, looked what we have here, a traitor, a human, a nun and a devil. Fried, an angel is missing now and I have the whole collection. Haoh, nope, that's where you are wrong. Fried, Haoh. And who are you to interrupted me? Haoh, a human like you said. Haoh, furthermore you need a few more races to complete the collection. Rainiere, if we are going to count all the races, he might never get his collections. Haoh, right? Right? Asia, Sir Fried. Please don't hurt them, they simply helped me. Fried, oh? Don't hurt them? Fried, are you, blind little girl? Rainiere, as you know, is a fallen angel, an enemy from the fallen angels factions. Fried, while the one who wanted to save you without using his powers is a devil. Haoh, and you are a psychopath that was created from nothingness. That means you are no human yourself. Fried, you. How do you? I see, it was that bitch. Fried glared at the clueless Rainiere and she looked at Haoh for an explanation, as she didn't know much about Fried and it seems that he knew about him. Then why was it that she took the blame for it? Haoh, nope, you can be assured she doesn't know your past, but that doesn't mean I don't know or heard of it. Fried has started getting really angry as this was his past and he had tried to hide it really well from unknown parties like him. The only exception to this was the Vatican, as he forced to run away, joining the fallen angels in the process. Can it be he belongs to the Vatican? Or at the very least have someone close in there? Different kinds of thoughts passed in his mind and Haoh could guess a few but couldn't be bothered to confirm to anyone. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Fighting Fried. Haoh, either way, I'm sorry to say this, but I will have you leave the scene. Fried, what scene? Haoh, the scene called life. Fried, you? You? With your pitiful amount of power? Haoh, say whatever you want. Haoh, boosted gear. Haoh, pillar darkness in. I. Boost. Rainiere, ha 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 ha, now we are talking. Rainiere created countless purple spears of light in the air that had a width of 10 centimeters and were 2 meters long. However, as she created those, dozens of spears doubled in size, shocking Fried, who saw Rainiere smile with the power up. However, he was shocked even more with the appearance Haoh had gained. A green glow could be seen through his clothes and his eyes had become one completely clad in white while the other completely clad in black with a white Latin letter which meant number 1. Not giving him any time to comprehend what has happened, Rainiere threw all the created spears towards him and everyone could see her smile sinisterly, as she always despised him and wanted to kill him. Fried, seeing the incoming spear, started shooting with his guns as he tried to swift a bit of their trajectories. Seeing that his shots had no effect on them, he jumped backwards, avoiding the first 10 of them as they struck his previous position. Just as he was about to raise his guns again and shoot this time to the weakest ones, he heard a mechanical voice and all loose hell came to him. Boost. Just after 10 seconds, he heard the second boost. The spear became stronger, crackling with power as their speed increased, forcing him to run and dodge. Clenching his teeth, he stored in his waist his guns, and from his palms light particles started coming out until 2 light swords were formed made out of light. He started jumping and twisting his body at high speed as he clashed his swords with the spears, managing to slightly change their trajectories as he avoided damage to his body. However, his nightmare started when he heard the third same bitty voice. Boost. Feeling the power coursing over her veins, doubling and doubling and doubling again, Rainare entered in a state of ecstasy, and Haoh thought maybe she will orgasm at this point. Her face looks incredibly crazy bitty-like, and this brought him back some memories that this girl was once crazy. However, that made it more difficult for Fried, as Rainare took it way too personal to kill this bastard in front of her. Just as he thought about it, the fourth boost came along with screams of Fried being pierced by her spears that were now purple in color and crackled with lightning. Rainare, you freaking cockroach, die already! Asia and Issei, seeing this side of Rainare, immediately backed away, especially Asia, who knew her as she was her subordinate. However, just as his screams brought a grin in her face, she immediately lost it as she became more serious than her bitcha torture style of playing around. Fried, he, at least you can tell where you are hitting. Everyone saw the bloody Fried vanish like smoke in the air before another one walked from behind holding something in his hands. Asia, that's... Issei, what is that? Haoh and Rainare frowned, especially the former one, as he was supposed to see that when another major figure entered the fray in the game. At that point, everything became grave to them as Rainare lost her boost and reverted back to normal, with all her spears in the air shrinking in the intensity of power and length. Rainare, why do you have that? Fried, why would I reveal everything to you? Haoh, I see. Fried, what do you see? Ha 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 ha, maybe your deaths? Haoh, he has already started moving. I didn't expect you to enter in an alliance with Kokabeel so soon. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Killing Fried. Fried, you... How? How do you know that? Haoh, I know a lot of things. Haoh, and I'm wondering how would Azazel react to this news? Fried, you... Fried, ha 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 ha, fine then, I will make sure you go at the end of hell. Fried, Excalibur rapidly. Just as he said his words, he switched his sword fragments as he placed the previous one inside his something-looking coat and took another one out, causing his speed to increase. Haoh was expecting him, and after calculating his simply swing of the sword, he backed away and only his clothes got ripped. At the same time, his chest glowed and the previous voice was heard giving power to Rainare again. Rainare, get back here. Feeling her power becoming stronger, she rushed towards him and hit him with a single spear she held in her hands, while the others tried to distract him so that Haoh could dodge him. Haoh, Issei. Take Asia out of here. Issei, being frozen with Asia next to him, got snapped back as he saw her tremble and caught her hand before he started running, hating himself for being weak. Fried, not so fast. Boost. Bang. Rainare, your opponent is me. Fried, you freaking weakling. Fighting while others powering you up. Haoh and Rainare, we don't want to listen to someone who was given power as well. Fried, che. Fried, however, now I know how to deal with both of you. Fried, Excalibur transparency. Haoh, shit, not that one. They both watched as Fried becomes invisible, and they were unable to find him at all. Boost. This was the third power boost Rainare got, and her limit was once more. Haoh tried to think about how he can win this, and the only solution he got was re-zero. No, oh. Wait. That might work. Now that I think of it, I want to try something. Just as his thoughts came back to reality, the fourth boost was heard, making Rainare 16 times more powerful than normal. It was also at that moment he felt a pain in his chest area, close to his neck, making him unable to speak from the blood he vomited. Fried, ha 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 ha, 1 down, 3 to go. Just as Rainare screamed to him and Haoh was getting dizzy, losing consciousness in the endless death passage. His gear sounded out. Transfer. 10 spears appeared around Haoh, who with the last bit of consciousness held the hands of Fried, who was having a confused yet shocked expression. As the spears appeared at first 6 centimeters and reached 96 centimeters and 4 centimeters width from all the boosts he had transferred from Rainare. As the spears shot forward, the last thing he heard was the sound of his system. DxD, hidden quest completed. Kill Fried Selzen before Kokabeel puts his plans in action. 1. Someone of your pillars kills him for you. 2. Kill him yourself. 3. Recover any possible fragments of the sword Excalibur. Rewards, 30.000 pervert points, triple stats up. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 27.00081.000. Magic, 27.00081.000. Power, 1.6204.860. Speed, 818.2.454. Defense, 1.0803.240. Sacred Gear, Hikari Tayami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar 1, Rainare, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 2, Konako Tajao, Nikomata / Devil, Non-Stage Sage, 3, Middled, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings, 4, Kala Warner, Fallen Angel, 2 Wings. Light Pillar 1, Rias Gremory, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 2, Sana Satrai, Eris, Fiancé, High Class Devil, 3, Ross Weiss, Valkyrie, 4, Akeno Heimjima, Devil / Fallen Angel, Low Ranked. Money, 14.600 cash / pervert points, 45.000. Bang! The force of the spears that Haoh conjured sent Fried flying as he crashed on a few walls ahead and laid there lifeless. Rainare rushed to his side because she felt his gear not activating and she wasn't sure what happened as the worst came to her mind. When she arrived, she was stunned to see him unconscious, yet the bloody wound had closed itself. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Trapped. Rainare, not being able to make head or tails for his condition, lifted him up, and just as she did it, Issei with Asia came back. Seeing the bloody mess Fried was unmoving in the ground, Issei knew that he had been killed, and Asia, although she was relieved of her troubles, she started trembling seeing someone dead in front of her. Rainare, perfect. Asia, come here. Asia, why yes. Not wanting to get on this fallen angle bad side, she immediately runs towards her, followed by Issei. Rainare, use your twilight healing on him. Immediately acting as she was told, she watched as Rainare held Haoh, and then Asia summoned her twilight healing, which takes the appearance of 2 silver rings with a blue-green gem on each ring. Then a pale green light emerged from them as she touched Haoh's body, started healing him. However, the moment she did so, she was left speechless and stopped, causing Rainare to spasm in anger. Asia, Rainare-san. Are you sure he is wounded? Looking at the puzzled expression of Asia, even Rainare got confused. Then she remembered that the bloody hole he had in his chest from Fried's sword had healed on its own. Then why wasn't he waking up? Is it something to with his gear? That's right, the mark. Rainare, hey you two. Do I have a mark on my neck? As Rainare glared at Issei, who had instantly donned a perverted expression but not the lustful one, Asia went and looked, and there was truly a mark there. A black triangle mark with a pearl within, to be exact. Sighing in relief, which kinda startled her and Asia, who was watching her. She then thought, since when did she change that much? Keeping this thought to her, she turned around and told Issei to take Asia to their club where Kaiba might be there. If he says anything, tell him Haoh has brought her here, that might make him shut up. Taking Haoh in her shoulders, she flew from there as she headed straight to their home, hoping none was there. Or at least they live on the upper floors. As all this was happening, Haoh awoke in his mind and found himself groping A Carrie's ass as he had caught her from her waist and placed his face on her boobs. Taking a few seconds to come to reality, he smiled wryly before A Carrie sent a punch in his face, sending him flying. Haoh, ugh. Haoh, what the fuck? A Carrie, don't just say what the fuck. How long were you gonna grope me? Haoh, for the god's sake, I was unconscious. What the fuck happened? A Carrie, fuck you. Lecher. Beast. Pervert. Haoh, ugh. Last thing I remember. Haoh, Hai screamed, raising his volume of voice as high as he could, making A Carrie cover her ears before she glared at him, making him shut up. Haoh, did I killed that bastard? A Carrie, yes you did. And also got stronger. Haoh, yet. As A Carrie watched Haoh jumping up and down, she was speechless to see the scheming bastard in front of her acting like 3 years old. Haoh, ah. Then how did I end up here? DxD, host has used at the last second transfer attribute killing freed. DxD, just as the gear protected host's soul and was about to freeze the time so that host can heal by completing the mission, host's injuries healed. Haoh, so I somehow ended up getting trapped in here? DxD, correct. Haoh, and I'm guessing since space didn't freeze I will stay here for 2 hours in real time? DxD, correct. Haoh, fuck. A Carrie, you are fucked indeed. Seeing the dangerous look on her dragon eyes, Haoh suddenly thought of something before he started sweating. Haoh, how long was I out? A Carrie, 10 minutes. A Carrie, therefore you will get 10 minutes of pain. Haoh, nope. Run. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Where I Stand. After 10 minutes of a brutal dominating beating she received from A Carrie, Haoh had now vowed to find a way and recreate her body, and showed true domination on bed. After he calmed down he started seeing his stats and his eyes popped out. He had almost become 3 times stronger than before. Haoh, hey you two, is there a classification for the known powers? A Carrie, you mean in strength? Haoh, yes. For example, how strong am I now? A Carrie, well, from what I know I would say that you are infinitely close to the lower ranks of the respective races. A Carrie, for example. Common class devils / low class devils / middle class devils / high class devils / ultimate class devils. Fallen angel, 0 wings / fallen angel, 2 wings / fallen angel, 4 wings / fallen angel, 6 wings / fallen angel, 8 wings. Trainee / exorcist / brave saints / angels / 10 seraphs. Apprentice mage / common mage / versatile mage / magician / supreme sage. Dragon kid / dragon hatchling / dragon adult / dragon / true dragon. A Carrie, although these are from what I could patch from here and there through the previous hosts, we also have a few others ranks. Haoh, like above devils there exist the rank of the 4 great Satans, and above them the deceased Satan. And the 4 great seraphs from the Bible God. A Carrie, in that sense, there are 2 more categories. Haoh, gods and dragon gods. A Carrie, yes. However, you should know that these ranks are for the people's eyes only. Haoh, then I guess when Issei was reborn with you in him. He was a common class devil, right? A Carrie, technically in term of ranks yes, however in term of magic powers he was closer to low class. A Carrie, you can say that he had the body of common class and the magic of low class. Haoh, so when he started training, his body caught up with his magic. Haoh, then when he sacrificed his arm to activate his balance breaker, what level he reached? And by the way, is that a requirement for me to achieve my balance breaker? A Carrie, his body reached peak low, while his magic reached mid-middle. He was able to beat Riser because of the balance breaker boosting his power by double each time. A Carrie, as for your question, it is possible to do so and achieve balance breaker. But there is a requirement of first achieving balance breaker on the pillars. A Carrie, doing so you will gain more benefits than doing so early. A carry, furthermore there is another way to achieve balance breaker thanks to your pillars. Ho, what way? A carry, to help all of the pillars rank up without leaving a single one out. Ho, ugh. But I only have 8, not 32. Ho, sigh. And I guess to connect my pillars and achieve balance breaker to this space we are now, I need an equal space of both light and darkness pillars. Ho, meaning from the 16 spaces, I need 8 light and 8 darkness. Ho, and something tells me if I don't achieve this the J drive will be a pain in the ass. Ho, nevertheless, you were saying that I reached what class? A carry, I would say peak common class. Ho, hey, system my magic value became 81k right? Ho, then based on the chart A carry hurriedly created what is my standing? DxD, common class devils, range 10.000 to 100.000. Low class devil, range 100.000 to 500.000. Middle class devils, range 500.000-1.000.000. High class devils, range 1.000.000-2.000.000. Ultimate class devils, range 2.000.000-4.000.000. Fallen angel, 0 wings, range 10.000 to 100.000. Fallen angel, 2 wings, range 100.000 to 500.000. Fallen angel, 4 wings, range 500.000-1.000.000. Fallen angel, 6 wings, range 1.000.000-2.000.000. Fallen angel, 8 wings, range 2.000.000-4.000.000. Trainee, range 2.000 to 50.000. Exorcist, range 50.000 to 100.000. Brave Saints, range 100.000 to 500.000. Angels, range 500.000-2.000.000. 10 Seraphs, range 2.000.000-4.000.000. Apprentice Mage, range 2.000 to 50.000. Common Mage, range 50.000 to 100.000. Versatile Mage, range 100.000 to 200.000. Magicians, range 200.000 to 500.000. Supreme Sage, range 500.000-1.000.000. Dragon Hatchling, range 100.000 to 500.000. Dragon Kid, range 500.000-1.000.000. Dragon Adult, range 1.000.000-2.000.000. Dragon, range 2.000.000-4.000.000. True Dragon, range 4.000.000-8.000.000. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Waking Up. Ho, I see, then they also separate on low, mid, peak category. Ho, so right now, I barely qualify to fight peak common class devils close to 100.000. Ho, peak fallen angel, 0 wings ranging close to 100.000 as well. Ho, while I can beat, low, mid exorcists and apprentice mages ranging 50.000 to 80.000. Ho, as for dragons. Nope. Keep running. Ho, Odin was right, my original value in magic was lower than humans before they started training for either becoming trainees or apprentice mages. Ho, what's up with the fallen angel Zero Wings? Ho, is it because they fell from grace, as trashes? DxD, correct. Ho, oh. Those must be cannon fodder. Ho, although this is something to go about, there are always people who use experiments or uses other means to elevate their magic and powers. Ho, no wonder I couldn't handle Freed, he was at a different league. A carry, Freed was created from a tube with different kinds of liquids. A carry, his magic had reached a value of 500.000. Ho, really? He didn't seem that strong to me. A carry, Rainare is a low class fallen angel with her magic being at 110.000. Ho, wait, then with her power reaching 1.760.000, why she still couldn't win? DxD, because Freed had the Excalibur fragments. A carry, those things carry holy power which gives bonuses to the one who is wielding them. A carry, I think each one boosted his magic by 30%, making it reach 1.150.000. A carry, if he had used everything from the start, both of you would have died. Ho, then how the hell did I killed him? Both, headshot. Ho, underscore. DxD, underscore. A carry, underscore. All three, underscore. Ho, oh. Truth to be told, none of those who were outside looked at the body of Freed, otherwise they would have seen a hole running through from his forehead towards his back. Talking for the rest of his time inside until the 2 hours passed. Ho learned that the Mas have power close to 5-10 million, while gods have above 10. He also concluded that Michael, who had become the stand-in of the Bible God, and under him the other 3 great seraphs, must have gained equal power to the four Mas. At the same time, he didn't even dare to even think the power Ophis and Great Red possess in numerical value. However, his system did inform him about them as well. DxD, Mas, range 5.000.000-10.000.000. 4 great seraphs, range 5.000.000-10.000.000. Gods, range 10.000.000 plus. Dragon gods, plus. It was during this time frame he realized Seraphal is quite powerful in her own right, as she was holding her position like that. And at the same time, cold sweat runs through his back as he had sucked her tongue. As time passed away, Ho vanished from there as he opened his eyes on his bed while Rainare was on top of him sleeping. Goddammit, she was so cute. He started poking her cheeks with his fingers as she slept while hugging him. He chuckled at her seeing her in this state. Moments later, Rainare got up with sleepy eyes as she rubbed them with her fingers. Feeling that someone is poking her, she turned to look and soon started fidgeting as she had fallen asleep with only her underwear on her. Laughter could be heard from the room as Ho was holding his belly with his hands. However, it didn't last long as Rainare pinched his waist, making him howl in pain. Rainare, that will teach you. Ho, come over here. Ho caught her hand and dragged her to his position before he planted his lips into hers, making her shut up. He soon made his hands travel on every inch of her bare skin as it sent her shivers, making her moaning. Then he steps up his kissing game and opened her mouth lightly as he pushed his tongue inside, making it mix with her own while her mind went blank. He lifts her up and brought her close to his thighs while caressing her ass as they continued kissing. Soon they braked their kiss and saliva dripped from their mouths as they looked at each other. Ho, then let's see how I will pamper my little girl for making her worry. A/N lemon scenes are coming. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Lemon Scenes. Ho immediately started tickling her while giving her small kisses over her lips, causing her to both laugh and be annoying. But most of all she was amused and happy. As he had learned how to activate the previous days the formation on his bed, he did it and his surface of the bed rippled as they both sunk on the cold waters of it until their head was the only thing left upwards. Their legs started floating and intermixed together while they hugged and kissed as they teased each other in their waists. As they both entered with their clothes, well, Rainare didn't have much on her either way, they started removing them piece by piece as they felt heavy with them. As they did so, Haoh took a deep breath and dived down before she reached a certain point and opened her moving legs and started sucking her pussy as much as he could from inside the seawater. Rainare smiled and was shaking at the same time as she felt his tongue along with the water wash up her vagina. She thought that this cold feeling is something that might get her really addicted. At that time, using her body as a ladder, helping him climb up as he didn't know that well to swim yet, not to mention he almost had run out of breath. Poking his head out, he saw the blissful expression on her face along with her hungry lustful gaze, and both came close to each other as Haoh positioned himself before thrusting upwards. Feeling the cold sensation on her inside and his dick piercing her vagina, Rainare groaned as she hugged him and started kissing him on her own while sucking his tongues out of him and all the saliva in his mouth. Seeing her so proactive, his dick became harder inside her while he thrusted and her pussy walls tensed up, squeezing every inch and fiber of his dick. Both of them groaned from pressing in their sensitive spots and tried to come closer to each other embrace as they intended to become one. Haoh, chuckle. Who would have thought that someone like you would become glued to me? Rainare, ugh. As he said that, Haoh caught her ass cheeks and by grabbing them he brought her down and thrust at the same time, shoving his dick deeper as he hit her womb, making her moan and almost roll her eyes back. Rainare, who would have thought that I would fall for you? Haoh, arg. That hurt. When she said that, she pinched with her nails his waist, causing him to howl with pain. They both looked at each other with affection and competition in them as to who would wield first and say the magic word. They started a game of thrusting harder, pinching, squeezing as they said all kinds of things to each other and paid the price each time. Rainare started sweating as she was really close to coming before him, since he cheated in using her ass cheeks and his dick to thrust deeper, hitting repeatedly her womb. It was as if he wanted to pierce the deepest parts of her inner being and leave her prince. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw him smile and grinning at the same time as he hugged her and whispered in her earlobes before biting them off, as it made her body shook violently. Hearing his words, Rainare felt her body disobey to her mind and shook violently as she groaned and moaned loudly for seconds to come while she was shaking in his arms. She hugged him tightly and completely wrapped her legs around his waist as if she wanted to swallow with her pussy his lower region. If someone could see her face as she had it over his shoulder, they would see a crimson expression and fevery eyes looking distantly and lost in her thoughts, and even with that a smile appeared in her face. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Coming Out. A few days have passed since Haoh and Rainare did it inside the water and milked her whole womb as he had said he wanted to see how lovely of a mother she would be. This was the reason she had become totally red at the last seconds, giving her a natural cute charm, causing Haoh to keep going at it with her. A total of 20 days passed since Rias and the rest entered inside, and as his system had said, they needed around 20 to 30 days for them in that environment to grow. Just to be safe, Haoh waited for 10 more days, making it a full month that has passed since then. Preferable came every second day to check about her little sister, as she was an incredibly big fan of Siscon. Not that Haoh minded it, but he wanted to check if he could use it to his advantage after he gets laid with Sana. Today, as he was in his living room pampering and cuddling with Rainare, a red magic circle flared and 3 people came from inside. One was Preferable, the next one was the beautiful maid Grafia, who was still thinking of ways on how to add her to his harem. And of course another Siscon Sertsks himself. 3 to 4 days that Preferable had come and caught them while his dick was milking the panting Rainare's pussy. All hell raised in the house. Thankfully he managed to pacify by giving her a special mission, a mission that only the magical girl Siratan can accomplish. Preferable, seeing the serious expression he made, thought it was quite hard and demanding, therefore, she accepted only to be left speechless. When she heard his words, surprisingly enough it was true that it was something only she could do, but exploded in anger as from the ranks of being a mush she was reduced to be a messenger. The message was for Grafia and Sertsks to come and witness Rias' new trained powers. After almost choking him to his death, Preferable decided to take her mission seriously and sighed as she felt cheated. This, however, brought them to today where they had gathered in his living room. "Ho, are all of you ready?" Seeing them nodding and as they all sat to the couch creating an empty space, Haoh snapped his fingers causing ripples in the air. Rias, Akeno, Konako, Sana, Ross Weiss, Kala Warner, and Middle came out shocking everyone for their changes. Haoh hurriedly looked at his status to see the changes around them and was shocked beyond what he could comprehend. Sacred Gear, Hikari Tayami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar 1. Rainaray, Scale 2 Low Fallen Angel, 2 Wings/MV 110.000. 2. Konako Tajao, Scale 2 Peak Nikomata/Devil, First Stage Sage/MV 990.000. 3. Middled, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings/MV 490.000. 4. Kala Warner, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings/MV 495.000. Light Pillar 1. Rias Gremory, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil/MV 1.450.000. 2. Sana Satrai, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil/MV 1.430.000. 3. Ross Weiss, First Stage Valkyrie/MV 490.000. 4. Akeno Heimjima, Scale 2 Peak Devil/Fallen Angel/MV 990.000. Haoh wanted to pull his eyes out from what he was seeing right now. Rainaray was shocked as well as she felt danger from her two former teammates. Surtsk's had it the worst as he could see Ria's hair become dark crimson indicating she completely controlled her element of destruction. Preferable was further shocked when she saw Sana with silky hair till her shoulders and started ragged breathing. Even Konako and Akeno had a few changes that they can't wait to listen to them. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A Few Changes. Haoh watched as Konako was in her cat-human-like form with her ears and her tail out, which he noticed she didn't have trouble controlling. It would be more accurate to say she wasn't in the heat. He noticed though that at the tips of her ears there was a tinge of golden color and the same was in her tail. He has no idea why and would have to research later. Yet, research. Akeno was the same except the fact that her long black hair had now a metallic color to it and her eyes had become dark violet. Did she trained both her powers at the same time causing her a bit of change in her traits? Looking at them they are puzzled as to why they got out until they saw Haoh, who was smiling wryly as he had almost reached some of their levels in terms of magic value, but now they passed him by miles. Especially Konako and Akeno, usually their magic should stop at close to 500.000 as they were hybrids it actually double. Giving weight on the words Akari had said that those are the simplest measurement she had created, as there are always ways to raise it higher. Haoh, how was your 1 month of training? Kala Warner and Middle were the first to react and bowed down to him for this chance to become stronger. Seeing them like this, Haoh smiled wryly and told them to get up, as from day one and continue from today onwards they are his girlfriends. There was no need for such courtesy among them. Sana and Rias had mixed feelings about it as they were the first people among themselves to be engaged to him and yet they had done nothing. After been for 1 month there, they realized that their potential will reach that of gods and shivered at the idea that he might conquer the world. Konako had a smile on her face while Akeno had a teasing smile, but Haoh didn't miss the melancholy in her eyes. It wasn't hard to think about why. It was because the gear customizes the space for your exclusive use, meaning Akeno got a space that helps both of her powers at the same time, and this irked her. Ross Weiss kept looking at her hands, constantly making fists and opening them as if she wanted to grasp her power. What Haoh couldn't understand though was why she got such a low magic value, as she was supposed to be a guardian of Odin in the past. By right she should have been stronger than anyone here. When he asked his system about it, he got an answer he didn't expect. DxD, it is due to her class as Valkyrie. She gains power based on the one she serves. Ho, wait, if that's the case then why isn't it at least the same as me at 81k of magic value? DxD, Valkyries have a minimum of 100.000 MV. Ho, oh. Rias, Oni-sama, Graphia-san. Sana, Oni-sama. What's with your ragged breathing? Sirafal, ha ha ha, Sanatan, come to your big sister. Bam. Sirafal, no longer able to control herself, flew towards her only to be welcomed by a foot in her face as she slid down. Sana, Oni-sama, please be more collected. If my Oni-sama, the Mu, acts like this, then this small country would be destroyed many times over. Graphia, now you can't blame her that much. Both Rias with her new dark red color and you with you shoulder length are way too cute right now. Ho, still the only one who is going to pamper them is me. Ho, not those two sis-cons. Just as his voice fell, everyone saw Surtsk trying to extend his hand and ruffle the hair of Rias, but soon retracted and started looking around for a way out. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Results. Graphia started chuckling at his antics while Rias wanted to hide in a hole as all the others started laughing. Surtsk, cough, cough. Well, how did you pass your time in whatever space you went? All, training. Surtsk, show me. Release all the magic you have. Rias, Oni-sama, this. Graphia, don't worry Rias-chan, this place was rebuilt and enhanced by me, Surtsk and Sirafal. Graphia, unless you have reached our level even the pieces of furniture won't break. Rias, sigh. Sana, and we kept wondering why is it so spacious. Sirafal, we brought the whole building and made all the floors and rooms inside more spacious. Rias, does that mean? Graphia, the first floor which we currently are belongs to Ho as the original owner of this place and his girls. Sirafal, second floor is mine and Sanatan. Surtsk, finally the third floor is mine and Graphia. Graphia, even though we say that we barely are here, so even those two floors are kinda empty. Surtsk, now don't hold back. Seeing those three eager to see their results, they complied and all of them released their magic, not holding back at the slightest. Obviously, the first to take the lead were Rias and Sana, then Konako and Akeno, and finally Ross Wise, Kala Warner and Middled. For the record then it was Rainare and finally Ho who was twitching and started thinking about a way to at least be in the middle of them. Surtsk, amazing. It's like you jumped years of training to reach this level. Graphia, yes. If it was before, perhaps in 2 to 30.000 days of normal training they would have reached the same level as now. Surtsk, meaning 54 to 82 years, that the amount of time you earned. Rias, that long? Sana, yeah, why that long? Ho, sigh. You too, are you for real? Ho, a devil has more than 1.000 years of lifespan. You only reached high-class devils because of the ingredients and special training your clans provided. Ho, otherwise it would have taken much more time to reach your levels. Surtsk, Ho-kun is right. We also have to add the magic intensity in the area that plays a huge role in this. Graphia, here in the human world there isn't much magic to train with, but you can create spot gathering for it and increase it. Rainare, like the church. Graphia, correct. Rainare, the heavens and the underworld have around 10 times the concentration of magic from the earth, but I'm guessing each clan has spots that raised it higher. Ho, actually it would be weird not to have any. Sirafal, that's right. Our Satrai clan has a few spots worth of 50 times that of the earth. Surtsk, and our clan is the same. Silence fell as Surtsk spoke and tried to finish his words. He then looked at Graphia and Sirafal, who were looking at the girls as they had disbelief expressions before they turned to see Ho whistling. Even Rainare, who had only been there once or two to check the place and didn't train there as she wanted to first accompany him in this 1 month, was stunned. Feeling imminent danger from the girls, Ho tried to excuse himself, but unfortunately for him, each and every one of them placed a hand and pulled him from his clothes. Ho, what's up girls? He started sweating seeing their fevery looks as if they had become different people ready to devour him. Grafia among the other two who were speechless at the boldness of Rias and Sana showed just now, thought back to every word they said and finally realized what was the trigger. She thought that today it will be his luckiest day. And at the same time, she wondered how high was the density in the space at his disposal? Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Their Story. Sirtsks, cough, cough. Everyone got snapped from their thoughts but didn't retract their hands back. Konako went a step ahead and has wrapped her tail around his arm claiming possession of him. Grafia, now I'm really curious about how high it is. Ho, Then accept becoming mine and it will be that easy to know. All, hey. Grafia, you. Sirtsks, are you sure? Ho, either way she is a beauty and with you, she is wasted. Furthermore, I know both of your histories and I know perfectly well it wasn't such a romantic story that everyone made up. Ho, Grafia comes from the house of Lucifuge, a noble family of pure-blooded devils from the extra demons whose family served under the original Lucifer. Ho, Grafia was originally from the old Satan faction that opposed the anti-Satan faction, where she stood in the front lines as one of the most powerful devils. Ho, it was during that time that she met you Sirtsks and your ideologies for peace were the same. Ho, isn't that right? Sirtsks looked at him before sighing and nodding to his words leaving everyone speechless before Ho continued unfolding their past. Ho, during that time many thought that you had fallen in love with each other and during the Devil Civil War both of you would meet in secret. Ho, to save your own factions, your own kins from more bloodbaths started discussing how to end the conflict between the old Satan faction and the anti-Satan faction. Ho, what everyone doesn't know was that at that time Sirtsks you had a son with a maid. Though she died when she gave birth. Everyone's eyes bulked up and almost popped out from their sockets when they heard that, however, seeing both Grafia and Sirtsks not trying to deny it shocked them even more. Rias, wait, that means that my Ni-sama and Grafia-san are still married because? Sirtsks, sigh. As you have guessed, since many rumors flew by at that time we took advantage of that and married for political reasons. Sirtsks, and from then on forward we haven't found a chance to end this farce. Grafia, at the same time I grew very close to Rias and Mil-Icas and stayed like that as I haven't found anyone interested in him. Rias, now it explains why you are always so formal on all occasions. Ho, therefore my offer still stands, you know. Grafia, even if I wanted to accept as you have piqued my curiosity, I am the queen of Sirtsks. Ho, about that you can continue being in his peerage. Grafia, pardon? Sirtsks, is that true? Ho, That's right, even Sana and Rias still have their own peerage so it's not impossible. Hearing his words, they both turned to Rias and Sana and nodded at his words and got even more curious as to how he can make that happen. However, then Sirtsks remembered that it must be something to do with his marks of cursing and blessing he had heard before in the meeting. Sirtsks, truth to be told, if she finds happiness with you or someone else I was prepared to end this farce, as even Mil-Icas knows the truth. Sirtsks, she does deserve a chance in happiness and I was even thinking of completely freeing her even from my peerage. Grafia, Sirtsks. You. Ho, then everything is set in stone, except the fact that if she herself wants to search for happiness. Ho, honestly speaking I don't give a damn about races or who you are, as long as you are a beauty and is at least a bit interested in me, I'm willing to make you my girlfriend. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Who will taint who? Sirafal, wait. Something doesn't seem right. Ho, about what? Sirafal, it was around 12 to 10 years that this small argument was created between the factions, and during that time that Sirtsks met Grafia and fell in love with her, or how it was phrased now plotted to end the war. Ho, countless years of the war of the past era many factions used their own ideologies to create problems. Ho, one of those problems got permanently solved by their self-sacrifice and using the newborn of Mil-Icas as a way out from the most factions. However, that was a civil war between devils that happened 12 to 10 years ago. How old do you think Mil-Icas is now? Sirafal, 11. There were a few more things added to the mix, like where many factions had disappeared to and what are they plotting since then. Not just factions from the devils but from all major powers. The angels, human or hero factions and the fallen angels. Just how they took advantage of the situation and rumors back then, they are waiting for their chance. And I'm guessing the place they would most likely hit first after so many years would be Surtsks, the meeting of the peace treaty. If I'm not wrong, it has been scheduled for the next 1st of the month, isn't that right? Surtsks, that's right. Then it would be for the best if you announced your null to her as your fake wife to see how the Hidden Force would react to both the alliance of the treaty and the breakup. Oh right, can I come as well? Surtsks, How so? I want to meet Michael and the rest of the great seraphs. Plus I want to return something to him. Surtsks, since 2 of the participants are here, I guess I'm okay if she is okay with it. Sirafal, I'm also okay with it. Sirafal, but I want to join you as well. Everyone looked at Sirafal with stunned eyes before she started breathing heavily again and was looking at Haoh and Sana, causing the latter to shiver a bit. Ha ha ha, Irm? Why would you want to be my girl? Sirafal, you will assault the girls later on the bed I created. I refuse to let you taint Sana before me. Sana wanted to find a place to hide, while everyone was looking at Sirafal, who breathed heavily as her words left her mouth. Ha 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 ha. So you want to taint yourself to protect Sana? Sirafal, no, I want to be the one who taints her. Sana, Oni-chan. But you do realize that eventually both of you will be tainted by me, right? Sirafal, as long as I am with Sana it is okay. Haoh couldn't control himself any longer and fell laughing in the ground while the others were looking at Sana with pitiful eyes. Surtsks, cough, cough. Surtsks, right before I forgot, Rias and Sana's peerage are also allowed to attend the meeting. Surtsks, at the same time. Rainaray, Kala Warner, and Middleton accompany Haoh. Rainaray, actually I won't come. I want to go and train, as I realized just now I'm the weakest here. Haoh, you want me to send you there? Sirafal, wait. I also want to check that place. DxD, Sirafal Leviathan, has chosen to be bound on her own will. Lucky fucker. DxD, hidden quest completed. Find a girl that has the power above ultimate class. Repeatable, rewards, 20.000 pervert points, double stats up. Just as Haoh was about to speak, his system did the job for him, and on the neck of Sirafal, a white triangle mark started appearing there, shocking Graphia and Surtsks, who was next to her and could see it clearly. What surprised them thought was that Sirafal didn't realize a thing and kept asking him she wants to go as well. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Lucky Star. Just as Sirafal was a bit pissed being ignored by him, she suddenly shut her mouth as all of them felt a burst sensation coming from Haoh, and Rainaray clenched her fists in frustration as from now on forward she was truly the weaker. All of them felt glad that they trained, otherwise the current Haoh, who was also in days past them since his magic became like double. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 81.000 162.000. Magic, 81.000 162.000. Power, 4.8609.720. Speed, 2.4544.908. Defense, 3.2406.480. Sacred Gear, Hikari Toyami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar. 1. Rainaray, Scale 2 Low Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 110.000. 2. Konako Tajao, Scale 2 Peak Nikomata /Devil, First Stage Sage /MV 990.000. 3. Middled, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 490.000. 4. Kala Warner, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 495.000. Light Pillar. 1. Rias Gremory, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.450.000. 2. Sana Satrai, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.430.000. 3. Ross Weiss, First Stage Valkyrie /MV 490.000. 4. Akeno Jima, Scale 2 Peak Devil /Fallen Angel /MV 990.000. 5. Sirafal Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 6.200.000. Money, 14.600 Cash /Pervert Points, 65.000. Certsks, HOH. You became stronger by binding Sirafal with your mark of blessings? Ho, Yes, I did. Honestly speaking, those marks, Certsks, are products of your sacred gear, and it seems to be drawing power and adding it in you from the others. Ho, what I wanted to say is that I have no idea how they work, even though my gear places them on my targets. Ho, and it's not like I always get powers up like this one. Certsks was confused and looked at Rias, who nodded at him, and so did the other girls as well. Ho was thinking on the other side that with Rainaray he didn't gain anything, and the same with Ross Weiss. Sirafal, then can I go now? Sana saw her eagerness in going inside, and remembering what happened when she went inside, wanted to warn her, but then again left her on her own, as she will learn the hard way. Ho also grinned at her words, and Grafia, watching the two of them, suddenly had a bad feeling before she saw Ho snapping his fingers, making Rainaray and Sirafal vanish from their eyes. Ho, I could also send Grafia, but I can't unless she is bound to my gear. Ho, oh well, I can still send you there in the future. Grafia, if that the case, what will happen if you bind me now? Ho, I will become stronger at least by double. Grafia, interesting. So how do we try this? It's not like I have to become your right? Ho, technically no, but I prefer all the girls that have the marks to be my active girlfriends and future wives. Grafia, I will see how you try and court me, after our little farce is solved. DxD, Grafia Lucifuge, has chosen to be bound on her own will. What was your lucky star? DxD, Hidden Quest completed. Bind a girl that has the power above ultimate class. Repeatable, rewards, 20.000 pervert points, double stats up. Just as Grafia spoke, it was confirmed by his system, and therefore immediately got the effects of it, and his magic once again burst forward. Grafia also felt a tickling in her right side of the neck, and a white triangle mark appeared there. While Ho looked now at the new stats, which was the previous one in the double with the addition of the name of his new pillar. It was then that Ho started noticing something and cursed inwardly his lust for two beauties. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Who to Choose. Ho cursed in his mind and wasn't trying to hide it in the least, as everyone saw his face frowning. Just as he saw his status, he realized that he now has 4 darkness pillars and 6 white ones. Where the hell would he find 2 girls that are willing to kill him? If he could find 2 of them that somehow hunt him down, that would have been the best. He suddenly feels regret not letting Kurika kill him when she was angry. That would have been the best. He now needs 4 darkness and 2 white pillars to achieve his balance breaker on his gear. Rias, Ho? Is something off? Ho, sigh, nothing much. Ho, so Grafia, you want me to send you there and then come back? Grafia looked at him with mixed thoughts as something definitely happened to him while he bonded with her and actually failed to register his question until he asked again a second time. Grafia, are you sure? Ho, yet. Off you go. Ho snapped his fingers and true to his words she vanished in front of everyone. Sertsks who was there tried to feel his connection to her through the queen's piece and surprising he couldn't get a reading. After a few seconds Ho snapped his fingers and Grafia returned back as she was shaking from what she felt there. Sertsks and Rias went to her and held her so that she can calm down, while she collected her thoughts. It wasn't long that her face returned from being utterly in disbelief to slightly shaken one. She could no longer have a straight face while she looked at Rias and Sertsks who were deadly worried, especially the latter one. Grafia, was the density I felt there true? Ho, That's right. Furthermore, you realized it, right? Grafia, Nodding towards him, Ho simply smiled at her and chuckled as Sertsks was even more curious now, but didn't want to press for answers. There was one thing that he realized though, and that was that his magic density in that space is at least 2 to 3 more times than that of their own. Meaning it passes 100 times the density of that on the earth. Ho, now, then since you have come here will you stay above? Sertsks, no, I will return back. After all, now Grafia is under your protection, I mean girlfriend. Sertsks, I will make a few excuses that she wanted to stay and train Rias and her peerage which will also solve their sudden power up. Ho, so until you completely take care of the fake blunder, I promise not to do anything, even I don't want surprises. Sertsks, oh. Would it be possible to let out Sira fall? I can't just return on my own, it might be suspicious. Ho, sure, but I have no idea in what state she is. Sertsks, ugh. Why is that? Sora, Lord Sertsks. Leave my sister to me and go back. If anyone asks, tell them she got an inspiration for a new magical girl show and is dragging me along. Everyone in the room was stunned except those that knew the hidden perk of the gear, and that was himself, Konako, Rias and Sana. They never expected Sana to join willingly her sister in something like this. They all turned towards Toho waiting for an explanation before he decided it's something that will eventually come to light, therefore as long as the true density remains hidden this wasn't important, right? Ho, sigh. Well, the space the girls are going has a single trait of being aphrodisiac to those with special bloodlines. Ho, however it only reacts when you feel the difference in density from the sudden absorption in your body. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Newcomers. Not willing to say more, Ho shut his mouth, leaving everyone with mouths wide open including Sertsks and Grafia. Grafia smiled wryly as she heard this because she also felt her body heat up from that place, but as her powers were far more than them, even with the 1000 times density inside she could still fare quite well. However, Sira Fall is the epitome of a pervert and Yuri type when it concerns her sisters, so feeling hot like her and with every thought she had earlier it bounds to have some harsh aftermaths. Sertsks coughed and then said goodbye to them before he opened a portal and left from there, heading back to the underworld. Seeing this, Ho snapped his fingers yet again and a burning Sira Fall from being in there for so long appeared as she tried to calm down. She had also realized something was off when she felt the burning sensation in her body, and feeling it more and more strong down at her sensitive spot she wanted to calm down. Giving it her all, she had almost succeeded it until Ho summoned her back and she saw Sana looking at her worriedly. This caused her to break apart as she fell and started kissing Sana right in front of everyone before Ho kicked her and blew her away as she fell on his couch. Sira Fall, what was that for? Ho, what do you mean by that? You are supposed to kiss me, remember? You are supposed to take Sana's place. Sira Fall, I'm supposed to taint Sana first. Ho, but to do that I have to taint you first. They both glared at each other unwillingly to back down until Sana sighed, having accepted her fate as she thought many things inside the space. She turned around and kissed Ho, stunning all of them while Sira Fall was crying with fake blood tears, or were they real? Sana, how about we all enjoy ourselves? After breaking apart from their kissing, Sana proposed her idea before ignoring everyone and completely focused herself in monopolizing Haoh, causing Rias to awaken her rival side and Akeno her sadist side as she was smiling evilly. Kala Warner and Middle also looked at them while both tried to decide if they should join in now or later. Grafia watched this with an amused expression before she left to go to the third floor and relieve a bit of herself. It was too soon for her to have fun with others. Kala Warner and Middle decided to go and stay on the second floor along with Konako and leave the four of them along with Haoh here for their private time. Around the same time, outside of the town, two figures could be seen entering it, with one having a look of nostalgia in her face. So our search had made us come back to your old town? It seems so. Do you have anything you wish to check before officially we get to tangle with those devils? There is a childhood friend I want to smash his face because he always was thinking I was a boy back then. Well, he wasn't that much out of the scope appearance-wise. You were one. Not you too. Well, back then when you left Japan and went to England with your family, due to your father's job, where you trained to become an exorcist. You were really quite tomboyish, so much that even the girls there mistook you for a boy in the girls' dorm. I still remember the accident when all the girls started screaming in the bathtub when you entered and everyone was naked. Growling. Did you had to bring it up now after so many years? Ha 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 ha, that was so much fun. But seriously, I want to see his face falling when he realizes you were a girl. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Foursome. While the newcomers entered again the familiar town of one of them, in the room of Haoh a great struggle was happening as Sirafal was watching Sana taking her own matters to her hands. They had all gone to his room and both of them started kissing each other after their initial bout in the living room, but this time Haoh was taking this seriously as he was returning the kiss back. Sana, Haoh gently stroked her hair as he entered his tongue inside her and started twisting it with her own, causing her a different sensation as she let out a hot breath. Soon Haoh started fondling her body with his hands, causing her to shiver from her spine and down towards her waist as he was getting closer to the forbidden fruit of all men. Just when he touched that area, he was slightly taken back as she was already drenched there, probably from the space inside, and managed to hide it quite well. Rias and Akeno watched with the former a few mixed feelings, while Akeno with an evil smile on her face, wondering if he would be able to handle all five of them. Just as she thought of that, she looked around and noticed that the quite Rossweiss that didn't speak a word when they got summoned was nowhere to be found. Their thoughts, however, were broke when Sana started moaning louder than they expected, as Haoh started fingering her privates and sounds of her wet pussy getting fingered was heard. Slarp! 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 Sana! Yuan. Sirafal, watching her little sister getting screwed like this, started biting her clothes and gaze hateful at Haoh before she also snapped back to reality as Sana screamed while juices flowed out her pussy. Sana, tried to keep herself up and continue to hug Haoh. Sana panted heavily in his arms, and then just before Rias or Akeno could force their way towards him, Sirafal appeared and stole him from them as she started kissing him as well. If her little sister can be like this, why not her as well? Even though she started somewhat forceful on his, she noticed that he didn't mind and slowly started becoming bolder and bolder to the point of sucking his tongue herself. Seeing that he had nothing to worry about, Haoh started removing piece and piece of her clothes before she was completely naked and started sucking her cute, well-preserved breasts. Seraphal's eyes shined and her whole body jolted as she felt her sensitive spots getting sucked and played with one by one. At this point of time, even Rias and Akeno started feeling the air around them becoming heavy and filled with an aroma that affected them as well, as they started fidgeting with their hands, their own bodies. Soon they heard Seraphal's voice as she groaned from her pussy getting fingered and almost teared up as two of his fingers went inside her virgin entrance, which prompts her to look at Sana, who was still panting. She wondered how she handled that kind of pain earlier, but how should she know that a more painful one will come later? Slarp! 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 Her pussy started making slippery sounds as Haoh was constantly fingering her in and out, making her whole body follow suit without her realizing it. Her thighs started moving on their own, trying to make the fingers reach deeper while she groaned and moaned. Preferable, ugh. Soon enough she got hit by a wave of pleasure like none other she felt when she masturbated on her own, and her whole body was shaken while her juices flow from her pussy, falling and mixing with Sana's one on the bed. Similar to Sana, Preferable fell on his right side and next to Sana, who had regained a bit of her strength back. Haoh then licked all his fingers, shocking all four of them before saying to them, "Haoh, your lovely juices taste like nectar. I wonder how Rias and Akeno taste like." Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Foursome. 2. Without waiting for them to come up with an answer in their dazed expressions, Haoh grabbed Rias, who had long ago removed her clothes before she felt her lips getting wet. Haoh took advantage of her dazed state and started sucking her lips while fondling with both hands her boobs and pinching her nipples with sometimes little and then more force to them. Rias couldn't help but let out a moan as her breasts were quite matured and sensitive in their own right. Akeno has been feeling a bit outside, therefore she looked at the sisters and grinned with a scary face who would make anyone run away from her when they saw her. She went towards the already somewhat recovered Sana and lifted her from behind as she started licking her neck and fondling her breasts. She whelped in surprise, causing both the tired Preferable to look over and open her eyes in shock, and Rias along with Haoh, who were occupied, earning a thump up from the latter. Just as Preferable was about to yell at her, she noticed that Sana's legs were opened, exposing her wet dripping pussy from her juices, and gulped before she noticed the evil smile on Akeno's face as she licked her lips seductively at her. Realizing the meaning of her look and smile, Preferable started singing praises in her mind before, with whatever strength she got left, she pushed herself forward and placed her mouth on her pussy. "Sana, what? Wait. Oni-sama. Slurp. 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 Sana, ugh." Ignoring their little show, Haoh focused his attention to Rias. The so-called Crimson Beauty then many dreamed of fucking in all kinds of harsh ways for her attitude and pride, wanting to break her. Thinking like that, he immediately pushed her down from his embrace and started kissing his way all the way down until he reached a certain pink region, and did the same with Preferable, suck her inside completely. Slurp. 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 Both Sana and Rias kept jolting her and there as wave after wave of pleasure was hitting them, especially Rias, who felt even his tongue licking her insides of the entrance being eaten. Both clenched the sheets on the water bed as their upper bodies were constantly twitching, while their voices were trying to completely come out as screams in pleasure, only to be cut off in the middle of their moans. Slurp. 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 Haoh felt the sweet taste of her juices flowing more and more from her pussy while he kept drinking them, and thought it is about time, before he placed his fingers in her anus and pushed two of them inside. This caused Rias a wave of pain and pleasure as her pussy tensed up and started releasing her love juices while she screamed from her orgasm. Sana didn't even manage to let her voice out, as at her climax she blacked out before she came back, feeling her body spasming here and there and Preferable licking her lips for the wonderful treat she got. Just as Akeno wanted to say something, she started sweating as she felt a predatory gaze eating her body with just his eyes. Haoh, someone was a really bad girl. Akeno, Irera, like someone, didn't like what they watched. Haoh, That's right, I loved what I saw. But I was supposed to eat Sana's pussy. After all, she is my fiancé. Haoh, how shall I deal with you? Akeno, ugh. Normal? Haoh, pfff. A sadist like yourself? Akeno suddenly had a bad feeling washing over her body, it was like tingling and kept warning her that she is about to face hell. And that horrifying smile on his face wasn't helping her uneasiness. She simply watched him getting closer and closer to her until he planted his lips into hers, shocking her that it wasn't what she had in mind. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Foursome. 3. Just as she felt her lips getting embraced by him and his arms locking around her body, she was stunned as she thought was her feeling wrong? But then she felt the pain coming from below her waist and it was unbearable as she started groaning, not being able to move from him. At the same time the pain assaulted her, she also felt a burning sensation on her back as she kept looking at his eyes, which shined with a dangerous glint. Haoh then caught her waist and made her move up and down, increasing the pain she felt along with the pleasure of it. Haoh had placed himself in such a way when he approached her so that his dick would be in the right place to pierce inside her ass. As her legs had wrapped around him, it was easy to do so, since she was also wet down there, drenched to her core as a sadist. He then raised a hand while he was kissing her and stopping her from thinking straight, and along with the pain, a burning sensation came to her as Haoh had slapped her ass cheek. Returning to the action, Sir Fall could see Akino's ass being completely red from a few slaps she got while she had teary eyes and not being able to say anything except let out a groan each time he thrust and slapped her. This was due to his tongue locking with her own as she was getting ass fucked from below. As this wasn't enough of a punishment for Haoh towards her, he pushed her down before removing his dick from her ass kinda forcefully and insert it without a thought in her pussy, causing her whole body to spasm from the double pain she felt as a small trail of blood could be seen. Haoh Yorion. Slarp. 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 Without waiting for her to get used to the pain, he started thrusting, not slowly but fast enough for her to keep groaning in pain and pleasure at the same time, while her eyes started gaining a certain light in them. Haoh was truly unlucky, as this time she was taking his dick with full force as he was as hard as stone without coming a single time and kept hitting her insides. Haoh looked the painful expression she was having along with small traces of smiling from their kissing sections and thought soon she will reach the other side. Thinking that it was time, Haoh stopped kissing her and started thrusting with more power, making her waist spasm as he hit her womb with the full force of his thrust, causing her voice to finally resound in the room. Haoh, 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 more. Complying with her request, Haoh thrust a few more times before she felt her insides burning up, while her whole body spasmed here and there as close to a fountain came out from their connective point. Splurt. 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 Haoh, erg. Haoh fell back as her whole body couldn't help but still spasming, while fluids came out from her pussy, a mix of the two of them along with a tinge of red from losing her virginity. Seeing her blank state, Haoh smiled, thinking that this was the first step to make her a masochist instead of a sadist. Not having enough, Haoh turned himself to his left where Sir Fall was gulping from what had happened along with Rias, who had somehow recovered. Haoh got closer to the two and first pushed down Sir Fall as he then placed Rias on top of her and started eating their pussies first, causing both of them to moan. He started licking them and biting them until their pussies started dripping slowly their love juices before Haoh held the things of Sir Fall, who was down, and pushed his dick in her pussy. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Foursome. 4. Sir Fall screamed as her virginity got lost forever, causing both Sana and Haoh to look towards her with tired eyes. After waiting for a few seconds, Haoh started going in and out slowly as he also fingered Rias, who was on top of Sir Fall waiting for her turn. He started moving more forceful and faster as he could hear the cute Sir Fall groan in pain. Sana tried to control her body to move closer, and so did Haoh. As Sir Fall had lost herself into Haoh's thrusting and handling of her pussy, suddenly felt a soft feeling covering her lips, and when she paid more attention to it, her eyes turned into hearts. Sir Fall, Sonatan. Rias also felt someone sealing her lips as Haoh was constantly teasing her down there by fingering her pussy with or more fingers as he alternated between them. The whole room got filled with everyone's sweet fragrance, which made Hoh's dick even harder as it was inside Preferable, which caused her to flinch and tense up. Slarp. 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 Both sounds of his dick fucking her wet pussy and his fingers screwing Rias started becoming more and more louder as more fluids came out. He picked up his pace and thrust faster and deeper, making Preferable spasm at his change of ace, and at the same time inserted 3 to 4 fingers in Rias' pussy, stretching it quite well as both screamed from the pain and pleasure. Splurt. 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 All 3 of them reached their climax, and Haoh came inside Preferable, painting her inside completely white as he did the same to Akeno, and Rias came to his fingers before he lowered his head and sucked her completely, causing her to moan and roll her eyes back as she had blacked out. As both of them were down for the count while panting heavily and still spasming, Haoh focused his attention to Sana, who kept waiting for a bit, leaving Rias for last. He dragged her from where she was kissing Preferable as she was sucking her saliva and started kissing her, tasting both of them at the same time. He had placed his hand on her pussy, lightly rubbing it and caressing it with love before lifting Sana slightly and slowly let her sit on his dick. As it started entering her pussy, Sana flinched from the pain while he caressed her hair and kept kissing her. When it completely entered inside her, she was lightly groaning in pain, thinking that Akeno and her sister took this monster inside them and kept ravaging them. She started feeling him moving as she adapted to the pain, and a new wave of pleasure kept hitting her with each thrust. Slarp. 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 Sana. Ah. MMMMMNNNN. NNNNGGG. Haoh kept going with more force, more speed, until he suddenly changes the pace and went from rough to gently and vice versa, causing Sana to think she is in high heavens. It wasn't long that she started feeling her whole body burn up and started lightly spasming, thinking that it was time for her to climax. She wondered how she is going to fare after her 3rd time and shuddered. Unfortunately for her, the body was responding to Haoh's handling and thrusting, releasing more sweet aroma from their love section. As they had included their very own soul to the deed, both of them started jolting and spasming as they glued to each other before they moaned in bliss as they reached their climax. Splurt. 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 Sana. Aaaaaaa. Haoh. Aaaaaaa. After so much of activity, Haoh finally let out a small moan, not because it wasn't feeling good for him all this time, but because after coming 3 times and with all the foreplay, his dick started becoming overly sensitive down there, causing all of them to look at him with a bit of a predatory look. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, More Rounds. As they heard him moan as well, all of their switches flipped and a glint could be seen in their eyes, but first, it was Ria's turn, who didn't wait for him to go to her and took the initiative. Thinking about something, she didn't rush to his arms and went in front of him as she crawled through the water bed and reached his dick before she slowly started licking it, causing Haoh to shiver. Seeing that her thoughts were correct, she placed all of it inside her mouth, choking her as it reached down her throat before she started sucking it with her lips. Seeing his reaction, the tired girls thought it was about time they get a bit of payback, especially Sana, who climaxed 3 times. Preferable and Rias had a score of 2 and Akeno surprisingly enough had 1. However, just as she thought of this, Haoh also knew it and caught the feet of Akeno, dragging her towards her as he placed her directly above his mouth before he started literally biting her pussy lips. Akeno screamed as she was sensitive down there, and feeling his teeth sunk into that sensitive spot caused her to groan and smile at the same time. Akeno, ugh. Erg. Slarp. 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 Rias started getting into the hang of it as she could tell now on what spots his dick reacted the more and focused on those. Doing that though made Haoh more aggressive towards Akeno and insert his fingers in her anus, making her relieve the earlier pain she felt. Both of them kept going at it, and eventually Haoh couldn't hold it any longer and started spasming and jolting while he bit her lips with such power, causing her to climax from that alone. Splurt. 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 Rias, on the other hand, felt her throat filled with something soft and watery choking her along with his dick in her mouth and wanted to cough as she teared up. However, just like he had sucked her juices, she didn't want to fall in the competition and started swallowing it. When she finished, she got up and placed herself as she was panting above his dick while she was slowly sitting down to make it possible to feel less pain. But others had others' plans as Sana and Sirafal appeared behind her and pushed her shoulder down, causing her pussy to swallow his dick in one go and penetrate her all the way to her womb as she felt her insides getting pressed. Rias, arg. Not letting her any time to adjust Haoh, as he was also letting moans since his dick went highway in terms of sensitivity after the blowjob he got. He started thrusting by raising his waist upwards and piercing her each time. With each passing second, more sounds of pounding her pussy, sounds from moan and giggling as the others had lost all reasons to think straight. This could be seen from the fact that they were making out with each other while Rias is getting her piece. It wasn't long that both Rias and Haoh started feeling hornier, hotter and more into it, as even Rias started jumping up and down, now making his dick hit deeper than before. This caused them to start shivering as a wave of pleasure washed both of them before they started to groan and moan and yelling, not caring about their voices. Splurt. 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 Rias, arg. Haoh, Rias fell forward and got caught by Haoh in his embrace as they were still connected with fluids overflowing from there. He turned towards the others, and just as he was about to say something, they jumped on his for more rounds. Starting another kind of different rounds with each and every one of them. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Another Battle. Just as the battle for supremacy was happening in one bedroom, somewhere else another battle was taking place as swords clashed with each other, trying to kill the other party as if they were mortal enemies. Please stop. Oh God, make them stop. Kaiba-san, Issei-san. Clang. 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 Bang. Asia, Issei-san. Kaiba, Issei. Stop worrying about others and worry about yourself. Clang. 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 Kaiba, arg. Stop. Why are you doing this? Asia-chan, there is no need for you to side with the devils. Asia, but they haven't harmed me yet. Contrary to what you two are doing. It's quite simple actually, this person and his colleague that are hiding have turned Issei into a devil. Although I want to smash his face myself, he is still a childhood friend of mine. Defiling him with your evil antics is something I can't forgive. Hearing the second person words, both Asia and Kaiba, who was clenching his shoulder, were stunned. They didn't expect Issei to have some kind of connection with the supernatural. Especially Kaiba, who knew about him from before they discovered he was the former holder of the boosted gear. Issei, who has been knocked down by one of them, finally regained his consciousness and with blurry eyes looked at the person who spoke. He kept wondering why they had come to his house while he was meeting with Kaiba. After Fried was killed, Issei had gone to Kaiba to talk about training him and told him that his house was a perfect place as it was kinda away from people. And at night not even leaves fly around there. Therefore almost every day until today Kaiba was coming and training him. However, today, just as he was training with Kaiba, suddenly two figures burst inside and started attacking Kaiba. He also entered the fray by trying to block one of them, and Asia tried to heal them, but they were stronger. Things went south when Kaiba summoned his sword, and one of them brought her sword as well, causing him to rage the moment he saw it. He kept attacking, and at one point he almost got slashed from his shoulder down, only to get pushed by Issei, who took the slash, leaving a bleeding wound on his chest. This was when Asia healed him, and then he got knocked over by the other figure, female figure, and got sent flying, resulting in the two to call out for him. Issei, ugh! Issei, Who are you two? Get out of my house! Both of them were stunned that Issei managed to come back to his senses so fast, especially the one who was next to him, as she had put quite the strength to put him out. Issei, I don't remember cute girls like you being friends with me. Issei, so why have you busted into my house like that? Issei, didn't your parents teach you manners? Kaiba and Asia were stunned to see Issei flare up like that as he slowly stood up. What surprised them though was that his eyes had changed from light brown to dark brown. All three of them heard a few chuckles from one of the girls while the other was having black lines before she clenched her fists and walked towards Issei. I see, not having a cute girl as a friend is bad for your past. Well, excuse me for not being cute back then. Bang! Silence filled the place as they watched her punch towards Issei, who somehow with the back of his palm redirected her fist towards the wall, and with his other palm he hit her in her abdomen, sending her flying passing the other wall towards the next room. Just as they wanted to say something, Issei collapsed on the ground. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Sorry? Asia, Kaiba, and the new girl kept looking at the two who were collapsed on different rooms. They immediately separated with each other as Asia and Kaiba rushed to Issei while the other one went to find the girl in of the next door. Irina. Kaiba and Asia, Issei. Isa bent down and started using her Twilight Healing Sacred Gear to heal Issei from the wounds he had both externally and internally. Issei, ugh. Seeing that he was about to wake up, Asia and Kaiba were glad. But then Kaiba stood up and held his sword towards the hole that got opened a few meters away. From there two people walked out with one supporting the other as she was staggering. You were reckless, Irina. Irina, how should I know that this fucking annoying pervert twerp could tap to his magic? Irina, even you didn't expect that, Zenovia. While they were bickering, Kaiba was on guard. He wanted to destroy the sword the blue-haired was holding with the name Zenovia, but at the same time, he wanted to protect the two behind him. However, at that moment, he felt something behind him. Issei, Irina? Irina Shadu? Shadu? Issei, you are Shadu's little sister? Kaiba, _ Asia, _ Zenovia, ha 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 ha. Irina, I am Shadu. The one and only. Sorry for being so tomboyish in the past. Hearing her outburst, Issei blanked as he tried to register her words along with her angry expression and almost teary eyes on her face. Soon as Irina continued to glare at him, he slowly opened his eyes as wide as he could, having reached the true conclusion, and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Issei, you are a girl? Irina, I want to kill him. Let me kill him. Irina raged but was held down by Zenovia, who was still laughing while Issei was petrified in his memories with this mistaken gender bender of his. Issei, ugh. You sure look more beautiful than before. Issei, I see. Come to think of it, it was weird for you to keep avoiding open contacts with others boys. So that was the reason. Issei, like in the pool for example. Irina, you are not helping. Issei, I know. I'm sorry for not realizing it back then. Just as Irina was about to berate him again, she saw him bow down to admit his mistake, causing her to swallow her words. Truth to be told, she also felt bad because she never told him from the start and continued to hang out with him. Zenovia, now it's not completely your fault, as she also never told you about it. Zenovia, plus back in England we also faced similar issues with her. Irina, che. Zenovia, well, then I would like to verify something, as we attacked here feeling the devil magic all over the place. Zenovia, Issei, you became a devil on your own? Issei, No, not really. Issei, Rias Gremory, resurrected me as I was a step away from death, or maybe I had died back then. Issei, the point is now I'm alive and well. Zenovia, I see. Really sorry about the house, we at first thought you were in danger only to come inside by bursting through the door. Zenovia, then seeing you with the wings, we thought you were forced, seeing another devil here. Issei, well, the house can be fixed if you can pay for the damages. Issei, but what both of you are doing here? Irina, we came for a mission handled to us about the scared sword fragments been stolen. Asia, that's. Issei, surprisingly enough you came to the right people. Irina, how so? Issei, I don't know who stole them. But I know that a guy named Fried used 4 of them and are now in the possession of Rias's fiancé. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Little Things. Irina, Rias Gremoris. Zenobia, fiancé? Zenobia, you mean Riser? Issei, no, not him. They dissolved their engagement and she is now on her own will with someone instead of getting married to someone arranged by her family. Irina, really? Why didn't we hear anything about this? Zenobia, possibly because we were doing missions. Irina, anyway, where can we find him? Irina asked in general, mostly focusing on Issei, but then she got confused and they all felt something was amiss. Issei, Asia, and Kaiba looked at each other, which seemed suspicious at first, but then Zenobia and Irina finally realized the truth. They had no idea where he was staying. Irina and Zenobia looked at each other and then at the mess they had created on their own fault and had wry smiles, because in order to repair Issei's house they will be left with almost nothing to pass by. Forget mentioning where to stay, as they could seek refuge from a church dorm, but what about their food and coffees, ice creams and few other delicacies like cakes and everything else? The answer was a big no. They couldn't live without that. Just as they were about to ask Issei if they could pay half of them up front, they saw him sitting down and started collecting the broken pieces. Issei, I think I have a few tools in the storage room that might help me fix at least half of them or combine them to create new staffs. Kaiba, Issei, what is it that you need? Issei, I don't know yet, but the most difficult to fix would be the wall, I guess. Issei, as for the door, I think I can create a new style that will hide the broken parts. Just as Issei was talking to himself about how he can magically return everything back to normal with a few pointers here and there, a bat flew inside and landed on Kaiba. It was Ria's familiar, which she used for info and spying. Seeing it here, Kaiba knew it was for a summon to all members of the club and called Issei. Zenobia, wait. Can we come as well? Irina, we want to talk to that man. Kaiba, you can come, as you know Issei, but I have no idea if the president will meet you, much less meet her fiancé. Zenobia, good, as long as we can come as well. Back to the home of Haoh, as they had finished their last round falling down from exhaustion, Rias had sent 2 messengers towards his other members, but then she remembered that Konako was on the floor above. Haoh, Rias, why did you want to call a meeting now? Rias, even though it's tempting to pass time like this, I need to notify all the others about the upcoming peace treaty. Rias, I believe even Sana had sent her familiars to them. Haoh, sigh. You girls don't know the meaning of rest or relaxing. Akeno, phew, we are devils, there is no rest for us, just mental relievers from time to time. Haoh, oh. Sirafal, ugh. Now that you reminded me, I still have tons of paperwork in my office. Haoh, and you still have time for magical girls, hey? Sirafal, always for that and for my Sonatan. Haoh, nope, she is my Sonatan. Sirafal, no, mine. Haoh, mine. Sana, kya? Rias, what are you doing? Rias, how about we proclaim her as ours? Akeno, this might not be so bad. Both, traitors. Akeno, see, you agreed on something. Both of them looked at each other and sparks of war was raised for ownership of Sonatan, even though she is officially his fiancée, and they did the deed which sealed the deal between them. After a few minutes passed, Haoh also got up from the bed and told them that he will come as well. Who knows, perhaps something interesting will happen. A/N, edited by Angelus 250. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Keeping Tabs. After close to an hour all of them had reached their occult club room and waited for Kaiba and Issei. It wasn't that far-fetched to say that they were somewhat annoyed not to find them here waiting for them. Maybe something held them back? Rias, I can understand about Kaiba since he is doing devil contracts, but Issei lives closer than us who took a taxi to come here as your house is 2 hours away by walking. Maybe someone destroyed his house and he didn't get the message? And then maybe Kaiba had to go and find him? Akeno, that's a few maybe there, Ho-kun. Well, I forgot to tell you about it but... After going through the whole ordeal of his story with Fried that ended up with him being dead, last but not least Issei saving poor Asia and he collecting the 4 fragments. Well, the system did but oh well. DxD, _ A carry, ha, that's what you get for helping him. As he heard A carry, he sweated before trying to sugarcoat his system and at the same time, he started thinking about something. Wasn't one of the fragments that Fried used, in the possession of Irina in the canon? If he remembers correctly Michael sent them here to retrieve the stolen ones from the church and along the way Fried took her sword as well. Then along with the 3 that Kokabeel gave him, he had fused them into one beating everyone to a pulp. Well not that he cared anyway it's his path now so he doesn't care about the original that much expect a few points where he can get darkness pillars. But still, he wondered about the treaty. He knew that they were small traces inclining towards it and was solidified after Kokabeel and his followers stole the 3 fragments from the church and then was defeated by Vali. I wonder what transpired before him that made the talks about the treaty move on. Or can it be because he wanted to continue the war and faced opposition from Azazel and Shemhazai which made them realize they need something to deal with future problems? Seeing this situation, then Kokabeel eventually turned his attention to the Kuah Academy that both the Gremari and Satrai clan attend. He hoped that by killing them, he would be able to initiate a second Great War. It seems that both timelines share many things that stand true with the exception that now that Fried is dead and he had lost the fragments, therefore, Kokabeel's plan had been ruined. But thinking along these lines, it seems the 3 factions held accounts for possible enemies within and therefore decided to come out with a treaty. But still, I wondered how the hell did he stole the mimic fragment from Irina this time? As if the heavens answered his call, the door opened and Kaiba with Issei entered inside accompanied by a fidgeting Asia who was holding the clothes of Issei not willing to let go. Rias, both of you are late. Kaiba, President we are really sorry. We will explain later but first thing first there are 2 people that wish to speak with Ho. Rias, Akeno, Konako and Ross Weiss who were sitting on the couch all turned to look suspiciously towards him before he shook his head as he had nothing to do with this. Akeno, Phew, are they girls? Issei, yes. Akeno-san. Ho saw them looking at his direction again and this time he yelled in his mind for the injustice he was getting right now. Kaiba, President. I don't think they know him because it hasn't been a few hours they came to town. Akeno, Phew, so a foreign Hui. Rias, tell them to come inside. Hearing her words, Kaiba nodded to her and went outside to bring them inside. Seeing them coming inside, Ho thought that he will get the answer he wanted. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The 7 Parts of Excalibur. Ho watched Irina who was a beautiful young woman with chestnut hair and violet eyes. Her hair is usually tied into twin tails, each held with a blue scrunchie, but on some occasions, she lets her hair down. She wears the standard church battle attire and on top of that some kind of white-grey cloak. On the other hand, Zenobia is a young woman with chin-length blue hair with a dyed green fringe on the right side and dark yellow. From what Ho could see through their opened cloak from their chest, their battle attire consists of a black, skin-tight, short-sleeve leotard with pauldrons, matching fingerless gloves that extend to her biceps, and thigh-high boots, all of which are adorned with straps. Both of them also wear a crucifix around their neck. Irina, have you looked enough, pervert? Ho, To be honest, no. Those cloaks are in the way. Ho, and there is something that always kept bugging me about female followers like yourselves. Irina, like what? Ho, don't you feel crashed in a certain area with those tight battlesuits? Irina covered her boobs while yelling pervert at him. Zenobia though had a thoughtful expression as she pondered over it and actually answered back to him. Zenobia, it was hard at first for us with assets. Ho, pfffttt. Zaxa, I wasn't expecting an answer. I only wanted to tease two cute girls. Ho, anyway how can I help you too? Zenobia, we would like to talk about the fragments and if possible peacefully return them to us. Ho, there is no merit for me. Irina, ha? Merit? Those are the church properties, they are meant to protect people like you. Ho, then by having them in my possession I am protected. Ho, after all two cuties wouldn't let me get hurt, right? Irina, can I kill him? Please tell me I can kill him? Zenobia, Irina, he is messing with you. Ho watched their interaction and smiled as their personalities differ a bit than what he originally had seen. However, just as he thought of this, Zenobia changed completely from a calm and somewhat carefree attitude to a more serious one, as this was her mission. Zenobia, then since you are not bent on giving the... Ho, no, I want to give them, but I'm just waiting for Michael to appear. He can't tell them that he wishes to meet with Gabriel, right? Sparks flew from their eyes when they heard him casual talk about Michael, one of the great seraphs like that, and both of them released angry expressions. Ho, but till he comes I have a few questions that I want you to answer, doing that I may return Irina's own fragment. Ho, how did you let your sword be stolen? Irina, ugh. Ho, I know in fact that only 3 were stolen. One was in your possession, while another it's in your hands, Zenobia. Ho, that made it 5. As for the other 2. Ho, Holy Sword of Blessing and Sword of Ruler, their whereabouts are unknown to the masses, but few know who has them. Ho, all in all, those wielders are strong to have them. So how someone like you lost one of them? Ho, you look awfully weak in my eyes. Ho, now please satisfy my curiosity, and as promised I will return the Holy Sword of Mimic back to you. Irina, how can we trust a devil like you? Ho, but... Irina, and a perverted devil at that. Ho, but... Rias, pfttt. Konako, pervert. Ho, but... Akeno, fu, he is not just any pervert. But he has a divinity on that role. Ross Weiss, giggle. Ho, but... Girls? I'm... human. That's what you are saddened about? Is what crossed through everyone's head when he complained back. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Challenge. Seeing him mopping through the floor, they were speechless. He denied being a devil but not a pervert. Zenobia and Irina were stunned because if they remembered correctly from what Issei had said, he is the fiancé of Rias. The fact that he was a human made them feel even more disgust in him. Irina, you. How can you be together with those devils? Zenobia, that's right. Ho, ha? Come again? Zenobia, as a fellow human you should know that we are trying to protect the world by them. By people that help devils such as this witch over there. Just as Rias was about to explode in anger, and the same was with the rest, and Issei of saying that Asia was a witch, Ho burst in laughter. Ho, ha 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 ha. While he was laughing as he kept looking at them unable to control his tears, he was also speaking with Akari in his mind. Akari, turns out they do have the same personality as in the beginning. Akari, you just have to strike at their beliefs. Ho, now I wonder what would their beliefs become if they learned that the one they believe is long dead. Ho, I was thinking of adding in the future Zenobia to the darkness pillars, and now both of them gave me a reason to do it. Returning back to reality where he was looking at them, he finally stopped laughing and his face became serious. Ho, by them? By you? None of this matters to me. Haoh, the world is protected by those who see the whole picture of it, not by naive little girls opening their mouths here and there. Haoh, there are more races in this world apart from us. Who are you two to blatantly insult others? Zenobia and Irina got stunned by his sudden change before they registered his words. Who were they? Weren't they chosen ones by God to protect this world from harmful elements? Zenobia and Irina had enough of his mocking gaze, thinking that they were idiots. Zenobia took out her Excalibur fragment and passed it to Irina, while she then took out another sword, shocking everyone that she could control two of them. Irina, that's it, we had enough. Zenobia, that's right. Let's go out. We will take the sword from you by force while teaching you a lesson. When the girls heard that, as they looked at Irina and Zenobia along with the smile Haoh had, they had a bad feeling, as they knew from experience through what happened to Konako. Seeing them ready to fight, Haoh simply chuckled at them before getting up and telling Rias where should they fight because it's still night. At evening he had to comfort Surtsks about Graphia, then he had a few hours of exercise with the girls, and in the middle of the night, Rias and Sana called their members to notify them about their own matters. Although he didn't mind the night activities outside, he preferred if he had activities on his bedroom every night. He also had the problem of balancing his spaces in his gear to the half-light, half-darkness. Since he had two potential idiots in front of him, why not add them? Plus he was curious as to what kind of space will be created based on their needs inside. Rias, since we have 2 to 3 hours before the sun rises, we can go to the back of the school. Even if we damage anything there, we will have time to fix it. Haoh, then what are we waiting for? After his parting words, Haoh started walking towards the designated area Rias pointed out, and the rest one by one started following as well. Haoh, on the other hand, was cheering inside his mind, as this would be the luckiest 24 hours of his life, gaining 4 pillars. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Zenovia's Nightmare. On the back of the school, Haoh was facing both Zenobia and Irina with a calm expression, but inside he was cheering for getting a new darkness pillar. Rias, Akeno, Konako, and Ross Weiss, who had decided to act as a judge, stood at the side and waited for them to get ready before she gives the signal. Haoh, both of you can come at me at once or one-on-one. Zenobia, I will come first. There is no reason for both of us to teach an arrogant, useless human with no values. Haoh, hoh. Haoh, so you think you can beat me? Irina, obviously she can. And she won't even use her strongest sword. Haoh, ha 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 ha, now that's quite amusing. Haoh, I'm willing to bet the other pieces that within 30 seconds she will use Durandal, and after 30 more she will dual wield only to grovel on the ground at the end of it. Irina, fat chance. Irina, if that were to happen I will. Zenobia, you will not do anything, Irina. Just before Irina could say her terms, Zenobia cut her off as she felt something was off. Rias and the rest seemed way too calm. Just as she focused back on Haoh, she then felt a few people coming over and saw that it was Sana with her peerage looking at her like she had already lost. She was ticked off, and at the same time Irina also picked up the unusualness of how things stood along with their attitudes. Haoh, AI, both of you are so stupid. If only you would have answered me, you would have taken one fragment back and then reported to your superiors that I have the rest of them. Haoh, that way my chances of meeting Michael would have been higher. Irina, shut up. A human like you has no right to speak of his name. Give them back to us and maybe we will spare you. Haoh, in your dreams. Zenobia, in that case, I'll take them by force. Both of them looked at Roswius and she raised her hand before lowering it, indicating the start of the match. Both of them dashed at each other, with Zenobia being faster than Haoh as her body was refined from countless spars even though she didn't have a huge magic value. She then waved her sword and thrust forward only to be stunned at the next second, as she had suddenly felt she missed, and not only that but her body spasmed as she groaned before she dropped her sword down. She panted heavily as she looked in front of her and saw Haoh looking down on her. Irina was stunned as well. She only saw a frontal stab from Zenobia, and in the next second Haoh was standing 2 to 3 steps backwards while she almost fell down. Zenobia, you. Ho, I what? We are fighting, so fight. Ho dashed forward as he drew his punch backwards ready to assault her, but before he managed to punch her, Zenobia ignored her condition and picked up the sword, slashing horizontally with the intention of cutting him in two. Just as the sword passed with such speed from his waist and everyone expected for him to be split in half, Zenobia's face distorted as she groaned again and lost her strength in her legs. Before she even had time to register what happened, she felt a hand in her face as she was blown backwards. Irina, so fast. When she saw Zenobia's sword passing through him, she felt like they had won, but then Zenobia groaned and she could see his figure distort a bit before she sent Zenobia flying by gripping her face. Gritting her teeth, Zenobia landed and bent her knees, which squeezed a certain area as she glared daggers at Haoh. She rushed forward and gripped her sword again and frantically started cutting him here and there, all the while second after a second she bore unbearable things through her body. This fight turned from the first few seconds into a nightmare for her. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Zenobia's Nightmare. 2. Going back to their first dash, as they were about to clash with each other, Haoh let Zenobia's sword pierce through his heart, which stunned her as that wasn't her intention. However, how should she know that he won't even attempt to dodge? At that moment, even before his blood flowed out, the time around him and Zenobia froze. Haoh, who groaned in pain, got hold of the tip of her sword and felt his wound already healed. He grinned as this was the first time he had frozen the space after the integration of boosted gear and his powers up. He looked at Zenobia and noticed that she was completely frozen in a thrusting motion forward, as from her waist and upwards was bent forward. He then pondered over as to why this had happened and figured it out. Haoh, I see. I can control everything, including if I want them to move their head and witness my deeds. Haoh, hey system. If the 2 hours pass, does that mean she will be official my dark pillar? DxD, if that's how host wished is, then yes. Haoh, I see. Then if I play with her now and then turn her into a pillar, will she feel everything afterwards? DxD, yes, she will feel everything, as she will be bound to you. Haoh, then bind her as my darkness pillar since she killed me. DxD, done. Haoh, now then I wonder how will our fight seem outside by you constantly attacking me, my gear freezes the space and me playing with you. Haoh started walking towards her and placed his hands on her boobs, fondling her, enjoying the soft feeling with her tight suit. He then started rubbing his hands all over her body until he reached below where her things were half spread open for holding the foothold of her thrust. He lightly opened a gap in her suit from the right side of her thigh and inserted his hand inside while starting rubbing her pussy. After he did so for 10 minutes, he noticed that she wasn't wet yet, and then hit him that this place was frozen in time. Thinking like that, he inserts one finger first and played around in her vagina. With the help of her tight suit, his hand was pushed further, making his finger enter deeper. After he has done that for 10 minutes, he withdrew his hand and then went in front of her and willed his gear to unfreeze the place. When it did, Zenobia was stunned to see she had missed, even though she was sure he had been pierced, and at that moment she felt her lower region being ravaged as she fell down and groaned. Zenobia, you. Haoh, I what? We are fighting, so fight. Haoh then dashed forward as he drew his punch backwards ready to assault her, but before he managed to punch her, Zenobia ignored her condition, slashed horizontally. As the sword passed with such speed from his waist and everyone expected for him to be split in half, without everyone realizing it, space froze again in violation of those attacking Haoh, as they belonged to a pillar. After waiting for a few minutes to be healed and without worrying that he will get a penalty like the time with Sana and Rias as they belonged to the light pillar, he started fondling her again, but this time she inserts inside her 2 fingers. When time resumed again, Zenobia's face distorted as she groaned again and lost her strength in her legs. Just as she felt her legs go jelly and also feeling wet down there, she suddenly felt a hand on her head which blew her backwards. This continued on and on until Zenobia's face had become so red that everyone who knew what he was doing as he was depleting their magic. Sana's peerage and Irina only saw a high-speed battle like none others, as they mistook Haoh's misplacements for being way too fast and that Zenobia was almost ready to explode in anger. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Zenovia's Nightmare. 3. Within 15 seconds Zenovia had changed more than 50 shades of red from both embarrassment and anger, as she knew that somehow this was his doing. On the 25th second Zenovia held her sword with one hand while with the other she called out Durandal. She stopped in her tracks, and as she panted heavily while her body was incredibly hot from everything she had felt so far, she looked with hatred towards Haoh. Zenovia, one tooth of Saint Peter, the blood of Saint Basil, hair of Saint Denis, and a piece of the raiment of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Hear my plea. Suddenly the space on the right side from what Haoh could see started rippling, and a hilt came out, which he knew it was the Durandal. The Durandal is a uniquely shaped broadsword with a blue blade and a golden edge. The sword has a semicircular guard on the left side of the handle that extends to the bottom just above the pommel, with a small extension on the right side of the handle. Standing from the tip of the blade, the Durandal is slightly taller than Zenovia, surpassing the latter's height by just a few centimeters. Irina, she actually used it, before the 30 seconds mark. Suddenly the sword, feeling her host wielding another sword, started buzzing as it refused that inferior fragment to be with her. Just as it had started gathering holy aura, and before it could release it on her, Haoh's voice spoke to it, stopping it in its tracks. Haoh, oi! She is mine! Durandal suddenly froze from its buzzing, and Zenovia flinched when she heard that, and in RESP once, she wielded the gathered up holy aura and slashed, sending a slashing wave at him while yelling. Zenovia, in your dreams! Boom! But at that moment she realized her mistake from all the pent-up anger she had, as just before her attack connected, she saw him smiling mischievously. Zenovia, damn! Almost instantly Haoh appeared in front of her and pushed his palm forward as her whole body spasmed and trembled to send her flying. Bang! Zenovia, ugh! Ah! While Zenovia rolled on the ground and hit on the walls of the academy, breaking through them, Haoh was panting, as it had taken him a freaking hour to restore himself from losing his half-body. Therefore, as payback, he roughed her up with his fingers, sucked her lips, her breasts, and after finally, he ravaged her vagina with 3 fingers, as it was slippery from the previous times. He sucked all her juices at that moment. Then he used the last 10 minutes he had to place her suit back with the help of his system, and thankfully it was free. As she was rolling, Zenovia couldn't keep her voice down from her climaxing, as this time it was the most intense she had felt the whole time. Irina and Sana's peerage thought for a moment that Haoh hit her chest, which caused her to be unable to breathe, causing her to gasp for air, and at the same time, sweated to catch her breath. They then saw Haoh going inside the rumbles. Just as the worst came to her mind, she charged forward in order to help Zenovia, but before she could, she heard rustling sounds coming from inside as Zenovia was dragging herself out. Her whole face was a mess and her body was drenched in her so-called sweat. Irina would have never imagined she would have seen Zenovia like this. Just as she was distracted, Haoh rushed towards her with the intentions of finishing her off. Irina, che! Wait the fuck up! As she mustered herself up, Zenovia glared at Irina not to interfere, but it was too late for her to do that, as Haoh was already upon her. Just as he punched at her, she sidestepped, letting the punch pass by from her right cheek, and then stabbed Haoh as she had hidden both swords behind her. Haoh, ugh! Zenovia, I woe, oh, n. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Zenovia's Nightmare. 4. The last thing Zenovia remembered was that she stabbed Haoh and hugged him at the same time, as she didn't want him to escape like other times, and declared her win. Haoh, who said you won? Zenovia snapped, her eyes wide open as she was frozen in place, having taken a hugging position with the swords floating in front of her. No, it seemed they were frozen in place, and noticed that was true, as both swords had blood on them. She then tried to move and realized that she could only move her head. Haoh, oi! Are you alive? Haoh, what an idiot, of course you are. Zenovia, you. Zenovia, how are you alive? Haoh, but I never died. Haoh, well, you did kill me numerous times, but you have to try harder than that. Zenovia, I killed you? Then all those times my sword was passing from your neck and heart or stabbing your head. Ho, out of 30 times your sword found its way in my body you only killed me 10 times. Zenobia, what is your power and how you were doing all that in my body? Ho, first of all I let you killed me the first time to place a curse in you. Ho, when that happened, time except for me, froze. Ho, for me, 2 hours passed while you only felt a split second. Zenobia, and you used all that to assault my body? Ho, as you said I'm a pervert, therefore I crave for beautiful girls. Zenobia, you. Ho, as I placed the curse on you on the first time you killed me, then when you landed an attack on me space froze automatically as we are bound by something like. Zenobia, slave? You made me a slave? Ho, nah. Not on that scale. But if you want I could totally treat you like one. Ho, anyway. I have a few things to tell you because I believe you are more reasonable than Irina, furthermore I believe you are way cuter than her. Zenobia swallowed back her words when she heard that and her face flushed with tinges of rosy colors as she fantasized what he had done to her. Just as she fantasized all that suddenly her face became pale as she thought of something and couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. Zenobia, you. Why you? Didn't he? Do me right? Ho, No. Zenobia released a relieving breath but then she felt something was off and couldn't help but look at his pants thinking that he had some kind of problem. Black lines were raised in Haoh's forehead as he knew what was going through her mind. Ho, ahem. It seems I need to talk to you a bit about myself and my character. He then proceeded to talk to the red Zenobia from embarrassment as she looked at his dick about his gear and the pillars since they had 2 hours. After taking half an hour to narrate all the goods and bad things of it both sides and answering a few questions that Zenobia had on her own, he heard Zenobia's voice. Zenobia, No wonder I felt my magic draining when I slash at you. You were also using my own reserves to heal. Zenobia, that was cheating. Ho, don't sweat the small details. Now on more serious things and mostly why I chose you as my pillar. Seeing his serious face, Zenobia sat down normally as she could now move when she had heard that as long as she accepts her position she would be able to move normally. Ho, the reason I want the fragments is because I want to bait Gabriel to be my light pillar. Ho, I want to do this because this world has already gone down towards destruction as. Ho, God is no more. Zenobia when she heard that simply let out an "eh," while her face had frozen from the shock of what she had heard and tried to swallow all of this. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Zenobia's Nightmare. 5. Ho, the god is dead. Zenobia, that's impossible. Zenobia, you are lying. Ho, is the bitter truth. Zenobia, on what basis you have said that that is blasphemy towards our Lord? Ho, and I'm telling you that that Lord is no longer living among the heavens. Ho, God is responsible for the lives of trillions of people even those that had lost their way and became fallen. Ho, He is also responsible for those that have gone to hell where the god Hades reside to watch over them for their reincarnation to being humans again. Ho, He is responsible for many races. Ho, the God of the Bible created the sacred gears as part of his system to enact miracles on earth. Zenobia listened to him and his rumbling about his responsibilities until then something clicked on her. If he is responsible for the races then how come hybrids exist? How come sacred gears can now be used by devils? To her knowledge, this isn't possible because God oversees everything. The more she thought, the more her eyes opened wide in realization until she started breathing heavily as she couldn't handle the truth. It was like her whole world was a lie. Ho, hoh? Did you realized? Ho, even if you didn't it will come to be true when Michael arrives here. Ho, since he is the current holder of the heavens and tried to oversee everything, he is in a position where he can't lie. Ho, therefore the moment you ask him a question he will answer the truth and only the truth. Zenobia, and why should I believe everything you said? Zenobia, as far as I'm concerned you are a pervert who thinks only to bang girls. Haoh, later on you will realize the benefits of being my pillar. Haoh, after all, it's another thing me telling you something that seeing it yourself. Haoh, and it's time to leave this place and return to the normal flow, so come here. Zenobia, what for? Haoh, stab me but avoid vitals, otherwise you will be stuck here forever. As for trying to kill me, Haoh, at the same time hug me as you did before passing out. Zenovia's eyes showed a glint when she heard to stab him, but immediately blushed when she heard him saying she needs to hug him. Zenobia thought for a bit and then yelled at him. Zenobia, bullshits! You can use the unfreeze trick like you did before and barely avoid it. Zenobia, you simply wish to fondle me. Haoh, damn, I got found out. Zenobia, fat chance. You will never touch me again. Haoh, never say never, little girl. The moment Haoh finished speaking, he dashed forward in a punching motion, and realizing what he wanted to do as they were close to the rumbles, she grabbed the sword stuck in the air. Waiting for him to reach close, she heard something that made him lose her footing as the time ended and the space was unfrozen. Haoh, your wet pussy was so tasty when I sucked it with my lips and tongue. Zenobia, what? Bam! As she was stunned from what she heard and remembering the sensation down in her pussy, her face immediately became red and tripped, which caused both of them to open their eyes wide open. Both fell on each other embrace and stumbled down. When Irina was close enough, she saw Haoh on top of Zenobia kissing her while her swords had ripped his clothes sideways, missing their target. All the girls who saw this froze, and many sighed as they knew they gained another darkness pillar, while someone was pointing a trembling finger at the two. Irina, what, ar? Why you doing? Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Thoughts. Irina's thoughts were in turmoil when she watched her partner being kissed by this pervert. Irina, get off her! Zenobia, get off me! Haoh, ugh! What the hell? As they both yelled at him, Irina tried to punch him while Zenobia pushed him away with whatever strength she had. She felt her body being assaulted countless times in bed by him, but then she recalled every sensation she was feeling after the space unfroze. She could recall everything now that she was a bit calmer, everything he did with his hands and tongue like a memory being engraved in her body. When the sensation of the recollection reached her thighs, she shivered yet again and blushed to the point of changing colors. Irina, Zenobia. Seeing her like that, Irina thought she wanted to vomit blood from the color of her face. She then turned angrily and glared at Haoh, who had a poker-like expression on his face. Irina, you did this. Irina, you will pay for it. Before he could answer or Zenobia say anything, Irina charged at him, and this time she was prepared to counter him. After the fist landed on his abdomen and got sent flying, Irina twisted her body and threw a round table kick in every direction. Zenobia watched as she landed the first hit and then sighed as she thought Irina was a goner as well. She saw her performing acrobatics. Haoh's head slid away a few meters and stumbled down as he clenched his stomach, was groaning. Irina, this is weird, I thought he would counter like he did with Zenobia. Hearing saying that, Haoh wanted to cry. Did this girl thought that my cheat in freezing after I die and I'm freezing works on every attack? Before he could say it, thought, Irina crossed her hands together and finally saw the light. Irina, can it be his counter only works when it's life-threatening? Irina, perfect. This time I'll beat him up. Zenobia, wait. Failing to listen to her, Irina charged ahead once again and tried to perform combos with elbows, fists, knees and leg whips towards his limbs, avoiding his vital spots. Surprisingly enough, Zenobia, who was watching and having learned about his gear, was impressed as Irina, without knowing, found a legit way to beat him up. Even the rest had eyes wide open, if only they knew from the start, especially the ones that did kill him. Although right now all of them are in high heavens, and even if they knew, with such benefits they would kill him again. Just as a kick was raised and almost landed in his chest, avoiding his heart and closing in the middle, a hand caught the lead, surprising everyone. Haoh, I finally got used to my body's powered-up state. Boom. Irina, ugh. At the same time as he caught her leg, Haoh spoke a few words, leaving everyone in disbelief about what he said before he flanked and punched at Irina's ribs, blowing her away. Out of everyone there, only 2 people had an epiphany about what he meant. His powers had doubled with Zira Fall and then doubled again with Graphia. This caused his body to be a bit disordered. However, if they were to hear what he was speaking in his mind while he was getting a piece, they would beat him up as well. While he was getting pummeled here and there, he had concentrated every inch, every fiber of his eyes, observing the curves of Irina and scanning her whole body. It was when he finished that he realized he got badly beaten up and thought of an excuse. "Haoh, now, with round 2, let's set a bet between us, shall we?" Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Bet. Irina, what kind of bet? Irina, and why should I bet with you? Haoh, don't you want the fragments in my possession? Irina, ugh. What will the bet entail? Haoh, nothing much. You win, you get them. Haoh, you lose, I get you. A few small strands of vines blew on the ground as silence fell and leaves dance around when he finished his words. It took a few seconds for Irina to register what he said and how he said it before she blushed and covered her breasts. Irina, pervert. Haoh, okay, I know I am. But how the hell did you thought of that first? Haoh, maybe I want you as a bodyguard. Irina, your eyes are shining with stars in them. It can only mean you lust for my body. Haoh, sigh. True, oh well. So what is it gonna be? Haoh, just so you know, for an unknown reason that you will only learn when you wild to me, Zenovia is mine from the moment she lost. Irina, Irina was shocked to hear that and turned towards Zenovia, who was sitting down on her knees and supporting herself on the destroyed walls as she was watching them, smiling bitterly, unable to refute his words. Irina, you. What did you do to her? Haoh, beat me and I'll tell you, while at the same time I will return the swords. Lose and you are mine. Haoh, however, just to be fair. Before we fought, Zenovia handled you the destruction fragment and drew another holy sword. Haoh, but as she wanted to fight one-on-one, you handled it back on her. Haoh, therefore you have been fighting with your hands. Haoh, fight with your full strength. Irina looked at him and then at Zenovia, who was gripping on Durandal on one hand and the fragment on the other. She then threw the fragment towards Irina, and while she was at it she placed her hand forward and a small ripple appeared as she took another sword. It was the sword she drew before the match. It was an imitation based on the Sword of Destruction, and the only thing it could do was to power up Light Base's attacks. She threw that one to Irina as well, which made Irina dual wield from the start of their match. Haoh, good. Now if you lose, don't complain to others. Irina, lose? I will send you straight to hell. Irina dashed and slashed with her 2 swords at his head. Haoh dodged as he didn't want to place Irina as darkness pillar but light. Of course, that will change in the off chance he will really die in this match. He stepped backwards and then launched himself forward while punching out, colliding with the swords as she turned them sideways. Just as Irina was about to let withdraw one of her swords blocking his fist and slash out, she failed to see something akin to a whip coming from below. This resulted in her wrists getting hit by his leg and blew her swords over her back as she also bent backwards from the force of it. Haoh smirked as he had long prepared his other fist to punch out, and as he did just before he could hit her chest, Irina did a backflip and swept her legs upwards, hitting his hand and blowing him away. Haoh, che. Copycat. Irina, I'm not. Haoh, you are. You use a leg sweep just like I did. Irina, no I didn't. I used a roundhouse sweep. Haoh, oh yeah? Haoh dashed again, and as he was about 3 meters away from her, he jumped and started rolling in the air before bringing down his right leg as a hammer, making Irina jump backwards this time. Irina, not wanting to miss this chance, she launched herself forward and thrust her imitation sword forward. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Copycat. Everyone who was watching them going back and forth like that really thought that Irina fits her role of copycat. Just as she thrust her sword forward, she reminded them of Haoh punching earlier. They saw Haoh waiting for the last second before he swiped his hand at the last second and hit her sword sideways, making it miss his head by a few centimeters. As she expected that, she thrust her other sword forward while twisting a bit her waist sideways to reach him faster. Unfortunately for her, Haoh swiped his left hand and redirected her sword again, missing his head a second time. Irina no longer had a sword in her zone of attack, and this favored Haoh as he swept his feet upwards to try and hit her face. No mercy at all. However, before he managed to hit her, Irina twisted her waist and right leg backwards, making her head bent back as well as she raised her left leg in inhuman speeds forward. Both of their kicks clashed against each other and backed away, and Haoh lashed out at her. "Haoh, what the hell? Stop copying me! You freaking copycat!" "Irina, hey? I'm not." "Haoh, you are. Look at their faces." "Haoh, whatever I do, be it punching or swiping, you do the same." "Haoh, the only difference is instead of fists you use a sword to punch. In that case, stab me to death." Irina was speechless and looked at all of them face-palming themselves, as this was indeed what Irina was doing. When she thought back to the clash they had so far, if you take her swords away, it really looked like she was copying him, which caused her to turn red from embarrassment. However, instead of lashing out, she held her swords in front of her and launched herself forward like an arrow before she put strength in her thighs and jumped in the air while spinning forward like a wheel. She then fell on the spot of Haoh's and tried to cut him up vertically, only to miss as Haoh dodged sideways and kicked forward, hitting her ribs, sending her flying. Bang! "Irina, ugh! Haoh, stop copying me! Haoh, I used the wheel earlier." "Haoh, oh, forget it, I will call you copycat from now on." Irina, who got up and groaned as his kick must have broken one or two of her ribs, heard that she was furious, and instead of dashing forward like before, she yelled at him. "Irina, go to hell!" She gripped tightly her swords and threw them forward like arrows as she was pissed, and Haoh, who wasn't expecting that, as he rushed forward, got his shoulders grazed from both sides while the swords got nailed behind him in the ground. He froze as blood burst from his cuts on his shoulder, and when he looked at Irina he saw her giving him the middle finger, making veins to appear on his head. Zenobia, who was watching this, thought that two 8-year-old kids were fighting instead of teens. It wasn't just her, the others were face-palming themselves. However, at that moment Irina fell backwards and fainted, making them puzzle. "Zenobia, what happened?" "Haoh, and here I was thinking when she will fall." "Zenobia, what did you do?" "Haoh, when I kicked her earlier I aimed a bit higher than her lower ribs, targeting her lungs. Haoh, I probably broke one or two of them and shook her lungs, which cut off her breath." Zenobia paled when she heard it and thought of the worst case scenario, which was bones piercing her lungs, and as she had rest a bit she went slowly to check her out. When she reached her, she checked her out slowly by fondling her slowly and sighed as she could feel where the broken pieces were. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Princess Carrie. "Zenobia, you... what if you killed her?" "Haoh, I don't think there was enough force in that kick to pulverize her inside and kill her." "Zenobia, but you broke her ribs, what if one of them punctured her lungs?" "Haoh, then she would have had trouble breathing when she got up, but instead she had enough power to send 2 sword arrows." Zenobia was speechless at him, even more so when she heard his next words. "Haoh, plus, she couldn't copy that." Zenobia completely ignored him and tended to Iron's broken bones with her magic, although she couldn't do much and could only place them back to their original spot. That was more than enough. After that she tried to lift her up, but as her body was still feeling the after effects of spasming countless times, she couldn't. She then felt someone lifting Irina up and saw it was Haoh, who was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Haoh, does this count as a Princess Carrie?" Rias, Konako, and Ross Weiss sighed inwardly from his antics, while Akeno had an evil grin on her face as his sadist tendencies started showing. Haoh, who looked at everyone, saw that and thought back in his mind that he needed to turn Akeno a complete M, and for that, they need quality time together with no one else interrupting them. He then saw Sana and her peerage leaving as they had come to see the show and how it will turn out. Just as he started walking as well, he turned to Rias and asked about the wall who they destroyed, how they will fix it. Rias, sigh. Ross Weiss, sigh. Rias and Ross Weiss sighed as they had to do chores and waved their hands towards the rumbles. Haoh then saw all the rocks and pieces started floating in the air and reverting back to where they were. At first, he thought it was time magic, but as he remembered that neither of them possesses that kind of magic, he got curious and walked closer while carrying Irina. He saw the wall being fixed but not fixed. It was like they glued a few parts here and there with their magic to reform the wall and look like it was never broken. But if someone comes closer they would see spiderweb cracks here and there. Haoh, I see you only mended it together. Rias, I will send someone later one to build this part from scratch. Ross Weiss, furthermore normal humans will only see a normal wall, not a cracked one. Haoh, I see, that's convenient. Haoh, well then let's return back to where we were in the club room and wait for this sleepyhead to wake up. Everyone followed behind him as he had gone ahead, and Zenobia saw his shoulders as he was behind him already healed and thought she knew how he healed so fast. She was still shocked. She wondered what the benefits will be since she became a darkness pillar. At the same time, she wondered what benefits Irina will have. As they stepped inside the club room, Irina groaned as she opened her eyes and looked around in a daze before her vision cleared up and saw Haoh carrying her inside in a princess carry. Irina, WWH what? Irina, what are you doing? Haoh, what you say? You lost and you are mine. Irina, I did not. Haoh, you did. You passed out when you threw your swords at me. Zenobia, Irina, I hate to bring it to you but he is right. Zenobia, when you got hit in your ribs, your lungs got shaken badly leaving you breathless, but as you were angry and threw your swords you fainted. Zenobia, this counts as your loss. Also, don't move too much as you have broken ribs. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Light Pillar. Irina tried to remember what happened and recalled that after she tried to slash Haoh, he kicked her in her ribs sending her flying crashing on the ground. When she got up she felt pain in that area and knew she had broken 1 or 2 ribs. Before she could even catch her breath she heard him yelling again about copying him again before she stood up and threw her swords at him in order to create a difference. Just as she thought she hit him and blood flowed from his shoulders she raised her middle finger and then dizziness. Irina, ugh. Damn. Haoh, if it makes you feel better you did slash me. Irina, I don't see the bloody wounds. Haoh, that's because I healed. But you can see the blood stains that are fresh in my clothes. Irina, it's not helping. Haoh, oh well, whatever, the point is that you lost. According to our bet, you are to become mine. Irina, oh right. What did you mean that Zenobia was yours? Haoh, show her the mark on your neck. Zenobia, sigh. Here. Zenobia, who already knew about the marks, showed her the black triangle in the back of her neck, puzzling Irina about this rune that she sees. Haoh, Rias, show her yours. Rias sighed as she showed her the exact mark but painted in white color, and she was puzzled even more before she asked what they meant. Haoh, I'll tell you if you accept to be mine. Irina, ugh. Haoh, what's wrong? You lost, you know. Irina, you. Sigh. Fine, fine, I just have to agree for now, right? Haoh, that's all. Hearing the confirmation of Haoh, Irina thought that if she agrees now she can escape, later on, therefore, nodded to him. At that moment Haoh heard his system notification telling him that he added Irina under his light pillar. This made him have 5 darkness pillars and 7 light pillars. He needed to find 1 light pillar immediately and 3 darkness. He was going to add Gabriel as his light and Kateria as his darkness because he wanted to be guided towards her niece, which she is sleeping for too long. That would make his score beard 6 to 8, where he would find 2 more darkness pillars. One option would be to join the Cows Brigade and court Kurika and Office. As his thoughts drifted further away, suddenly he was assaulted by a wave of pain as Irina stepped on his foot for ignoring her. "Ho, what the hell? Irina, I'm talking to you." "Ho, about what?" "Irina, the marks. What are they? Why do I have one?" "Ho, oh." Ho then grinned evilly at her questions, which sent shivers down her spine, and thought she made an agreement with the devil before she started listening to his explanation. When she heard that she willingly agreed to become his bride, as white pillar despair filled her up as she lost the feeling of her legs and fell on the floor. She lost her soul when she heard that this thing was possible because her lord was dead, and she can confirm this when Michael meets them. At first, she was in denial, but seeing that Zenobia had a bitter face and talking through each other and realizing many things, Irina felt her whole world collapse before she passed out. "Zenobia, Irina. Ho, sigh. Exactly how much does this girl believe in God? Is she stupid or something? Ho, one would think that she even devoted her virginity to him. Zenobia, she simply believes in the light, in the good side, and to always do the right thing. Ho, that's what I said earlier about blind devotion. Ho, anyway, you two will stay at my home until the meeting occurs." Chapter 150, Chapter 150, The time is near. 10 days have passed since Ho closed the deal with his schemes to trap both Zenobia and Irina to become his wives. During this time, Ho showed Zenobia and Irina their own spaces, and when they got out, both of them gasped from the sheer change in power they felt. "And they get to train in there as his girls?" For the most part, both of them were dazed, with Zenobia blushing here and there as she remembered all the things her body experienced in their fight, and sometimes she would leave for an unknown destination to think for herself. Irina, on the other hand, started treating Ho as a god, and with how the space transformed for her needs, she started believing he was the true god, and up till now the church was laughing at their faces. On the long run, during these few days, Irina also fidgets around, especially when she was hearing the rough pleasure coming from his room as he kept pounding his girlfriends. 2 days ago, Grafia and Preferable left for their own posts as they wanted to get an update on the things that have been going on. Ho, sigh. It's been 2 days since they left. Rias, I'm sure they have a few important reasons to go about and be late. Sana, yeah, imagine my sister missing from our section. Ho, that would be a disaster. Sana, more like I pity those under her for making her delay like that. Ho, all hell moo. Called? Ho, no, no. I just said that a certain mo will raise hell, since I'm gonna suck Sana's pussy dry tonight without her. Ho, wait, who spoke? Ho turned next to him and saw that both Rias and Sana were missing, or more like they had changed sides, and one was eating steaks while the other was drinking cold tea, completely ignoring him. When he slowly twisted his head back as he had a hunch for why they acted like that, his forehead started sweating, seeing the veins on the forehead of a ciscon lesbo mo, not that he could complain about her tics. Ho, hi there, love. What greeted him for his greeting was a kick in his face, along with quite the force behind it. Preferable, eh? So you had plans to play with my little Sana and you didn't invite me? Ho, I'm innocent. I have no way to contact you. Preferable, excuses. Grafia, PFFTT. I see you're full of energy like always. Ho, and both of you are like little angels. Preferable, but I am the MAOU. Ho, I was talking about in terms of beauty. It's figure speech. Compliment. Get a clue. Everyone started watching them and having amused expressions on their faces as their little antics of word fighting was going on. Soon enough, both of them got tired and sat down to eat all the goods they had ordered from the Clifkin restaurant. And the delivery man was puzzled, as they usually ordered day by day, but now they had a few days to order, but seeing such a huge takeout, he didn't say anything and simply enjoy the tips he got. Ho, as you two have returned, was there any change on your part? Preferable, not really, the same thing. Grafia, we have contacted all parties that are supposed to be at the meeting and it was finalized for the 5th day after tomorrow. Grafia, at the same time we also told Michael you have the stolen good and that you wish to meet with Gabriel in exchange for them. Ho, what did he say on the matter about Irina and Zenobia? Just as he asked this question, the door opened as Zenobia and Irina entered inside while briefly hearing their names being mentioned. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, New Additions. Somewhere unknown to the public eye where everything seemed gloomy and dark, a giant mansion could be seen in the middle of nowhere that had a rundown sign. The sign was still holding out even though you could see it was quite old and some letters were written there. Sigh. Finally returned here. I wondered when the hell are they going to change the sign here? Oh, come on, don't be like that. You can still read Grigori, the Watchers of the Children of God. That's because we know it. But from your phrase there are missing the G, I, W, S, C, N and finally the D. For someone new here, they would only read what's left. Ha 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 ha, don't sweat the small details. Tobio. Tobio, sigh. You take things too carefree, Kauki. Now you two don't start fighting. Kauki, see, Tobio, your girlfriend here says the same thing with me. Tobio, Sae-chan, where are the girls? Sae, I believe they would arrive shortly. Tobio, che. Being here and waiting for them. It can't be helped, all right? We are girls. Beautiful Bellas. We need our time. Sae, now, Natsum and Lavinia, how about we ignore these two idiots and go inside? Natsum, he is not an idiot on this point, thought what's up with the outer appearance? Lavinia, it's been a few years since we have come here and with Sae-chan went missing in the last mission we had our hands full. Kauki, I am wondering how Vala has been. Tobio, that bastard has probably become stronger than before. Kauki, do you think he will jump the gun and ask us to fight? Tobio, I hope so, as he had the guts to leave our team. It will be a legit reason to thrash his face on the ground. Sae, Tobio, that's a bit difficult, you know. Tobio, ugh. I forgot he can fly. Lavinia, anyway, how long are we going to wait outside? Sae, she is right, let's move. Tobio, I hope something cool awaits for us. All of them started walking inside, and as they passed the gates their figures vanished from the eyes of those trying to pry to the secrets of the organizations. They appeared inside a grand hall that extended for miles with different staircases going down and upwards, invoking memories of when they were here as kids to train. Sae, nothing has changed. Lavinia, you think? Sae, When did you guys return? All, Azazel-sensei. Azazel, I thought you would come back after a year or so. Tobio, we finished earlier and came back to have fun. Azazel, good timing, I was actually short-handed. Kauki, why? Azazel, well. He started to explain to him how he lost 3 of his fallen angels to a new addition in town with a new kind of sacred gear. He then started telling them about the meeting that is going to happen in a few days with all the factions being present. When they heard that, all of them frowned, as they had gotten clues during their time away that Chaos Brigade was planning something from the fodders they killed themselves. Unfortunately, though, they didn't get the names of their superiors. During those years they also learned that a few organizations started moving suspiciously about, and as bad luck has it, one of them was known to them as they clashed many times in the past. You could say this specific organization was what changed their everyday life from normal high schoolers. After Azazel finished everything, including that this new guy is as strong as him or even more, their eyes opened wide. However, when they heard the names of his girlfriends so far to Azazel knowledge, their jaws touched the ground. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Finishing Up. Tobio, what? You mean Rias and Sana have cancelled their forced engagement and now they are his fiancé in their own will? Azazel, correct. Azazel, also from what I heard it seems that he has a master and Odin offended him. Kauki, what happened then? Azazel, he lost his wee and had to plead to that existence to restore him back to normal. Azazel, thanks to that he now fully supports the kid. The girls became red when they heard Azazel's words while the two boys unconsciously clenched their thighs. Who would want to lose that? Azazel, well, I'm guessing you would meet him at the meeting of an official peace treaty in order to stop clashes between us. Kauki, is he that strong? Who knows? From what Azazel had told me, he actually riped the heart of Riser instantly with all the leaders in front of him. Lavinia, Va-kun. Kauki, Raedra. Natsum, Lucy Drago. Sae, Lucy Drago. Tobio, Lu. Volley, call me with that nickname again and I will make sure it will be the last thing you will do. Tobio, hey? What the hell, you bastard, wanna fight? Volley, Nat, you are too weak, I've long ago lost interest in your group. Tobio, you. Azazel, now, we have work to do. If you want to spar, do it after we finish here. Volley, Che. I'm busy, have these guys do it. All of them watched as Volley walked away and Tobio was gritting his teeth from his attitude while Natsum and Lavinia were puzzled about his calm demeanor. Natsum, what happened to him? Azazel, don't worry about it, he is happy to see you guys. Otherwise, he wouldn't appear here to greet you. Sae, that was greetings? Azazel, no, he usually asks to fight someone when he sees them. So in a way, it was a better greeting than ever. Kauki, oh. All of them felt puzzled with the current attitude of Volley, and as they were about to dismiss their thoughts, Lavinia asked something which also made the others look at Azazel. Lavinia, has the red dragon awakened within a host? Azazel, that's a bit complicated. Tobio, what do you mean? Azazel, the heavens did get a signature that he awakened, however moments later it vanished and then a different yet similar signature reappeared. Tobio, so what? Someone awakened a downgraded version of the all-rounder booster gear? Azazel, that's the theory for now as it's being investigated for days. Azazel, well, not to lose more time. Let's go and prepare everything. Tobio and the rest nodded to him and tagged along as they wanted to know more about what happened while they were gone. Inside an office, a young man with long black hair and red eyes, and unlike other, he has pointy ears, was cursing as he couldn't find the swords and only got Fried's dead body. And now the meeting he has been trying to mess up is around the corner. He no longer has time to sit idly around, he needs to destroy the status quo. What if I kidnap Rias Gremory and Sana Satrai? Then I can blame the new guy and at the same time mess their plans entirely. After I got rid of him, I can kill the two and incite the whole underworld with the flames of war. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Kokabile Sensei, Azazel Sensei had asked us to notify you that he needs you in the meeting room. Kokabile, oh? You youngsters have returned? Tobio, Kauki, Sae, Lavinia, Natsum. Kokabile, wait. Where is Shijun? Tobio, she went to check a few things and will come tomorrow. Kokabile, I see. Kokabile, so Azazel has finished his own things, did all of you helped him? Kauki, he did say he was short-handed and we did lend him our help. Kokabile, well then do please help me and relay a message that I will be there shortly after I finish these documents. All, yes. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Wife. Kokabile watched all of them getting out as his face changed into a deadly one without leaking any killing intent at all. Outside, the attitude of everyone changed as they were careful not to slip up until they changed rooms and sectors here. When they made sure they were fine, their eyes had a dangerous glint before Tobio spoke up to them. Tobio, Jin. Jin, yes. Tobio summoned his Longinus, Canis Lycaon, which took on the form of a small black dog which he had named Jin. It is an independent avatar type with its own instincts, making Jin move and attack through shadows or defend as it sees fit. Tobio, go and warn Shijun. Tobio, Natsum sent Griffin towards Rias and Sana and warned them to have their back. Kauki, we need to tell, Azazel-sensei. Natsum, it will be pointless. It seems that Grigori has too many traitors selling off info and scheming. Tobio, nevertheless, we have to tell him what we heard and we have to also take measures. Tobio, disperse. With his words, Jin and Griffin vanished at inhuman speed to complete their tasks. Going back on track, they all started walking towards Azazel, and when they reached they saw many people waiting there. Seeing that it wasn't the time to inform him of this, they only told him what the message said about him being here shortly. Letting everything take its course, they all left to go to their rooms and rest for now and similarly plan ahead for in the off chance everything goes south. Back on the side of Haoh, after talking through with the girls and having a nice hot section in the cooling water bed he had been gifted by Sira Fall, they all fell asleep only to wake up a few hours later. Getting ready to go for classes in the academy, everyone with half steps and half heart, left towards the Haoh Academy. On the way there, Haoh saw a girl with another uniform looking around and was captivated by her, especially by the dual-colored eyes she had. Rias, which academy is she from? Sana, is that? They all saw a beautiful biracial young woman. She has long blonde hair that is tied using ribbons and tied in a braid looking a lot like a crown. Her eyes are heterochromic with a blue right eye and a black left eye. Zenobia, for a second there I thought it was Irina. Irina, but I'm next to you. Zenobia, that's why I threw the thought out of the window. Haoh, she seems familiar. Haoh, where have I seen her? Ah, there you are. Haoh, who, me? Of course you. I've been waiting for at least 30 minutes until I see you. All the girls around him were looking at him as for the first time he had doubts, and Jenny Usley showed question marks as to who the pretty girl was. Just as he was about to speak and blow something in his face before he even realized it, A. Carey's voice rang in his head, making him swallow his words. A. Carey, you have a lot of vague memories when you got revived into this body. A. Carey, I tried cleaning them, magnify them, and sort them a bit, and seems you know that girl. A. Carey, furthermore it seems, more than knowing. Haoh, what do you mean? A. Carey, based on what I made out it seems both of you went to the same school before you got accepted in Haoh Academy. A. Carey, you went with her in Ryukao Academy, but after an incident that occurred she went to another school. Haoh, that still doesn't explain my relationship with her. Just as he wanted to complain more, he felt someone hugging him and kissing him before he heard the next few words. You forgot your promised wife? Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Way of Confessing. Haoh sweated badly at her joke as he truly couldn't remember her at all. Back then, his system didn't even tell him the name of the guy he possessed, not that he cared, and for that reason, he never asked. When the process had begun he was floating and floating around, and as he did he felt immense pain in his imaginary head as memories not belonging to him was drilling their way towards him. It was like he was watching a movie, and the reason he was hurting was that it was too freaking long. He was freaking watching everything from when he was 1 year old up till his death. Even as a hardcore otaku, the most he could handle was 2 days without sleep watching anime in his screen. Although it wasn't the same, as many memories were vague, so after some time he finally figured how to fast forward those incoming memories. If he is not wrong, at that time he had watched up until he was 5, right? After days of hellish pain down to the core of his soul, he finally finished viewing everything and never bothered with those memories. They were copy-pasted in his find but never bothered to pay full attention to them. He also had the issue back then of his fresh death, having to come back and punish Rainare. Haoh, so her name? Something? A. Carey, wait. Nana. Nana something. Haoh, how can I work with that? A. Carey, not my fault. Haoh, oh course not, Nana-chan. But why proclaim wife? Haoh, I seriously don't remember as kids to have done something. Giggle, that's right. It's me, Shijun Nanadaru. Shijun, you seriously were thinking long about that? Shijun, though you totally forgot about me. Oh, well it's been years, so it did take me a while to recognize you. Oh, furthermore you were wearing the Ryukao Academy female set back then. Oh, your current appearance is a bit unrecognizable. Shijun, don't sweat the small details. By the way, who are all these girls? Shijun checked Akeno, who was smiling, Konako, Rias, Sana, Zenobia, Irina and Ross Weiss, who had kinda serious faces, while the latter on the end had a thoughtful expression. Oh, they are my girlfriends. Which came as a surprise to me when you jumped like that and kissed me. Oh, but as it was a kiss only, they are not saying anything. Oh, like I said earlier, did we promised each other as kids, or were they other factors I don't know or seem to recall? Shijun was seriously lost for words from his constant barrage of questions, and she wasn't sure how to answer in front of everyone here. Shijun, well. She started telling that she always had a crush on him, and he, in turn, returned some of those feelings with his kindness one way or another, and wanted to make it final when they felt, or more like she felt, ready. After though that accident where her life changed dramatically and forced her to change academies, she was unable to do so. Thought this turned out to be a nightmare to her as regrets filled her over, she had decided when she returned to become bolder and convey her feelings. Though it seems she threw them in polluted waters. Hearing everything she said, Haoh's mind worked on overload, with Akari filtering more and more of his memories, and it seems everything she said matched at least most of it, making him sigh. Ross Weiss, so you saying your promised wife? At Ross Weiss's word, Shijun blushed and started fidgeting with her fingers as she tried to speak, but no words came out, making everyone realize that it was her way of declaring her feelings. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Warning. Oh, I see. Shijun, I'm sorry if I mess up with your current you. Oh, don't worry about it. In fact, I'm pleased I had a beautiful girl like you as a potential wife back then. Oh, although we were friends and didn't think of it at that time, you were one and only. Hearing his words, Shijun narrowed her eyes lightly as she thought something was off. Nevertheless, she smiled at him before she spoke up. Shijun, have you seen the other guys after the accident? Ho, Ho, Akari, help. Akari, I'm trying. Looking at the confused person in front of him, Shijun finally confirmed something was off, and her temperament completely changed, causing all the others became alarmed. Ho, what's wrong? Shijun, I've been wondering from the start. Although everyone could hear the first part of her phrase with a threatening tone, or at least that's how it seemed to them, they threw it out of the window when she tilts her head sideways as she questioned him. Shijun, but... do you have partial memory loss? Seeing that Haoh was silent about the matter, even Rias and the rest were shocked, as it indicated to them that Shijun's question was spot on. Shijun, since when? Haoh, sigh. I can't hide. Haoh. Haoh, 2 to 3 months ago. Hearing his words, everyone gasped, as at that time was when Rias and Akeno found out about him and their whole messed up life began. Shijun, so what you remember? Haoh, that I used to call you Nana-chan. About our old school before coming to Kyohan, an accident. Haoh, as to what all those entails, I have no idea. Shijun, then follow me. Shijun, the heiress of their clans, Rias Gremory and Sana Satrai and the rest can follow as well. Haoh, then you do know each and every one of them? Shijun, everyone tangled up in the supernatural knows them. Ross Weiss, so I am right, you are that Shijun from Dog God of the Fallen. Shijun, though I'm more surprised to see the Virgin Valkyrie here. Rias, then let's go to our club room and talk. Nodding to them, Shijun passed her arm through Haoh's, proclaiming it her own, and showed burning eyes as if saying, I won't lose to them. Just as she started dragging him, after a few steps she stopped and looked towards her shadow and then in the sky. Shijun, Jin and Griffin? A black dog started to materialize from her shadow, and Griffin landed on Ria's shoulder as they had their messages for them. What surprised the beasts though was that both their targets ended up in the same place, although it complicates things it was easier for them. Shi-jun, what's the matter you two? Jin, since all of you are here, then be careful, one of the leaders of Gregory Kokabile himself is planning to kidnap Rias and Sana in order to spark a war through the meeting. Jin, Tobio asked me to pass a message for you Shi-jun to be on standby. Griffin, and I was ordered to warn the two of you. Seeing that their messages passed on, Griffin immediately flew off while Jin vanished through the shadows to return back ASAP. Everyone else became speechless and Shi-jun's aura changed. Just as she turned around in order to speak, she saw Haoh looking calm as this wasn't even his problem. Shi-jun, you. Aren't they your girls? Why are you so calm? Haoh, do you see any enemy for me to panic? Shi-jun was stunned. She never expected that kind of answer and looked towards the others who also had calm expressions, and why shouldn't they? They had been powered up considerably, and if things came down to it, they had Haoh's boost and hidden space to hide until the meeting. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Past. Shi-jun was at a loss of words for the lack of wariness, and then she thought rich people hey. She didn't know why, but it fitted them, that's the impression she got. Shi-jun, anyway, let's go somewhere to talk about. As things turned out to be as such, they followed her or actually guided her in the club room where they usually hold their meeting concerning the supernatural. There, Kaiba, Issei and Asia were sitting on the couch, with Asia being on the lap of Issei, which absurdly got up and blushed when they came in. She didn't mind Kaiba as she spent a lot of time with him as well, but the others were too much. As everyone had their sits, ignoring the flustered Asia, they waited till the girl sitting on the cough start speaking. Shi-jun, let me introduce myself first. Shi-jun, my name is Shi-jun Nanaderu. Current member of the team, the Dog God of the Fallen. Shi-jun, for starters. Haoh, let me jolt your memories. Shi-jun, as you know, there are sacred gears, correct? Seeing that they nodded to her questions, and even Haoh wasn't surprised. No, in fact he was more surprised that the guy he possessed had the same name as him. Shi-jun, during our years in the Ryukao Academy, which was about 4 to 5 years ago, we were innocent students. Shi-jun, not caring about anything and only looked at how to throw color in our childhood lives and make memories. Shi-jun, at that time, at the end of our first year, a trip was planned and all of us were excited to go see unknown things. Shi-jun, only instead of unknowns and exciting things, what came to everyone in the academy was a nightmare. Haoh, an accident happened, right? Shi-jun, An organization that was called the Utsasimi Agency, being formed at that time by the outcast members of the 5 principal clans, planned their revenge. Shi-jun, and in order to overcome and seek revenge against the 5 great families, they decided to use a source of power, which differs from their clans, the 4 fiends. Haoh, the 4 fiends? Shi-jun, similarly to the 2 heavenly dragons, for many atrocities they got sealed in sacred gears. Shi-jun, this soon led to formulating the 4 Fiends project with the independent avatar Sacred Gears as their base. Shi-jun, to that end, the group targeted Ryukao High School's first-year students with the required Sacred Gears, but all of them were absent during that trip, forcing the group to change their original plans. Shi-jun, and instead used the kidnapped students by implanting Utsasimi into the students. For a better analogy, it would be like giving a human devil powers without reincarnated him into one. Haoh, they had created hybrids? Shi-jun, yes, and used them to hunt the actual possessors of the 4 fiends. Shi-jun, at that time a few students had managed to miss the trip due to various reasons. Shi-jun, Hyusuk Koga, Kaoki Samejima, Natsum Minagawa, Shi-jun Nanaderu. Shi-jun, these are the names of the students possessing the 4 fiends, that missed the trip at that time. Shi-jun, along with them, you and Tobio Accuse had missed the trip because the former, meaning you, got hit by a truck while the latter had caught a fever. Haoh, wait, then you missing the trip back then was because? Shi-jun, with the exception of Koga, every one of the above mentioned came to see how both of you were doing. Shijun, we visited Tobio first and then came to you in the hospital, but we were told you were out cold and didn't know when you were going to wake up. Ho, ugh. Carrie? Carrie, she is telling the truth, at least up to the point you got hit by a truck, and from what I can tell you woke up 10 days later. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Past. 2. Ho, what happened next? Shijun, as I told you earlier, the agency used the capture students to attack us. Shijun, however, that was months after their disappearance. Shijun, before that, you had awakened 10 days later and both of us passed our time together. Shijun, the news never said anything about it and all of us were devastated to lose friends like that. Shijun, especially Tobio, who had a close friend and his crush nowhere to be found. Shijun, just before his crush Sae Tojo left for the trip, Tobio gave Sae a good luck charm for her travels. Shijun, months passed by and in order to avoid reports we all changed academy, and it was eating me alive that I didn't confess to you back then. Shijun, sigh. At that point, as we entered the second year, one day, Shijun, Tobio accidentally encounters two of his friends that went missing in the accident, Cao Ta and Sae. Shijun, not willing to let them out of his eyes, he chased them and eventually he catches up, but to his horror finds along with a lizard-like monster who was chewing on a dog. Shijun, Sasaki was seemingly devoid of emotion when he saw Tobio and signals the monster to attack him. Shijun, Tobio tried to fight back in desperation but to no avail, and just as he's about to be killed, he was saved by the timely arrival of Natsum. Ho, wait, she is Shijun, one of the girls we hung out in the past. Turns out she had her own agent behind our backs, but since she saved Tobio we didn't say anything. Shijun, that's what pretty much happened back then, and I'm sure your girls can verify this statement. Ho, earlier you said that this agency was created by a few people. Why the past tense? Shijun, after so many years of training and hardships we managed to root it out with the help of Grigori and Azazel-sensei. Shijun, also Tobio Accuse, is a descendant of the Haimjima clan via his grandmother Ajaha Accuse, who is an exiled member of the Haimjima clan. Shijun, he was a rare instance where he activated his Longinus, Canis Lycaon, and Balance Breaker from birth. Shijun, because of this, his grandmother used a Buddhist sealing ritual to seal away the Canis Lycaon. Shijun, at some point, his parents died before Tobio was old enough to remember them. Shijun, unfortunately, when Tobio was roughly 10 years old his grandmother died too, and as a result, he ended up being raised by the family of his best friend Sae. Shijun, in case you are wondering why I'm blabbering about his origins, is because Shijun, Shuri Haimjima is his aunt, and that makes you Akeno his second cousin, your father Barakil is his uncle-in-law. Shijun, Suzaku Haimjima is also his second cousin, while Suao Haimjima is his granduncle. Shijun, in others' words, you people are going to become family. Hoa's mouth twitched as he heard the playful tone of her teasing, and Akeno didn't know what to say about this. She knew there were unknown family members to her out there, as her mother had told her about it, at some point, but she didn't remember names as she was small back then. Shijun, at the first 2 to 3 years it was hell for us to control our powers, and when we did we rooted out the agency. Shijun, but a few managed to escape and we went on a long-term mission to find and kill them, only to return recently. Shijun, since that part of dark history closed for us, I had decided to come and find you, but alas it was too late for me. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Accept? Ho, it's never too late. Shijun, yes. Yes. It's all read. Wait, what? Ho, like I said, it's never too late. Ho, from the bits I was able to recall with your retelling of the past, I could confirm a bit more or less what you said, it's true. Ho, although I don't know about the other guys. Ho, not to mention that I'm not brushing off a beauty, as you can see. Sana, sigh. About that we can vouch. Rias, He has like how many girls right now? Konako started counting with her fingers, and when she passed the 10 mark, Shijun was shocked and looked at him like a beast. Ho, and as you have realized, I don't plan to stop. Shijun, how come you need so many girls? Ho, there are a few reasons, but the most obvious would be Rias, a harem. Sana, I second that. Akeno, fu. Ross Weiss, sigh. Konako, pervert. Zenobia, sigh. Irina, beast. Hearing each one's own comments and resigns, Shijun was shocked, not because that they sounded like they despaired with this kind of situation, but because they had accepted it. In fact, as she looked within their eyes, awe could be seen, as if they were somewhat respecting him, especially so for Irina, who stood there like a statue to protect her master or something. However, we might have a small problem. Shijun, what kind? Hearing him saying that like he might eat his words back, and her stutter as she truly wanted to be with him, and she was glad he didn't turn her down immediately. But still, accepting this situation is too much, but if 2 of the underworld heiress did it, why can't she? After all, she had him first in her eyes. Right now, the Treaty of the Factions is coming up in the next few days. And I already plan to court 2 to 3 girls from there, as it is highly important. Shijun, hey? Shijun was at Lu for words. He needs more girls? And is important more than his childhood friend? She wanted to cry. Wait. A treaty? Come to think of it, the message Jin and Griffin also told her about Kokabeel trying to attack them and mess up the treaty, resulting in war. Shijun, come to think of it. What is this about the treaty? You don't know? Shijun, no, when I came back I used my connections to find in which academy you went and came directly. Well. Ho started explaining to her the goals of this meeting, and along with the pros and cons he could think of and remember from the anime. As she heard more and more from his mouth, her expression changed, as she had figured the reason why Tobio said to be on standby. Shijun, I see, but how is that related to you courting 2 to 3 girls? Well, I could accept you right now with open arms, but the premise would be for you to kill me. Shijun, Seeing her flustered expression and at the same time worrying one from what she heard just now, everyone couldn't help but chuckle at her. Right. I forgot to mention how I lost my memory. As soon as his words left his mouth, the expression of Nana-chan became serious, as she wanted to learn, and what surprised her was that even the others' girls perked their ears. I was killed by a beautiful girl, enabling me to awake my sacred gear. Ho then started explaining to her how during these years he got a master and studied under him until he started attending Kuah Academy, which months later resulted in his dating Rainare. Hearing that she killed him and only survived because of his binding abilities of it, the room suddenly filled with a weird pressure that made them feel as if they were getting eaten alive. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Rhyme? Defeat? After that, my master helped me bind Rainare as the first darkness pillar, and also partially restored any damage my soul suffered upon my death. Shijun heard everything she needed to know about his gear, but not about the training, freezing time and such. She only heard about the marks and how they preserve his life. Shijun, so what is your limit? 32. 16 of each pillar. Shijun, and you have now? 7 light and 5 darkness. Her expression darkened when she heard he died 5 times in a row, and with his soul being damaged on top of that. Shijun, why can't you accept me as a light pillar? Because I want to even the pillars and achieve balance breaker. Shijun, balance breaker? And what are the requirements for that? 8 light and 8 darkness. Now her forehead had black lines while her eyes had dangerous glints inside them when she heard this. However, no matter what she felt right now, even if she exploded in anger, she knew what that entailed, and at the same time, she had realized what reaching his limit entailed. Shijun, You mean, you need to die 3 more times? Ho, well a total of 11 would be more accurate. Shi-jun, and you are letting him getting killed each time? Are you even his girls? Shi-jun, no longer been able to hold back her anger from his carefree attitude, started lashing out verbally to Rias and the rest. Akeno smiled at her, causing her anger to rise rapidly until she heard her words in a mocking way that stumped her, unable to refute back. Akeno, we don't want to hear this from someone who abandons him, cause of fears. Akeno, at least right now we are making sure wherever we are that if he died he will transform the wounds or cause of it into nothingness by depleting our magic power. Akeno, we are more bonded to him than a little virgin like you. Akeno, phew 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 phew. If Tobio and the rest were to see her face right now, they would run away at the fastest they could and spending all their resources to do so. However, if they had stayed they would have noticed that she was unable to fight back Akeno. She had completely and utterly defeated. Shi-jun, bitch. Akeno, phew 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 phew, what a lovely word. Ho, who was watching this, also sweated and doubled noted. On his noted he had written on the past that Akeno needs to be rain under his dick. Kaiba, President. All in all, we have heard new things today. However, how are we going to deal with Kokabeel? Ho, let Kokabeel come. He is not a threat. Shi-jun, hey? What is he then, a child? Shi-jun, if he wishes us to die then we will die. Do you know who he is? Ho, an idiot. Shi-jun felt all the strength she had abandoned her and sat down on the couch as she couldn't hear any more bullshits that she was already hearing. Ho, don't worry, Rias and Sana are more than enough to take him with a little bit of help in increasing their powers. Rias, we are? Sana, are you high? Ho, your power have seen a qualitative change and with a bit of push you could reach momentarily to his level and deal with him. As both of the carefully examined their words, Sana was trying to realize what he meant, and as she was thinking she saw Rias with her mouth turned to O as she realized what kind of push he meant. Shi-jun looking at Rias as she got enlightenment, she couldn't help but be curious about what way they had to cope with someone of his standing. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, A New Member. Ho, the point is, we can deal with it, and if things go south I will do something about it. Ho, now, let's enter in a more happy conversation, shall we? Ho, Rias, don't you think it's time to release him? As everyone was confused by his words, Rias actually started sweating as this was another bomb in her hands that she didn't dare to lay out. Rias, how do you know about him? Ho, I've done my meddling here and there anyway. Ho, first it was Issei, then Kaiba, and I fixed both of them. Ho, even though I still have them in my possession and not be destroyed. Kaiba, even if you gave them to me right now I don't have the power to destroy them. Furthermore, I won't rest until I kill the one responsible for this. Ho, Valper Galilei hey. I believe eventually you will get your chance. Rias, do you know how dangerous for him will be to come out? Ho, do not worry. Either way with the treaty none will dare to cause trouble, so we need to help him have his freedom. Rias, but his powers. Ho, I'll deal with that. Rias, are you sure? Ho, don't you trust me? Rias, sigh. Fine. Rias, Kaiba, Konako. Go. Kaiba, yes. Konako, yes, President. As Kaiba and Konako left the room, Ho was talking with his system to see how he can fix his problems, as there were a few of them. DxD, host can raise his density on Dom per vampire blood. Ho, how do I do that? DxD, host can buy it from the shop. The host currently has 85.000 points. Ho, oh. I gathered that many? Ho, so what I could get to have something that will help him control his eye powers? DxD, host could buy purification pills that costs 25.000 each. Ho, what the fuck? Unable to hold his voice down, Ho exclaimed loudly, startling everyone as they looked at his weirdly, seeing their confused faces his mind span at the speed of light as he exclaimed loudly again. Ho, that might work. Ho, it's worth a shot to help him. Just before Rias could ask something, she saw him waving his hand and a bottle of pills appeared out of nowhere while crying inwardly for this purchase he made. / purification pills / description, a pill created by the herbs belonging to the force of nature and the world itself. It is able to cleanse anything by 50% / As curious as they were about the shiny white round pills inside the bottle, Konako and Kaiba returned carrying a box with bitter smiles as sobbing could be heard inside. Issei, is that a little girl crying? Akeno, phew, why don't you check it out? Issei, I will. As Kaiba and Konako laid down the wooden box with the said unknown person inside, Issei got closer and opened it revealing a stunning sight. Why did you take me from there? Issei, oh, a little girl. And to make things nicer she is a beautiful blonde like Asia. President, what kind of position she has? Ho, pfffftt. Akeno, phew. Issei-kun, she, as you said, is actually a he. Kaiba, pfff. Issei, e. What did you say? Shijun, what? Impossible, there is no way such a pure girl is a boy. Rias, sigh. Rias, meet Gasper Vilady, one of the members of my peerage holding the bishop position, and he is indeed a boy. Both Shijun and Issei, they could see Gasper with platinum blonde hair and pinkish violet eyes. His hair is styled in short bob cut with several small fringes over his forehead, and he has pointed ears. As Gasper wore the Kua Academy girls' school uniform with thigh-high socks, both Shijun and Issei screamed in their minds. There is no way we believe your bullshits. She is clearly a girl. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Gasper's Past. Haoh watched their expressions and couldn't help but laugh as he was also in denial when he had learned of this. Not only him but he is guessing every single fan of DxD in his old world. Issei, that a lie, right? Shiju, there is no way you are a boy? Gasper, Yaaa. President. They think I'm lying. Rias, it's okay, they didn't mean it. Gasper, really? Gasper looked at them with his pinkish violet watery eyes, and this made both Shijun and Issei lose their world as they refused to believe her gender was a trap. However, they didn't dare to voice it out and could only swallow the harsh cold truth. Seeing them agreeing, Gasper's eyes opened wide as he let out a smile that ruined their minds. Oh, well, aside from that. Gasper, welcome back to the light. Gasper, Yaaa. Let me go back. Gasper, I don't want to hurt anyone. Yaaa. HMMFF. Just as Gasper broke down and started crying again, his mouth got suddenly stuffed, which shocked him, and looked at the perpetrator who fed him. Ho, if it's about your powers here, swallow this then. Feeling as he has been wronged by the sudden move of his eyes teared up and shined while the time froze for everyone before he looked down, as he did it without his consent again. Just as his face was downcast looking down while sobbing, suddenly a sharp pain in his forehead assaulted him and whelp. Gasper, Kaiaa. Ho, don't kya me. Aren't you a guy? This time it was Gasper turn to froze as he held his forehead looking at the criminal who hit him with a disbelief expression. Ho, what's wrong, kid? You saw a ghost? Gasper nodded to him without thinking much about it, only to be hit again in his forehead, causing his eyes to tear up again. Ho, listen here, kid. Your powers are uncontrollable because you have 3 elements in your body. Ho, human, devil, vampire. Ho, usually your ability works with your vampire blood, but right now it's too little as you haven't sucked anyone's blood. Gasper, hearing about the problem, he had stopped crying and looked at Haoh as if he was a teacher. Haoh, originally you are a coward and a shut-in with a very shy personality. Haoh, you were born between the vampire lord V-Lady and a human mother, the latter of whom died shortly after giving birth to you. Hearing about his mother, Gasper got despaired, as he was born as a mass of darkness which accidentally cursed his mother and several servants to death. His grief was unimaginable, as which child kills his or her mother, however, if that wasn't enough to torture him for years. Between the incredible fear they had for his uncontrollable sacred gear, the forbidden Baylor view, and people's general prejudice towards the half-breed, Gasper grew up in isolation and abuse. Sometimes he would meet Valerie Teeps and they would often play together. She was also the one who kept forcing Gasper to dress up as a girl, which eventually led to his cross-dressing habit. One day, Gasper worked up the courage to try to escape from the castle with Valerie's help and was shortly thereafter killed by vampire hunters. He was saved by Rias Gremory, who was in the area at the time and met with him by chance before taking pity on him, reincarnated him as one of her servants using her bishop mutation piece. When Rias moved to Japan and took her servants with her, she was forced to keep Gasper inside of a sealed room in the Occult Research Club's first floor to contain his power. While Gasper was given the choice to be able to leave at night, due to the circumstances of his past he had developed severe agoraphobia, so he chose to remain sealed permanently. Ho, and after you remember your whole life, are you going to leave your friends here? Ho, most of those problems were caused by your powers. Ho, and with the pill you spit, at the very least you will not have worries of going out of control. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Under Control. Gasper, really? Gasper staggered to answer in a timid way, as his powers were what caused him so many problems, and as he was now, there was no way to control them unless he was sealed inside the room. Perhaps he could if he follows his vampire instincts, but he didn't want to hurt others. Ho, really? These pills will help you balance all your traits and subdue your gear. Ho, then you can slowly start training it on your own in the future. Ho, by doing that you can help those who helped you. Ho, don't you want to be of help? Ho, for Rias? For Valerie? Hearing the two names that helped him the most in his both lives, Gasper looked at the pill he held with his hand, and hesitation could be seen in his eyes. What if it doesn't work and everyone freezes again in time? Reaching at that thought, his brain fried as he looked at the person in front of him who could move normally while everyone had been solidly frozen. Gasper, how can you move? Ho, oh, how can I move? Well, my gear has a similar function, so I guess it didn't work on me. Hearing his answer, Gasper's eyes shined and swallowed the pill. Even if it didn't work, if he loses control, then until the duration is off at least he will have company. For him, it was already a win situation. Seeing his actions and guessing his thoughts, Ho smiled as he knew that Gasper loved his friends and chose to be sealed in order not to harm them. After Issei tried to give Gasper confidence, the former gave Gasper a paper bag to put over the latter's face, which somewhat solved his problems, and bits by bits he started getting out of his shell. As the series progressed, with Issei and the Gremory group's encouragement, Gasper began to gain confidence and bravery. When necessary, Gasper displayed the ability to force down his timid nature and speak up as a man. On more than one occasion, he has demonstrated extreme courage and loyalty, going so far as to be beaten to unconsciousness in defense of his weakened comrades. As Gasper swallowed the pill, he felt his whole body became weightless, and at the same time a cool sensation runs through him, causing him to close his eyes as if he was sleeping. He didn't know if it will work, but just this breeze passing through his body was enough to think it was not a poison pill. After 10 to 20 minutes passed, Gasper opened his eyes and felt like he had slept for ages. He looked at his hands and felt something was different. So did it work? Gasper froze as he heard a familiar voice speaking, and when he turned around he saw everyone in the room giving him the looks. It took him a few seconds to realize that they weren't in a frozen state, and his shyness overwhelmed him before he hides himself in the wood box by half closing the lid. Ho, well, you are all able to move, right? Ho, so that means his powers quieted down. Ho, now what is left is for him to slowly open up and come here and play more often. Rias, How about you all introduce yourselves to him for now? Issei, then I'll do it first. Issei, I'm Issei Hyudu, Rias Grammar Ipon. Asia, I'm Asia Argento. Issei. Issei. Kya. Asia tried to speak more words to her, but as she wanted to convey something her face became red and started steaming. Zenobia, Irina, Sana, Shijun, Ross Weiss also introduced themselves as Haoh's girlfriend, and Rias with Akeno and Konako followed up in introducing themselves as such, shocking Gasper and making Issei bleed inwardly. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Peerage. 4 days have passed since Gasper was let out to see the world. Although you say the world, in truth he was only coming out when everyone was in the club room, and specifically when Haoh was there in case his gear flare up so that he can have some company in the cold frozen world. During those few days, Shijun stayed with Haoh in his house, and each morning she had black circles from all the moaning that came from his room. When she actually managed to fall asleep from everything that going on around her and heard, it made her have a wet dream of her getting laid by Haoh, which caused her to wake up and feel her crotch hot. On the other hand, Rias hunted down Ross Weiss, Zenobia, Asia and Irina, including Middlet and Kala Warner, to become members of her peerage. Right now, she only had Akeno, Queen/Gasper, Bishop/Kaiba, Knight/Konako, Rook/Issei, Pawn. Unlike the original where Issei was worthy 8 pawns, he is now worthy of 1. That leaves with Rias the spots of 1x bishop-1x knight, 1x rook and 7x pawns. Asia as Issei was a devil agreed to it, thinking that her face didn't betray the reason she was doing it, and Rias told her she would have to wait a few hours before becoming his second bishop. All the others tried to seek advice from Haoh on what they should do. Haoh, well, Sana has more members in her peerage, I believe. Haoh, and I have no idea when I will get mine, so it would be quite a nice experience for you girls. Zenobia, yeah, but what about the spaces? Irina, won't this taint us? Haoh, about the spaces, those are specials that adapt to you, adapts to your talents, therefore, there is no need to worry about them. Haoh, as for taint you, I think it won't happen if you willingly select to bear the evil piece. Haoh, even if you reincarnate yourselves into devils, as long as you stay true to what you desire, that is what will prevail. Hearing his words, all of them looked puzzled as they couldn't decide what to do. This was especially true for Zenobia and Irina, who were humans and needed a lot of effort to break their limits and reach the apex of the world. However, at that moment, the spaces come to their mind as they thought that with that density they will eventually reach the apex. Therefore, apart from Asia, none joined Rias, leaving her a bit sad and frustrated. Rias even went and asked Shijun and said she will only receive a piece when Haoh get his pieces so that she can become his peerage. Though she imagined that even Natsum will float at him at that point. When Rias used her bishop piece on Asia and started the process, Haoh was amazed to see her gain enhanced magical abilities which she can use to conjure up a multitude of spells such as offensive, healing, etc. However, the more powerful spells is, the more it consumes most of their magical power, which takes a long time to regain, forcing them to use their power carefully or risk becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. What surprised Haoh was that as the process finished and Asia prayed, the incoming pain didn't come as he expected, making everyone flabbered, especially Irina and Zenobia, who knew the truth. This once again confirmed the truth they had learned from Haoh back then, as now they follow him through his gear. Night caught up with them, and tomorrow will be the great meeting of factions to speak about peace treaty. Another thing that caused Haoh's face to fall was that Kokabeel didn't even make an appearance, and that gave him a bad feeling. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Gathering. On the next day, in the club room of Kuah Academy, where the meeting will take place, many people started getting ready for the meeting. Grafia and Sierra Fall had long ago gone ahead of them, as they needed to be present in their own factions and peerage. So that left Kala Warner, Middlet, Ross Weiss, Akeno, Rias, Asia, Issei, Kaiba, Konako, and Gasper. Haoh, Sana is on her side with her peerage, but what will you do, Rias? Rias, I can't take everyone with me now, can I? Rias, Issei and Asia will stay here to keep company for Gasper. Rias, Kaiba, Konako, and Akeno will come with me. Ho, then you three will come with me. Shijun, what about me? Ho, I want you to stay hidden 500 meters away from here. Shijun, hey? Ho, I'm not sure why but I have a bad feeling. I want you who is not known to be my girl in the eyes of others to act as an element of surprise. Ho, can you do it? Shijun looked at the eyes of Ho and noticed his serious gaze along with the trust he is putting on her, which caused her to adopt a serious expression as well before she nodded. Ho, that's my girl. Hearing his praise, Shijun started averting her eyes and eventually walked away, but not before a few girls saw a smile on her face. Ho, well then shall we begin and be on our way to the courtyard? Seeing everyone nodding in their head, they began walking away from their club room waving at Asia, Issei, and Gasper until they meet again. Sana and her peerage had long ago appeared on the courtyard where many executives or lower-ranked people from the angels, fallen angels, devils appeared and chanted a protection spell, causing a barrier to appear around Haoh. Soon after that, Rias and Co along with Ho and Co appeared along with 6 major circles, revealing slowly a few individuals. Sertsks and Graphia. Sierra Fall. Ajoka Beelzebub. Falbium Asmodeus. Michael and Gabriel. Azazel with Volley. Seeing all these people, Ho knew something will go off, as it was way off from the original. He watched as Falbium, who was a tall man whose head is completely bald and has a goatee on his chin, slowly approach me along with another figure. It was Ajoka, a bewitchingly beautiful and attractive young man appearing in his early 20s, with light blue eyes and green hair that is slicked back. He had a mysterious aura around him which he claims makes him seem devilish. Falbium, so you are the one we heard so much about it. Ho, pardon? Ajoka, Sertsks has boasted a bit about you to us, that you have the means to stand on an equal ground. Ho, oh? And how did he mention me? Ajoka, of course by stealing his cute little sister from him. All people who heard that fell on the ground as they couldn't believe it, while Rias glared at Sertsks, who was smiling wryly about his best friend comment. Ho sighed as well before he raised his hand upwards in defeat for this Siskon brother-in-law of his. At the same time, he felt that more people walked towards his position. When he looked, he saw Michael and Gabriel walking at him along with Azazel and Volley. Just before they could say anything, they heard something unexpected, a voice coming from Volley. It's been some time. Red Dragon. Silence. Oh? Ignoring me? Silence. Hey. Silence. Everyone looked at Ho with amused, shocked, and many others complicated expressions, and in turn pitied Albion, who kept talking and talking but was ignored. Eventually, after 30 or so seconds, they heard a grumbling voice which stunned all of them, including Albion, as none had heard Drake talking like that. Carrie, Drake, you are annoying. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Luring Gabriel. Sirafal, et. You are also the Seker-Uti of the 2 heavenly dragons? Graphia, since when? Azazel, ha 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 ha, interesting. Sertsks, and instead of fighting as greetings, he is pissed for getting constantly bugged. Ho, Drake, that's kinda rude. Carrie, Drake, but I was sleeping until this guy sent his voice over. Ho, fine, fine. I would have been pissed if someone waked me up as well. Although he shrugged it off, many of the sweated as they knew what he could pull off with his unique skills. Michael, so, let's move on, shall we? Michael, you asked to bring my little sister here, what for? Just as Michael spoke, from behind him a head popped up and slowly made her appearance. Earlier he couldn't see Gabriel completely as Michael was in front, but now he could see that she has the appearance of an extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure. He could see her wearing a white dress that had blonde and silver threads running from her sleeves towards her back, uniting and forming flowers. He knew she is known as the most beautiful woman in heaven, and he had to admit even rumors can't catch her true beauty. She seems so innocent that will follow you wherever you go or do. Ho, then I will enter the point directly. Ho, Gabriel-chan, would you like to see a new world and play endlessly in there? Hearing his words, many people had their eyes twitch, and even Michael had some reservations about what he heard. On the contrary, to himself, his sister's interest was piqued and looked at Ho, waiting to hear the rest. Ho, you can also learn a few new things there that will depend on you to try them. Ho kept talking about the new things she could see and everything that might attract her, while trying to avoid tempting her into sin, as both her and Michael will realize it. As she kept hearing more and more, like a child who was awed by those things, suddenly let go of Michael's robe and went to touch the arm of Ho, shocking everyone. When she did, it was like the system recognized her consent to go in one of the spaces and alarmed Ho about a few notifications. DxD, Hidden Quest completed. Find a girl that has the power above ultimate class. Repeatable, rewards, 20.000 pervert points, double stats up. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 324.000 648.000. Magic, 324.000 648.000. Power, 9.440 18.880. Speed, 9.816 19.632. Defense, 12.960 25.920. Sacred Gear, Hikari Toyami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar. 1. Rain Array, Scale 2 Low Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 110.000. 2. Konako Tajao, Scale 2 Peak Nikomata /Devil, First Stage Sage /MV 990.000. 3. Middled, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 490.000. 4. Kala Warner, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 495.000. 5. Zenobia Quarta, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 160.000. Light Pillar. 1. Rias Gremory, Eris, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid High Class Devil /MV 1.450.000. 2. Sana Satrai, Eris, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid High Class Devil /MV 1.430.000. 3. Ross Weiss, First Stage Valkyrie /MV 490.000. 4. Akeno Heimjima, Scale 2 Peak Devil /Fallen Angel /MV 990.000. 5. Seraphal Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 6.200.000. 6. Graphia Lucifuge, Scale 6 /MV 5.250.000. 7. Irina Shadu, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 140.000. 8. Gabriel, Scale 6 Low 4 Great Seraphs /MV 5.050.000. Money, 14.600 cash /pervert points, 80.000. Ho looked at his stats and was smiling inwardly. He had spent 25.000 for a bottle of pills that had 3 inside and was left with 60.000 pervert points, and now he jumped back to 80.000. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Talks. While Gabriel didn't speak much, or you could say she only spoke with her beautiful eyes shining as she kept pulling the sleeve of Ho, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Not only her but everyone felt the sudden spike in Ho's body, making the shocked, and before they could say anything they heard a melodious voice speaking up. Gabriel, you got stronger from me? It was a few words that perfectly drew everyone as Ho placed his hand in her head and started petting her beautiful hair. He didn't answer her questions and actually posed a question on his own. Ho, do you want to go where I promised? Seeing that his denial in her question was a bit rude, she didn't mind, as it was also rude to ask him how exactly he became stronger. Going back on his question, she nodded her head, and in front of everyone as they watched him closely, especially Michael, who was worried, he snapped his fingers and Gabriel vanished in front of everyone's eyes. Ajuka, this? Surtsks, Ajuka, you figured something out? Ajuka. Instantly he formed more than 1,000 formations around Gabriel, and then she teleported away. Oh? More than 1,000? Ajuka, wait. You didn't know? Oh, I only know the chant for the formations to activate by sending or retrieving someone. Oh, my master created this and parted me with the way to activate it. Although I snapped my fingers in my mind, I simply chanted the words. Oh, seeing you were able to see 1,000 formations, my master was right. You are a genius and the chief advisor for the technology department and the creator of the evil pieces system which birthed the rating games. Haoh snapped his fingers again, and Gabriel returned back with her eyes glittering and her aura changed somehow. She turned to look at Haoh and then pointed at herself as if asking, was that all for me? Haoh, yum. That way you can enjoy things without being able to worry about falling. One shock after the other came crashing down on their minds, and someone shivered from excitement to fight, just as that individual was going to step forward. Haoh turned to all of them and asked the most obvious thing. Haoh, aren't we going to talk about the meeting here? Having finished his business here, well, almost as he had to return the fragments to Michael, he didn't need them, so he might as well return them so that they can reforge it. Hearing his words, all leaders looked at each other and walked inside the meeting. On the day of the conference room, Rias and her servants introduced themselves officially, and the same happened with Sana. Then the others started introducing themselves officially, as Azazel and Vala were representing the fallen angels, Michael and Gabriel represented the angels, and Surtsks, Sirafal, Ajuka, Falbium and Graphia represented the devils and gave their consent to start the meeting. Surtsks, as everyone know, we have been victims on each other's schemes for too long and under our noses. Michael, yes. We have colluded that Freed along with Valper had outside help that leans towards the fallen angels field. Azazel, sigh. I know many members have acted beyond their boundaries and 2 of them are actually here. Azazel, while I had passed orders to look out for potential sacred gears holder, the order that was transmitted in them, caused countless deaths. Michael, how do you plan to go about it? Azazel, that's the problem. I have no idea why that person did this and started messing everything up. Azazel, although his plans were stopped when they killed Haoh and got bonded in his gear, I still couldn't find a way around his motives. Azazel, even a few days ago I was notified that he had set plans to try and kidnap Rias Gremory and Sana to try to mess up with this meeting. At his words, both Sirafal and Surtsks flared their magic power, putting pressure on Azazel, who smiled wryly as he knew this would happen. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Interruption. As things became tense in the room, meanwhile, in the club room which Asia, Issei and Gasper played with PSP and others' consoles were having fun. Issei suddenly flinched as he felt something off and went towards the windows. There he saw from the courtyard a group of mysterious people appeared and rushing towards their place. He went in his position and looked towards Asia and Gasper, who was now had moist eyes as he realized something from Issei's expression. Issei, shhh. Gasper, try not to let out your voice. Asia, what is going on? Issei, a few unknown people are coming here. Issei, Gasper, Kaiba-senpai had shown me the way to your room where the seals can be activated and stay like that until it's night. Issei, let's go there. Hearing the urgency on his voice, both of them got up and started walking towards the bookshelves, and by moving one book, a hidden door opened up, letting them rush inside before closing it, and made the book return to its position. At that moment, many black-robed figures entered inside, and you could see they were all women with quite the MILF's appearance. MILF, damn, they escaped. MILF 2, search the room for possible circles that we didn't deactivate as we were coming here. Just as they were searching, a MILF yelled at them as she was searching the bookshelf. MILF 3, here. There is a small gap here. MILF 4, a hidden door. After them. As the meeting between the leaders of the three factions continues with Azazel trying to calm the others down and seeking help from anyone that could lend him a hand, Haoh was the one that opened his mouth. Haoh, Azazel, how come none of the higher executives came here? Azazel, well, learning that one of them had such plans, I hurriedly created a mission to send him away along with a few others and a team to secretly follow them. Azazel, however, in case something went wrong, I also asked that Sana and Rias must participate so that we can act fast enough and save them. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, and Asurtsk and Sirafal remembered that Azazel called a few days ago and told them that they must participate to gain experience and connections. However, Haoh had an incredibly bad feeling and didn't diminish, instead it increased by 10 folds. After finally managing to relax and demanded from Azazel to hand over the one he had plans against them, suddenly a wave of energy passed through them and caused the room to freeze. Ajuka, what was that? Sirafal, Sana-chan. Surtsks, They all looked towards Sana and saw that apart from her all her peerage members had been frozen solid in time. Sana, what's going on? Haoh, this. Kaiba, Konako. Haoh, rush back to the occult room. Issei and Gasper had been caught. Rias, wait, you mean this is Gasper's fault? Haoh, no, as we have company. As Haoh's word fell on their ears, the sky glowed in a large orange circle, and from there many black-robed people appeared before they started attacking the meeting place. Sana, those are magicians? Rias, Oni-sama. I have left behind a piece of rook in the occult room. Sana, then by using that we can trade placed. Graphia, even with Surtsk's powers we can only send 2 people. Volley, should I go and finish everything up? Azazel, if you are so eager to fight, look, those guys are getting cocky thinking they could beat you. Volley, fine, I'll go. As Vala burst through the window and started to battle the magicians outside, annihilating them with the utmost ease. Rias and Sana were ready to go and save her peerage members. Just before she could teleport, Haoh took out a bottle and threw it towards her. This left even Azazel speechless, as he wanted to take this moment and throw the bracelets he was holding. Haoh, those are one-time use. It won't help in the long run. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Losses. Everyone gawked at his words, and Azazel even opened his mouth widely before he complained like a child, as everyone wanted to laugh. Azazel, but they are my prized inventions. Even Haoh rolled his eyes back from his sad expressions as if you stole his lollipop. Just as he wanted to comment on that, suddenly an orange circle flared on the room and everyone entered in battle stances. Then a new woman started to materialize inside, causing many to gawked. Sirafal, why? Why? Is someone like you here? Kateria-chan. Everyone saw Kateria, a tall bespectacled woman with a voluptuous figure. She had tan skin with long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset, and she had purple eyes. She wore an extremely low-cut dress and it had a high slit which exposed a large portion of her breasts. Kateria, good day to all Satans. 4 Great Seraph-san. And Azazel. Kateria, however, I don't recognize you. Haoh, oh? I would be more surprised if you knew me. Kateria, well, no matter. Sirafal, what are you doing here? Surtsks, the descendant of the previous Leviathan. Kateria, without answering them, raised her staff upwards as it started shining before she tried to speak a few words. Kateria, chaos and ruins in this rotter world. However, before she could manage to complete her phrase, suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder as a certain figure whispered something in her ears. Seeing Haoh seizing this chance and stunning Kateria for at least a second, Surtsks moved and tried to apprehend her. Kateria, seeing this, grabbed the waist of Haoh as she smashed her staff on the floor, causing an explosion that resounded in every corner of the barrier. Sana and Rias, who have long ago arrived in the club room and started searching for Issei and Gasper, saw the new building burning at the place. Sana, that place. Rias, we need to hurry, because these marks are what keeps us from being frozen in time. Sana, what would happen if he died and he needs our magic? Rias, I don't want to find out. As they walked through the corridor behind the bookshelves, eventually they saw trails of blood and many black figures being down for the count. Rias, did Issei do all this? Sana, no, this is holy magic. Rias, it can't be Asia? Sana, let's move. They started picking up their pace and finally arrived into the end of it where the room that Gasper used to be sealed existed. You could say that this was a back door from the official route and was built that way for Gasper to travel easier at the night. Although he refused to come out back then. As they reached the door, shock filled their eyes as Asia and Issei were nailed in the walls left and right with light attribute spikes while their bodies emitted some kind of steam. Rias, Asia. Issei. Issei, Sid, and Rias, don't speak. Issei, her, ry. Save. Gasper. Sana and Rias saw his eyes were slowly dimmed and the latter was filled with anger. No one is allowed to touch her sweat servant. As she used her aura and the spikes got destroyed from her destruction element, both he and Asia fell gently on the ground as the former was in the hands of Rias while the latter on the hands of Sana. At that moment Asia also opened her eyes as she looked around in a blurry vision, barely making out that Rias was holding Issei and Sana was holding her. Asia, Rias, Senator, Pi. Rias, Asia, what happened? Asia, a fall, an angel, app, red and Tortu, red, us. Asia, Issei. Tried to fight him. Before even Asia could say to them that they were defeated, instantly her eyes also closed and fainted, similar to Issei. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Kokabil. Sana, Rias, what are we gonna do? Rias, I'm gonna kill anyone who harms my servants. Rias, use your water magic and try to stabilize the two of them. Rias, my magic is unsuited for it. Sana looked at the deadly face Rias was making and sighed before he engulfed Issei and Asia into two water bubbles, slowly stabilizing them and healing them. Although it was near as powerful as Asia's twilight healing, it would be enough for them to stay alive. Then she started following Rias, who had walked forwards going towards the room she had supposedly sealed Gasper in the past. When they reached there, the door was closed and proceeded to open it, watching in horror a bloody mess out of Gasper while his eyes were completely red. Rias, Gasper. Sana, this cruelty. Oh. The two targets I wanted the most were the ones who appeared. Both Sana and Rias froze as they slowly looked upwards and saw a fallen angel laying on the ceiling as if it was his bed with his wings wide open. They immediately recognized him as they had seen him in the past and immediately felt a huge pressure washing over them. They raised their own and fought back. Both of them combined had a value of 3 million and they could barely keep the pressure from affecting them. That meant that Kokabil was a tad bit stronger than them. If they fought together and out their lives on the line, they would be able to win. Rias, Kokabil, what are you doing? Rias, are you becoming an enemy of the factions? Kokabil, Che. On the contrary, I'm helping them realize that this world need reformation. Kokabil, and the strongest ones have the right to make the calls. Sana, then why aren't you obeying your leader? Azazel, for the reformations he wants to do? Kokabil, because he is a fool. Kokabil, he never pays attention to the fallen angels serving him and always runs off adopting children, messing with research beyond his powers. Kokabil, and eventually smaller bouts slowly kills us off. Kokabil, he has done nothing to regain our former glory. As they were hearing him, they felt he was a lost cause and slowly raised their output to ward off his pressure that kept increasing. As they were doing that, they tried to stall for time as they knew that Haoh would find a way to help them. Of course, they were also preparing to catch him off guard if given the opportunity, hoping to really be a tad bit stronger than them and injure him. Rias, oh, right, Azazel had said you were sent in a mission and it would have taken you a while to come back. Sana, what are you doing here? Kokabil, oh that? Kokabeel, every single person he sent on a mission were people selling info to various factions. Kokabeel, and that secret team, he sent to monitor us. Kokabeel, I imagine they are trying to get away from the encirclement we had prepared with a bit of help from the Cow's Brigade. As he finished speaking, he pressured them even more as they lost their ground and fell on their knees while still looking upwards towards him. Kokabeel, ha 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 ha, you two together are strong. I need 70 to 80% of my power to pressure you like that. Finishing speaking to them, he started hovering towards the floor and getting closer to them as he kept his total attention to them. Then as he was above their heads and looked at each other, the ceiling cracked and fell down slowly, revealing a figure, shocking Kokabeel as he failed to notice someone was above him. Kokabeel, who the hell are you? Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Trap. Kokabeel screamed as he tried to confirm who had managed to catch him off guard. Before he could say another word, however, a little white creature with a mask on its face flashed in front of him. This caused his magic pressure to shift at it, making him roll his eyes. Feeling the heavy pressure getting off them, both Rias and Sana raised their own pressure and pushed Kokabeel upwards, smashing him to the upper floors and blowing him away from the ceiling, alarming many in the process. That's enough. Go help the trap. Hearing the familiar voice, Sana and Rias stopped and immediately rushed towards Gasper, with Rias taking out a pill and feeding it to Gasper. They then broke the restraints of Gasper and watched as he slightly healed himself while digesting the pill he had eaten before. Stay sharp. He will come again. Rias, Shijun. Sana, what happened? Shijun, while I was waiting, I got a message from Tobio saying they got trapped and Kokabeel infiltrated the meeting. Shijun, I didn't realize a thing until everything froze. Sana, then how are you? Shijun, it's because of my gear. Shijun, I wield one of the 4 fiend sacred gears, which carries the spirit of Todi Taotetsu, which by the way its name if Po. Shijun, it is also the strongest among the 4 fiends. This sacred gear takes the form of a small 4-horned beast wearing a mask which possesses a limitless appetite, being able to devour anything ranging from monsters to magic. Sana, then that little thing that flashed on Kokabeel, that was Shijun, it was Po and devoured his pressure. A few minutes back, at the time where Rias and Sana found their way in the room with Kokabeel outside of the new building where everyone was now stationed, many had different kinds of thoughts. HOH. A joint barrier by all the Mas and the said leaders to protect everyone. And how long are you going to cling on me? Get off. They all dumbfounded watched as Haoh was glued to her waist as he was holding himself from his shoulder. Haoh, are you sure? Like I said earlier, I might be able to help you with that. Kateria-chan. Kateria stopped struggling around to shake him off, which was surprising as none intervened at that moment and remember his low-volume words that entered her ears before the blast. Haoh, I can help you awake your niece. She looked at him deeply in his eyes and seeing that she took the bait, he stopped clinging on her and dropped down, before he stood tall and adjusted his clothes. Haoh, well, apart from duking it with Sira Fall for the position of the Mu, you also have another motive, don't you? Kateria, how do you know that? Haoh, I know, in fact you could say I only participated in this meeting for you to come here as I didn't know your whereabouts. Kateria, since you went to such length, that means you have a valid way or clue. Kateria, tell me. Haoh, sure, however first you have to die. Suddenly getting assaulted by such close distance, Kateria, although she knew what she was feeling right now was genius killing intent, she didn't panic and smashed her staff on the ground as she pushed forward and collided with his fist. Even though it was at close zero distance, Kateria was still way too faster than him. When they met and Haoh's body shined with orange light slowly, she felt that something was off as there wasn't fear in his eyes and neither the others acted, meaning she fell right on his trap. Just as Haoh smiled and got engulfed in an explosion from the bottom to the top of his body, they heard a loud breaking sound and turned to see Kokabeel in the air as he was blown away. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Talking. Just as everyone saw Kokabeel in the air, everything stopped for everyone except his girls, which was inside his 400 meters with him at the center. Meaning a dome of 200 with him as the center, forming a circle of 400 meters. Right now the only ones who were there were Grafia, Sirafal, Konako, Akeno, Zenobia, Irina, Kala Warner, Middled, Ross Weiss and Gabriel looked at him slowly reforming his body from being a meat paste while Kateria was trying to move. Gabriel looked confusedly as she didn't even realize why he had taken the attack, and the only reason she didn't move to save him was that she thought he had a way out. Now that she saw him in such a way, her eyes narrowed in anger both at her and at the girls next to him, which simply smiled. Irina, Gabriel-sama. You don't have to be so riled up. Irina, look around you, this place has been locked down by the same space you went inside. Zenobia, yes. This place has a time limit of 2 hours, while in the outside not even a second will have passed. Gabriel looked curiously as she was told, and she truly found out that even her brother froze along with the muss. She then pointed towards Haoh, who was healing, and this time Ross Weiss chimed in. Ross Weiss, this is a result of his sacred gear. The more girls accept him as you did, the faster he will heal in case he dies. Ross Weiss, if someone kills him and that person is a girl, like what happened with Kateria right now, he will place a black mark on her, binding her on his gear as well. Zenobia, those who kill him are called Darkness Pillar, while those who follow him are called Light Pillar. Irina, look, he restored himself. As Irina spoke, everyone turned to see him in his peak condition and kept undusting his clothes. Kateria, what did you do to me? Haoh, nothing much. Kateria, I can't move and you say this is nothing much? Haoh, oh, you wouldn't know what I have done as I abuse my ability. Haoh, anyway, the condition of helping you was for you to kill me, however, as you may have found it suspicious to kill me. Haoh, I attacked with everything I got by charging my magic in my punch and made you kill me in a counterattack. Kateria, why would you go through all that trouble? Haoh, because I needed to activate my gear. And since you listened to them, why asking me? Kateria, making me fall in this situation, and I actually fall myself, you obvious have a reason to do so. Haoh, I do have a valid reason. Haoh, that is I lust your body. My condition of helping you cure your niece, is to become my girl. Kateria was silent. She was expecting something off the record, but not this. There were many people who lusted her, but none tried to use her niece to get her. She wondered if he truly had a way to cure her. Haoh, you want to heal Ingvild Leviathan, right? Just as he wanted to say something, she finally heard her name from his mouth, leaving her stunned, fearfully and with hopes. The only reason she joined the Cows Brigade and wanted to become the mole was to use every resources she could find in hopes to help her only family left. Kateria, what would be my standing in doing so? I heard those who kill you became darkness marked and those who follow willingly became light marked. Kateria, what's the catch? Haoh, AAA. About that, well, all of you are my girlfriends and have an active place in my heart romantically. Haoh, so both light and darkness are treated equally. Haoh, and since I know about your confusion right now, well, I have a limit to both marked of official named pillars. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, 6th Darkness Pillar. Kateria, so you mean to say you completed the light pillars and only had darkness spots available? Haoh, yeah. Haoh, yeah, but as you know, all gears have a middle stage. Kateria, balance breaker. Haoh, yeah, so I need to fill the spots to achieve it. Haoh, did all this info answered your questions in your mind? Kateria, yet, and I have come to terms that you are nuts. Kateria, who hunts death like that? Haoh, so what do you say? Kateria, what you say? Do I have a choice in this? Haoh, well, no. Haoh, before we begin let me tell you. As a darkness pillar, if you try to attack me, then the space around us will freeze regardless if you kill me or not. Haoh, then I will be able to punish you even without your consent. Haoh, at that point in time if you wish to regain your body control even though your magic will be sealed, you need to accept the punishment willingly. Kateria, I hope I also gain something out of all this. Ho, you will, for starters though none will attack you, if you show your mark that will appear on your neck. Ho, the rest will be a surprise. Ho, system, mark her. DxD, hidden quest completed. Bind a girl that has the power above ultimate class. Repeatable, rewards, 20.000 pervert points, double stats up. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 648.0001.296.000. Magic, 648.0001.296.000. Power, 18.88037.760. Speed, 19.63239.264. Defense, 25.92051.840. Sacred Gear, Hikari Toyami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar. 1. Rainarray, Scale 2 Low Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 110.000. 2. Konako Tajao, Scale 2 Peak Nikomata /Devil, First Stage Sage /MV 990.000. 3. Middled, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 490.000. 4. Kala Warner, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 495.000. 5. Zenobia Quarta, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 160.000. 6. Kateria Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 5.050.000. Light Pillar. 1. Rias Gremory, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.450.000. 2. Sana Citrai, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.430.000. 3. Ross Weiss, First Stage Valkyrie /MV 490.000. 4. Akeno Heimjima, Scale 2 Peak Devil /Fallen Angel /MV 990.000. 5. Seraphal Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 6.200.000. 6. Graphia Lucifuge, Scale 6 /MV 5.250.000. 7. Irina Shadu, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 140.000. 8. Gabriel, Scale 6 Low 4 Great Seraphs /MV 5.050.000. Money, 14.600 cash /pervert points, 100.000. Gabriel, he became stronger again? Zenobia, it seems that way. Irina, if he keeps powering up at this rate, then with 2 more girls his power might reach the levels of Mus. Graphia, wrong, he will become much stronger, as with 2 more darkness pillars his balance breaker will be achieved. Seraphal, that's right, at this rate, his powers will reach low Mu value. Listening to their muttering, Kateria shuddered, thinking about his potential in the future, and then thought of something. Kateria, you don't really plan on having Ingvild kill you? Ho, I do have a candidate for the 7th darkness pillar but lack the 8th one. Ho, if things go south then maybe I will. Kateria, who? Ho, Kurika on Vala's team. Kateria, then why not tempting Offis to kill you? Ho, I could, but I'm not sure if my gear would work on her. DxD, host's gear can be used on all races. Ho, or maybe it will if she doesn't show resistance. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Betrayal. Having gotten the assurance that his gear will work towards off-ice, he was really tempted to try the part of dying towards Great Red. He wondered if he dies and freezes the time if he can bind the strongest dragon. He also wishes to know if its gender is a girl. Ho, since we have finished here, there is no reason for us to stay all frozen up. Kateria, yeah, but how did you say I can move? Ho, relax yourself and soul while at the same time accept serving under me. I guess that will help you. Kateria took his words in her heart, and after sighing and taking a deep breath while her eyes somewhat shined or glittered, she felt as if she floated and landed on the ground. It was then she realized that she could now move normally and thought that Haoh was telling the truth about everything so far. Although she still had a desire to know what benefits she would gain from this, after all, as he said at the start, he lusted her body for the condition of helping Ingvild. Haoh, you will learn later. Don't fret. Haoh, at the same time prepare yourself to show to the factions your mark. Nodding to him with a bit of hesitation, Haoh willed the space to break itself, and when he did, he noticed the range expanded from a total 400m to a total of 600m. With the time and space reverting back to normal, they all saw Kokabeel tumbling in the air before he spat a mouthful of blood while cursing the girls. Kokabeel, you bitches! Kokabeel, this is not over. Surtsks, Azazel, and the rest saw him gathering a huge amount of magic gathering on top of his head while creating a giant spear as he was ready to launch it downwards. They immediately rushed to the place, and before they clad themselves in their own magic while also keeping dibs on Kateria, who was now hugging the arm of Haoh, as it was far more easier to tell that Haoh did something to her. Before, however, they managed to traverse almost all the distance, arrows of light blue light rained down from the sky, preventing them to follow suit. At the same time, Kokabeel launched his spear, and when it fell on the old building before it touched the roof of it and passing through it suddenly froze as if it hit a barrier. It was also at this point that all those who were frozen up started moving again, and they realized it was Gasper taking action. Kokabeel, you little vampire shit! It was the last thing he said before a white flash appeared in front of him as it opened its mask in front and swallowed him whole. Azazel, god damn it! Yelling for the death of Kokabeel that not even his soul was spared, a puffed up white thing returned back from where it came from, and soon enough a few figures came out. It was Shijun, Rias holding Gasper and Sana, while her two hands held two spheres of water with Issei and Asia inside. Seeing that they prevented the worst, Azazel returned his gazes to the skies where Valia in balance breaker form was looking down on everyone. He was clad in a white dragon armor with blue jewels that covered every part of his body while flying with energy wings. Behind him there stood the moon in its complete cycle, making him seem as if he had descended the heavens. Azazel, what's the meaning of this, Valia? Azazel, are you really betraying us? Valia, to me, this peace treaty is nothing more than restraints that holds me down from fighting stronger opponents. Azazel, so you really are from that group? Valia, yes, I belong to the group called Chaos Brigade, led by the Infinity Dragon Off-Ice herself. Hearing his words, everyone had serious expressions and frowned at the grave issue they had in their faces before Vala turned to Kateria and launched his attack. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Vala's Origin. As everyone watched Vala attacking Kateria to silence her, they knew that she didn't truly belong to the group and tried to rush to help. However, Haoh looked at them and made them freeze in their tracks before Kateria looked hopelessly at the attack coming to claim her life. She felt Haoh doing something with his fingers which were a way for her to realize not to move and take it head on. Biting her lips, she pushed Haoh out of her way and was engulfed by energy like arrows that got thrown from Vala's wings. Explosions happened shortly after they came in contact, shocking a bit Vala that she didn't defend and waited until the dust died down to see what was happening. When it did, he gawked as she was perfectly fine except a few spots on her clothes having signs of getting pierced, but not even blood was seen. Kateria looked at her hands in shock as she knew what happened. When she was killed just now and her conscience drifted away, she felt the same sensation she did from being unable to move and foreign energy invading her body. But those energies didn't clash with her and instead started healing her wound and evaporating the blood she lost even from her clothes. It was at that moment she realized that this was one of the benefits of being marked and noted. It only worked possibly in a certain range of it. Just as she snapped out of it and looked at Vala, who was in a shocking state, a thud sound was heard as something fell on the ground from her clothes. It was a small bottle with a black like a snake inside swirling around, and before Vala could react, Haoh took it in his hands. Haoh, so this is the power granted by Office, and it looks like you have to consume it to take effect. Vala, what will you do with it? Haoh, I have my own plans for it. Vala, interesting. I would love to fight you. Vala, it's our destiny to do so. Haoh, as I said to Kurika. If you wish to sit down and join me on a drink, I would be more than happy to obligate. Haoh, if not, I'm not interested in you or the feud in the dragons. Haoh, if you wish to fight, we will fight close to a year from now. Haoh, I believe from the moment Kurika notified you only a bit over than a month passed. Vala, ha 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 ha, interesting. I also don't care about their feud. Vala, I'm a descendant of the previous generation's Mole Lucifer who died. Vala, however, I'm a child of mixed blood born from a father who was the old Mu's grandson and a human mother. Vala, I obtained the Vanishing Dragon's sacred gear because I'm half human. It was just by chance. Vala, I, who is a true blood relative of Lucifer and is also the Vanishing Dragon, along with being a human, created a being that will surpass things as fate and miracles. All of them gawked at this revelation, with only Haoh keeping a straight face as if he already knew this, shocking Vala once again when he realized this. Haoh, and? Vala was speechless. He thought his identity will shake him and possibly make his blood rage as they fought to see who it was stronger. Even Albion was stunned inside Vala. Just as he wanted to say something, he heard Drake aka Carrie talking to them. Carrie, you are in bad luck, Albion. Albion, what do you mean? Carrie, I would give you a piece of friendly advice. Make your host stronger. Stronger enough to hold his J drive for more than an hour. Carrie, otherwise you wouldn't even know how you died. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Stepping Stone. Albion and Vala were shocked. This was Drake that was warning them instead of fighting them. This made Vala's blood to boil as he really wanted to fight. Vala, Albion. Albion, are you sure? Vala, let's go. With his words, Haoh sighed as if Vala doesn't suffer a major setback he will not learn at all. Haoh, fine, let's go. Don't cry later on. Haoh walked in an open area and Vala floated above him before. He charged down with his speed, closing almost instantly the gap between them. What surprised both of them was that Haoh was standing there having an expression as if he wanted to sleep. This bastard wasn't taking them seriously, and Vala thrusted his hand forward like a blade passing through Haoh's body. Before he could even react, suddenly a kick found its way towards Vala's dragon head, blowing him a few meters away. Albion, what happened? Carrie, ha 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 ha, did you get old enough for your senses to dull with an afterimage? Vala, ugh. Afterimage? Vala then froze as his hand was perfectly clean with not a single drop of blood on it. When he looked at Haoh, he saw a hole in the front side of his clothes, but just that, nothing else. Vala got up and flew in the sky before he completely opened his wings and started firing energy beams as they fell on Haoh. However, at that moment Vala felt a soaring pain assaulting his back, which caused his gear to shatter and puke blood as he crashed on the ground. Then someone landed in front of him, and as he struggled to stand up, he saw that it was Haoh. Vala felt his body as if he got a beating similar to his early life when he was a kid and trained with the members of Gregory. And he wasn't wrong to assume that. When he was killed again by Vala, the space froze, making Haoh slowly walk in the sky, and since Vala's magic was sealed at that moment as he was on balance breaker, he had no defense. Haoh grinned before he stood behind him in a kkkkkk. A kkkkkk. He started punching him for close to 2 hours, making even Carrie sweat inwardly as she had no idea if Vala will survive this. When time resumed, more than 10,000 punches took effect, and as he had the power of a high devil now in terms of magic value, his punches were no joke. Vala, cough, cough. Vala could barely stand as he coughed a mouthful of blood while his vision had become blurry. The girls who helped him recover with their magic were thinking that wasn't this too much? Only Azazel knew what he was trying to do. Ho, so you only amount this much? Ho, your speed is laughable. While he said that, all girls screamed in their mind, he is still faster than you. It was now that Vala and Albion took to heart Drake's warning, although right now she was laughing inside Ho from seeing their pitiful appearance. Just before Vala wanted to say something, suddenly the barrier shatters above them and a figure fell down as he landed. It was a human figure, a young man with short light-colored black hair and brown eyes. He was dressed in ancient Chinese armor while holding a pole. Greetings everyone. I came here to pick Vala. But I can't see him. The new figure looked around as he spoke, ignoring everyone, and saw Kateria alive, which was surprising even for him, but Vala was nowhere. Ho, you must be Baikao, right? Azazel, the descendant of Sun Wukong and the current Monkey King. Baikao, oh? You know me? Ho, we have heard of you. But I have to say, as a monkey you are stupid. Is it fun to use others as a stepping stone? Baikao was pissed at his words, and when he was about to retort he felt something on his feet and looked down, only to change a few colors in his face. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Double Quest. Baikao hurriedly stepped sideways in order to get away from Vala, who he was stepping right now, and when he bent to check his condition his face kept twitching. Ho, look, what you did. Ho, you stepped on him way too much. Ho, he has become one with the road. Baikao, how is this my fault? You did this. Ho, nah, let's be real, you fell from the sky and didn't even bother to see where you are going to land. Ho, lying is no good, you know. Baikao kept changing colors before he helped Vala get up over his shoulder and tried to retort back. However, Vala stopped him as he spoke. Vala, drop it, Baikao. We need to leave. Azazel, do you think it will be easy to get out of here? Ho, sure they will, unless you wish to face off eyes. Ho, furthermore tell Kurika her sister misses her. Without waiting for a goodbye, both of them vanished from their side of their field, making Ho turn towards the rest, looking at his before they all sighed. Ho, now that everything has finished, the treaty will be officially signed by everyone here. Ho, Michael, here are the fragments I promised for meeting Gabriel. Michael, thanks. Ho, no problem. Make sure not to lose them. Ajuka, what are you going to do now? Ho, head back home I guess. Ajuka, I have heard you had a few issues with the Snake Clan, is that right? Ho, yes, and even though they sneaked attacked us, we are fine. Ajuka, are you going to visit them? Ho, I could in the future, but seeing that they haven't bothered me again since that time, perhaps someone dealt with them? Ajuka, no, unfortunately, no, the clan is pretty much untouchable. Ho, good, I will in the next few days pay them a visit. Sirtsks, you can tell Grafia about it and she will bring you to our clan. From there we can head towards the other clans. Just as Ho was about to speak and brush it away, he got a notification from his system about a new quest and checked it with his mind. DxD, quest triggered. Go on a tour towards the 72 pillars and the various powerhouses in the underworld. Rewards, 100.000 pervert points, 25% stats up. Ho, at that point of time I will not hold back and be shameless enough to intrude in your hospitality. Sirtsks, good. Sirtsks, furthermore, in a month's time, we will hold a gathering party, where many young devils will take part in it. Ajuka, at that time we will also discuss the upcoming peace agreement with Odin and the potential oppositions we might face. DxD, quest triggered. Kill anyone who interrupts the discussion. Rewards, 200.000 pervert points, 25% stats up. Ho now frowned at the words of Ajuka, and none missed that but Akari, who had seen his memories, knew what was wrong about this. Akari, you better find 2 darkness pillars before then and achieve balance breaker on both gears. Ho, this will be tough. Killing a mythical beast and Loki will be quite troublesome. Michael, is something wrong? You spaced out for a few moments. Ho, I just got a mental image from my master about something that needs to be taken care of by me. Ho, sorry about that. Ho, well then I look forward to that day and seeing what the young ones have to offer. They all nodded to his words, and apart those that still have a few things to discuss, Ho snapped his fingers and everyone vanished with the exception of Sana and Rias along with Kateria and Gabriel looking at him with a confused expression. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Peerage. Ajuka, oh? A task by your master you say? Sirtsks, is it something we can do to help? Sirafal, I can't imagine someone like would want any help, to begin with. Ho, true, it's something really simple that even a human could do it if they put some effort into it. Falbium, I can't imagine human doing the bidding of someone so strong. Michael, well, technically the humans have a compatible soul to either become angels or devils. If they become angels they could become fallen angels as well. Ajuka, if many of them know the supernatural world and what entails with it, they would put the effort into completing his tasks. Ho, true, but for now let's focus on reality, meaning the things we have in front of us. As he finished speaking he looked towards Kateria and by pointed at her he asked the others. Ho, in case you didn't realize she has been placed under my mark of curse. Ho, this means she is now under my control. Ho, apart from barging in today. Does she has any record of a criminal? Azazel, not that we are aware of. Ho, good, then now she is under my protection and any grievance will be answered to me. Ho, furthermore. Ajuka, is it possible for me to receive evil pieces? Ajuka, you want to have your own peerage? Ho, yes. Even though I have many girls marked, that is with the power of my sacred gear, and the premise is that everyone must be a girl. Ho eyes twitched at that moment as he spoke up that he also needed a few guys to talk about and have fun. Ho, this means that a raiding game I won't have Rias or Sana next to me because they need to take care of their official business. Ho, and in case a tournament happens, I want to be able to participate. Azazel, now that would be interesting. Azazel, we can use this. Sirafal, how so? Azazel, well, Ho is human. We can seal the deal with a special formed team to respond in crisis. Azazel, we can show the entire supernatural world how serious we are about making peace. Michael, and what best way to use a human Hui? Sirtsks, but at the same time all of the opposite factions will shift their attention to him. Sirafal, this would mean his peerage would have to fight oppression from all sides. Falbium, furthermore he doesn't have a single peerage member yet. Azazel, true he doesn't, but he could obtain a few. Ho listened to their talks and pondered over it as he originally wanted them to bind a few more girls to his arsenal. After all, there were many that made his dick twitch with just the thought of taking them for a course. Right now he had 14 girls and could get 18 more in total. And with the pieces, he could get a few more depending on how many pawns someone would need. Although in the long run he might not need them, but it wouldn't hurt to get them and have them in standby in his inventory, right? His mind was snapped back to reality when Graphia spoke up. Graphia, excuse my rudeness, but for all that to happen, we need to see if it's truly possible for him to obtain them. Ajuka, Graphia-san is right. Due to the system being as it was never tested on humans, so we can put it on hold, and when Ho comes to the underworld we can test it. Just as Ho was about to say something, his system cut him short. DxD, quest triggered. Obtain the evil pieces. Rewards, 1 to 2 mutated 20.000 pervert points, 1 to 5 mutated 30.000 pervert points, 1 to 8 mutated 40.000 pervert points, 1 to 12 mutated 50.000 pervert points, 1 to 16 mutated 100.000 pervert points. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Leaving. Seeing that he was absent-minded again, they wanted to ask what was the matter this time. Ho, Master said, it is possible for a human to take the evil pieces as they usually harbor evil intent and thoughts. Ho, if it was in the past it wouldn't be possible as there was God regulate everything, but now many anomalies have occurred and Valya is one of them, not to mention Akeno. Ho, he also said even though they are anomalies with the current system running. Ho, they can also be called unique, miracles and many other things I didn't get. Hearing his words, the first ones who burst in laughter was Azazel, as he had seen quite a few peculiar things in his life. Azazel, ha 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 ha, I can agree on that part. Azazel, if new things don't occur, how our old-timers like us pass our boredom? Hearing his words, Ho decided to troll Azazel and made a blank face as if he was getting a message, and they waited to see what his master wanted to say. Ho, he said, you are an idiot and immature brat. Ho, you obviously had all the time in the world to become a father and even adopted one. Ho, why is it that he betrayed you? Azazel's smirk had vanished from his face and it was now the others' turn to laugh at his face. Sirafal tried to hold her tears back from laughing, including Sertsk's and Ajuka, while Falbium had a smile on his face similar to Michael, who enjoyed the atmosphere. Ho, anyway, I'm tired to be in a position of translation between two parties. Ho, is there something else we need to speak? Sertsk's, for now nothing. Ho, Gabriel-chan, would you like to enter that world again or will you go back? The whole time they were talking, Gabriel was thinking about many things she had learned today and started reviewing them one by one. When she was called back from her thoughts, she looked at Ho and started thinking about how to proceed from now. She remembered his words about her trying things without having to worry about falling and nodded to him as she was too curious about them. Little did she know at that time it was the start of her doom and be. Cough, cough. Ho then went to her and grabbed her hands before going towards Kateria, who was waiting patiently at the side. She didn't know why, but it seems that everyone put her back on their minds as if she wasn't a threat to them anymore. Something inside her annoyed her, while something else told her that agreeing to Ho's proposal was the best thing she could have ever done. Ho knew that Rias and Sana have a few things to work on, and as he started walking off and leaving the place, suddenly a voice was heard stopping him in his tracks. Wait. Ho, Nana-chan. Shi-jun, where are you going? Ho, home for now, and then to take care of something. Shi-jun, can I come as well? Ho seriously thought about it and came to a conclusion that it wouldn't hurt for her to come, but then he thought that he doesn't have any relations with her for now. Having her in his house while he has fun with the others might be too much for her. As if she knew what he was thinking, Shi-jun blushed from both being embarrassed as she waited for his answer and what she thought he was thinking now. Ho, sigh. You can come, but I won't guarantee it will be pleasant for you. Hearing his words, Shi-jun lightly smiled, and at the same time, she lightly licked her lips, thinking about many things before she followed behind. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Tasting. Close to an hour passed and Ho reached his home with 3 people following him behind. It was Gabriel with Kateria and Shi-jun, shocking them about how large it have become, even though it wasn't pleasing to the eyes from the outside. Ho then clapped his fingers once again and the other girls showed up. Middled, Kala Warner, Ross Weiss, Zenovia, Irina, Konako and Akeno looked around and instantly realized they were in his home. At that moment, Irina, Zenovia, Middled, and Ross Weiss jumped at the same time to grab the phone and started ordering from their favorite restaurant. Gabriel and Shi-jun were confused about their behavior, and as one was curious while the other was nervous, they started asking questions. Ho, who was watching this, smiled and then motioned to Kateria to follow him in his room, where pretty much no one can enter unless they want some milk. Which, with the orders they were giving, none would bother them. Kateria, what is it? Ho, do you like my house? Kateria, I've been to better ones. Ho, well, either way, you and Ingvild will stay here from now on, so get used to it. Kateria, when we will go and save her? Ho, tomorrow. For today's event, do you want me to spell what you have to do? Kateria, no, but until you save her, even though I'm not a virgin, my pussy is off limits. Ho, however anything else is permitted, right? Giving him a nod, Kateria started removing her clothes, as saying anything more would be useless. She was about to do something she did 100 times and regretted all of them, as they all lied about having a way to save her niece. She would often use her ass and mouth as a way to search for a cure. What she regrets the most though was realizing that she gave her virginity for nothing more but despair and empty words. It had taken more than 4 months to realize this fact, and during that time she was also using her pussy to satisfy creeps. But when she learned that everything she lived and fought for was an illusion, let's just say none can talk to her now. Ho instructed her to come closer, letting him have a full view of her mature pussy, and then made her roll over and get on all fours. She let out a sound and complied, realizing what he intended to do. Kateria quickly turned and got on her hands and knees just like he asked. Unconsciously, she spread out her ass farther and opened her legs wider. Ho positioned himself directly under her plump buttocks, grabbing it and spreading it wider to expose the hidden entrance. He softly rubbed both cheeks with his palms, and Ho moved closer to her opened gap and started licking slowly her pussy while fingering her anus. Even though it was complicated with the direction and everything, the Ned position made them look like Kateria placed herself on top of Ho's face. Slurp. 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 She started felling her pussy, getting covered with his saliva as she was getting slowly eaten up, and before long, with the stimulation of her anus getting fingered, she started getting hot and moaning. Kateria, mmmmnnn. You are actually good at this. Kateria, ah. Before she spoke these words as praise towards him, Ho bit her pussy lip that just had started coming into clear view from her getting horny, making her moan louder. He kept teasing her with twisting his tongue inside her mature pussy, biting her lips and sucking her flowing juices, all the while fingering her. During this short duration of minutes, Kateria was rolling her eyes back from the pleasure she was feeling, and an ominous feeling started breeding in her heart as her body started reaching her climax. Kateria, the only thing she was thinking as he was drinking her juices was that this guy will make her crave for more. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Tasting. 2. With the coming of her climax and the jolting she experiences, she realized that compared to the others, this guy here knows how to work his way. Getting up from under her thighs, Ho resumed what he started. He grasped his hard dick with his hand and lined it up with her warm dripping entrance as he made her bent forward more. Part of him wanted to tease her, but a profound desire to insert it overcame him as he slowly eased himself back to the feeling of her anus. Kateria rocked back, rubbing her buttocks against him, evidently enjoying as much as Ho does, while her eyes after such a section glittered with anticipation. He reached out one of his hands and slid it over her entrancing smooth back as he started to pump her from behind. Slarp. 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 Kateria, Although she had many times sex using her ass and she wasn't supposed to be hurting one bit, his size was something that changed everything inside her. Along with pain until she adapts quickly to it, his hot dick brought her a burning sensation that made her groan. At the same time, his other hand held onto her waist, using it move his dick in and out of her. They quickly settled into a rhythm, their skin slapping against one another time and time again. Slarp. 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 The scene from her back was indeed a mesmerizing sight to see. A fire burned inside him, compelling him to thrust inside her with his full power. Kateria is one of the few characters he had felt kinda pity for dying the way she died. However, now he is enjoying her insides by changing her fate. Ho couldn't help but feel invigorated, grabbing onto her hair tighter while at the same time slapping her ass cheeks, causing her to groan louder. Kateria, Ho, that's right, scream, you are from now on my bitch. Slap. Kateria, HNNNGGG. Slap. Kateria, Her voice started getting too loud, making the others outside the room hear them, and Kala Warner went toward the door and activated a description pattern there that was built in when the house was remade. This helped block all the sounds and everyone could continue enjoying their foods, all except Shijun, who had mixed feelings as her crush was having sex with another girl. Although she had prepared herself when they had met and learned about him, it was different now that she was in his house. But that only made her conviction stronger, while an intense fighting light flashed through her eyes. Back to the room, her abundant ass was raised, rubbing and getting slammed against him, while his hand reflexively slithered to her breasts, sliding across her nipples as they slapped their bodies together. Haoh deeply pierced his dick into her, jabbing her inner entrance, forcing himself inside. Sexual sacred juices overflowed, causing a mess on their lower bodies while he was pounding her. Enjoying the contractions by her soaked flesh, Haoh moved faster, inciting moans from Kateria, who was on the brink of losing her mind. Her ass was crimson red from all the slaps she got, and her mind was on the verge of breaking as she desperately held back her climax. At the same time, she wondered what would happen if he did her pussy, causing her urges to climax more unbearable. Slarp. 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 The rapid movement and grinding, at last, made the close to his climax. Haoh suddenly felt his dick trembling, becoming sensitive, overriding him a jolt as milky white fluids burst inside her, shooting all over inside her anus, tainting her insides with his color. Splurt. 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 Haoh, AHN. Kateria, Kateria reached hers at the same time when she felt a large amount of hot stuff being released inside her. She had a long orgasm from getting her anus fucked, and not long after, they both collapsed on their bed, out of breath, with their exhausted body. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Shijun's boldness. As Haoh finished his section with Kateria, they both collapsed on the water bed that kept jiggling around. They were quite tired, but the one who couldn't even move was Kateria. She was in Haoh's arms before she slowly drifted in the dreamland while he caresses her hair. Staying like that for close to half an hour, Haoh then got up and dressed as he walked out of the room. When he opened the door, a familiar figure was standing in front of him, and for a second there they froze as they looked at each other's eyes. It was awkward, especially for her, and before Haoh could ask why she is here, he saw her jump forward and kiss him on her own. Although he was stunned and a bit tired, her proactive actions made his dick excited. Haoh caught her from his waist and pulled her inside as he laid her down the bed. After all, it was a huge one, able to make 5 or more people sleep together. He still remembers the orgy he had with Rias, Sana, Akeno, and Sirafal. Since she went inside on her own and given herself in his plate, it would be rude to refuse her, right? Although he could tell she was nervous, he removed her skirt and slowly, he kissed her downward all over her body and pulled down her panties. Soon Shijun's naked body presented itself in front of him with her legs spread wide open. She looked especially attractive with her faintly blushing face and her sweaty hot body. Haoh stared at her intently, making her cover her face in embarrassment. He then got down and gave her wet hairless pussy a long lick. Slurp. 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 Haoh opened her pussy lips and played her hole with his tongue while pinching her clit, causing soft moans to leak from her mouth. Moments later her body started trembling as it was her first time coming with the help of others, and especially someone she liked. Her body violently jolted as sucking sounds were heard as Haoh was drinking her overflown juices. Shijun's mind was already overwhelmed with lust, and Haoh gave her a smirk and removed his clothes as he was also getting impatient. Although he was tired and started getting excited, Shijun didn't have experience, so he could go easy on her and restore some of his stamina in the meantime. Shijun gulped as she stared at his long hard dick. She couldn't move her gaze. At the same time, her breathing quickening. Haoh teased her pussy with his dick, rubbing it all over her sensitive lips. Finally, Shi Jun said in her own way to stop teasing her as she did so by pinching his waist. She was saying to him by twisting his face in pain from the pinching, "Please put it in." Haoh slowly shoved his dick inside her, feeling his dick tearing through her hymen into her soaked pussy that's coating his dick with her hot walls. Shi Jun then hugged him tightly while letting out a cry in pain, which soon stopped as Haoh went straight to kiss her lips, swirling his tongue with hers. After a few moments, Haoh started thrusting his dick inside her with her still moaning out in pain and pleasure. The pleasure she was feeling was so heavenly that she prompts him to just kept on thrusting faster and harder. The room was filled with watery sounds ringing out every time he thrust in. After repeatedly thrusting, muffled moans resounded and continuously letting out louder moans. Slarp! 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 As they started to get lost in their mating section, they both failed to see a pair of eyes watching them as she had started to breathe heavily. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, an XXXXX section. Both Shi Jun and Haoh were immersed in their love section lessons they performed, all the while next to them a certain person had woken up and started getting in the heat from the sounds she was hearing. Slowly she played with her lower area, trying to avoid as much of their attention as she could. At first, she was doing well, but as their intensity increased she wanted to do the same and fingered deeper her lovely pussy. Shi Jun had wrapped her legs around his waist and started meeting his thrusts. While Haoh started to kiss her all over her face, neck, and breasts while pinching her nipples and grabbing her ass, he felt something next to him. It was something like a heatwave washed over him. It wasn't just him but also Shi Jun felt it, which caused her face to burn up as she thought of something. However, her voice moaning broke their thoughts and brought especially to her shame and embarrassment. Kateria, Haoh, Kateria, if you wanted to get a ticket for second round you should have waited for me to finish with Shi Jun. Kateria, but you people woke me up. Not to mention I got turned on listening to your lewd sounds. As they were kinda arguing like a kitten and her master, Haoh kept pleasing Shi Jun by constantly thrusting inside her. Although her face was buried in his chest to avoid being seen like a tomato, her voice wasn't down at all. In fact, it had increased as she felt her whole body jolting with lightning. Soon Haoh felt he was close to coming, so he started thrusting deeper inside her, hitting the door to her womb while enjoying her tight walls coiling and squeezing around his dick. Haoh and Shi Jun both moaned loudly and felt her walls repeatedly contract, making it even tighter, and at the same time, he exploded, emptying his load straight inside her womb. Splurt! 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 Shi Jun, ah. Han, mmnnnnn. Haoh laid on top of her, feeling exhausted and catching his breath, before he heard Kateria's voice drifting in his ears. Kateria, that was amazing, and I don't think you truly reached your limit. Hearing her words, Haoh pulled out his dick from her pussy. Seeing his cum slowly flow out of her hole made his dick rock hard again despite the state he was in. At this point of time the door opened and revealed a few naked figures coming inside for the party. It was Zenovia, Irina, Middled, Kala Warner, Ross Weiss and even Gabriel poked her head through the door. They looked around and saw how from the pussy of Shi Jun fluids flowed, and the same could be said about the anus of Kateria. Shi Jun, what is everyone doing here? Kateria, they have come to join the party. Shi Jun, what party? I'm still sore. Kala Warner, don't worry, then we will help you ease the soreness. Middled, plus we need to do something about this. Middled pointed towards his hard dick, standing straight up before she added. Middled, who told him to be so good on the bed? Zenovia, Irina, are you going to help me with this? Irina, no. It's dirty. Kala Warner, it's her juices anyways. I understand, maybe you might not know how to do it. Irina, humph. I'll show you. However, before she could go ahead with Zenobia and take care of the problem at hand, someone else cut them short on the job and had already approached his weapon with curiosity. Seeing that, Kala Warner went towards Kateria and Middle went towards Shijun as they started licking and sucking their fluids from their overflowing places. Seeing that Gabriel used her lips by copying what they were doing with their movements and sucked the head of his dick. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, an XXXXX section. 2. Gabriel was standing in front of him, showing her nude body in its full glory. She had opened her mouth similar to how the others had done it and placed the head of his dick inside her, slowly licking it. She wanted to see what kind of section this was and how can someone fall from grace as they do such acts. When she began to do so, she felt her whole body becoming tense up as if something was dragging her down, but moments later the feeling vanished. It was only for a split second. She remembered that Haoh told her since he grants her access to that place and became marked that she could now enjoy things without worrying about falling from grace. Realizing it works, she places his dick completely inside of her mouth. She could tell that his dick had 3 different smells on it, and as she used her tongue to lick it and also taste the fluids, she thought of how bitter the taste was. Before long she lost her thoughts to the sounds of sucking and the moans of Shijun and Kateria as the others kept playing with them. Soon enough, however, she felt a bulking feeling from her mouth, and along with a groan from Haoh she felt a hot liquid overflow her mouth, forcing her to slowly swallow it. Haoh, She raised her head as she pulled her lips away from his dick and cum dripping down her lips, slowly going towards her neck and towards her boobs as she couldn't swallow everything. She then kneeled in front of him and looked at his still hard dick. She grabbed his dick, slowly started stroking it while looking curiously at it twitching. She went closer, giving it a little lick, which made him let out a groan as he had just released a load and was sensitive down there. Haoh smiled seductively at her and watched as she continued stroking his dick faster. He knew he wasn't going to blow off his load with just her stroking. Therefore he caught one of the girls that were playing on their own, which was called the Virgin Valkyrie, and brought her close as he placed his head between her things and started sucking her wet pussy. Slurp. 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 Feeling his tongue all over her pussy, Ross Weiss moaned, and Gabriel looked at her wondering how it would feel if her pussy gets the same treatment. She briefly looked down and saw that she was also wet. She then looked briefly towards the others who were all in a 69 position sucking each other and changed her body position into a similar one. She then started licking his dick again, but not for long, as she felt something twisting her insides, causing her to let out a voice she didn't know would be hers. As Haoh was sucking Ross Weiss, he felt the change of Gabriel and knew she wanted to feel good as well. Therefore with his hand he fingered her and started pumping slowly his fingers inside her. Sounds of pleasure were going on through the room while all of them laid on the bed moaning and lost in their own lust. The whole room has been filled with the lovely scent that mesmerized them into a world of no return, and when the time came all of them started trembling. Their moans became louder and louder as their bodies started shivering, and soon was followed by groans and sounds of spraying as they had reached their limit. Splurt. 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 All, Juices covered everything in the room, with mostly covering those on their sides, while a certain someone enjoyed the second load of milk in her throat. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, an XXXXX section. 3. As they all climaxed and were overcame with a sense of weakness, Haoh grabbed gently Gabriel and pulled her closer to him as he was eventually face to face with her. Seeing his cum on her lips, he prompts her to lick them with her tongue, and when she did, swallowing the last bits of them, Haoh could feel his dick on overdrive as he was hard again. Therefore, as his little sturdy brother was good to go, he slowly adjusted his position with hers and let her sit on his dick, penetrating her pussy. Gabriel, Haoh. A small line of blood dripped down from their thighs, and Zenobia with Irina felt the pain of Gabriel as they must go through the same to seal their deals. Since they had joined as his girls close to 2 weeks past, and at first, they were hesitant in their own world until they started revering him as their own god, which was especially true for Irina. Therefore so far they had only got some beginner's stuff but not the advanced one. Seeing Gabriel getting laid before them, made them frustrated. Slarp. 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 Gabriel, Haoh. Gabriel, mmmmnnnnnnn. Sounds of pumping her pussy as Haoh was guiding her into moving on her own in the end, which made everyone even more lustful as they heard her moaning with her cute voice. Slarp. 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 Gabriel, Haoh. Ho, ah. I'm coming. Splurt. 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 Gabriel, coming on her climax again, wanted to scream but lost her whole world when she felt her insides getting hot, giving her an addicting feeling as she smiled absent-minded. She then blacked out as the second wave of powerlessness washed over her and Haoh put her gently on the bed before turning towards Zenobia and Irina, who was their time. Although he should have done that days ago, one thing led to another and he couldn't apart from small things. He first pulled Zenobia to his side, making Irina pout, but soon was occupied with Kala Warner, who finished off Kateria as she was panting in a daze next to her. Haoh pointed his hard dick straight to her pussy from her back as he shoved it roughly inside her, making Zenobia gave out a soft moan. A thin line of blood was formed, dripping down and falling on his thigh, and waited a bit to get used on the pain. Then Haoh started roughly fucking her from the back. He then grabbed her breasts and played with her nipples while still thrusting hard inside her tight walls. Slarp. 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 Wet sounds were made as he pounded Zenobia from behind. Hitting her ass while he thrust behind her felt so unreal. Her hot-soaked pussy around his dick and her ass jiggling as he thrust in were making him harder and closer to coming. After a few minutes, Haoh pounded her harder, inducing her to moan out loud. Slarp. 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 Zenobia, splurt. 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 He then grabbed Zenobia tighter, pushed his waist hard against her ass, and came inside her while letting out a groan. Zenobia, ungug. Zenobia also came the same time as him, hearing her moan out loud and feeling her pussy lips violently twitch around his dick, trying to suck more of his cum. Seeing the state Gabriel and Zenobia were after their interactions, Irina took a mouthful of air as she started panting and getting nervous. Following the same routine, Haoh came closer to her and hugged her waist as he laid on top of her and placed his dick on her wet dripping pussy made from her juices and Kala Warner's saliva before he pushed roughly inside her. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, an XXXXX section. 4. Irina, Haoh. With the dick of Haoh penetrating her hymen while a small line of blood flowed out, she couldn't help but groan as she held tightly with her hands the sheets. Haoh waited for a bit for her to get used to it, and when she calmed somewhat down, he started pounding slowly her pussy. Everyone had already become drunk in their lovemaking and waited for their turn, but until then they hooked off with another girl and vice versa. Slarp. 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 Irina, Haoh started picking up his speed while fondling Irina's breast as she moaned from the pain and pleasure. He kept going and going while Irina was squeezing her whole body to bear his assault, making her feel more and more pleasure at the same time. Her moans were affecting the others as everyone sucked each other nipples and pussy lips. After 5 minutes of steady lovemaking, Irina had a happy dazed face from the pleasure she was feeling and was no longer restrained as she was now moving on her own to match Haoh's thrusts. Soon both their bodies started trembling, and not just there but everyone else as well. They all had come to their limits once again and moaned crazily as they let it go, causing the whole room to be filled with their moans and sounds of releasing everything. Splurt! 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 Irina, ah. Ho, mmmmmmmmnn. Kala Warner, Middled, nnmmm. Ross Weiss, aaaa. Shi Jun, Gabriel, mnnnnn. Zenobia, m. Kateria, arg. Everyone let their own juices flow into the other body part, with Haoh releasing his nectar inside Irina while all the others got a baptism from their pussies spraying openly their juices. Haoh was dead beat as this was his 5th time, but his little brother, looking at all the thirsty little sisters on the bed, wasn't ready to give up just yet. He went to the girl that was closest to him and started doing his wonders for minutes before eventually switching to another. At this point, he didn't know if he will die but pleased his girls either way. Kateria, who was watching and experiencing things firsthand, really wanted to try and get her horny mature pussy fucked, but her deepest fears prevented her from crossing over even though she was down for the count. Haoh went and completed his whole sex section with all girls at least once before. He came back towards Gabriel. He wanted to teach her more as her eyes shined, but at that moment his body was hugged by her and simply stayed like that with an innocent face. Somehow being in her embrace like that caused him to relax and eventually fall asleep as everyone started following him. When all of them completely started dreaming, Gabriel ruffled Haoh's hair as she smiled sweetly watching his sleeping face. Gabriel, it's not good to have too much of it. Gabriel, bad boy. Carrie, who was watching from inside, or more like she was throwing sneak peeks, was stunned by Gabriel's temperament. It was like a mother putting her children to bed before she herself enters the dreams. After a few hours, Haoh woke up and saw everyone sleeping next to him, either left or right, and smiled as he got up and went to have a bath. Today was the day he will get a new member to his gear. With this, he would be one step closer to achieving balance breaker with both gears. Just as he was washing away all the sinful juices he had on his body, he heard a sound coming from the door of the bath. When he looked over, he saw Kateria naked, ready to enter and have a bath lesson with him. Kateria, after we are done in here you need to keep the end of your deal. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Ingvild Leviathan. After having a delightful shower washing away their intense tiredness from the course they had, both of them got out and started dressing up. Kateria, I really hope you can heal her. Haoh, I promised I can do that, didn't I? Kateria, many did so to get on my pussy. Do you know their state now? Haoh, dead? Kateria, that's how you are gonna end up as well. Haoh, now really you can't kill me. Haoh, anyway tell me more about her. Kateria sighed as he asked about her and started talking about her niece while she formed a magic circle, making the two of them vanish from their place. Did they finally leave? Yes, seems so. Knowing him, we would have one more addition to the plate. Plate? Gabriel-sama, what middled means is that this guy would bring one more girl towards the bed. Gabriel, ah. Middled, I wonder about the girl he wants to bring over though. Middled, does anyone know anything? Gabriel, I don't, and I doubt you two know as well. Middled, Ross Weiss, Kala Warner? Kala Warner, no I don't. Ross Weiss, I think she is the niece of Kateria, which is probably related to the Leviathan. Ross Weiss, I picked this up from when he tried to court her. Gabriel, from what I know in heaven there isn't another Leviathan though. Gabriel, they got extinct 100 years ago. Obviously not, since Kateria is pretty much alive. Ross Weiss, Shijun, you are up. Shijun, yeah, I overslept. Shijun, there are many missing points on many clans we will never be able to realize. Shijun, like that one named Vali, who would have thought he had such a background. Zenobia and I also couldn't see through the church and their lies all this time. Zenobia, so as Irina said, many things are well hidden. Zenobia, just like the project that scarred Kaiba and is causing him so much hate in his eyes just by seeing holy swords. Irina, I wonder how Haoh plans to deal with him. Gabriel, sigh. Only the future will tell. Thinking about the future, everyone sighed and slowly returned back to reality, accepting the fact that the world is much broader and complicated than they thought. Somewhere unknown in the underworld, Kateria and Haoh arrived in a shabby-like run-down hospital that has been abandoned for thousands of years. Based on what Kateria told him along the way, Ingvild was a kind and friendly person that enjoyed singing in the past next to spots that draw natural beauty like sunsets, seas, resorts, utopia and such. Ingvild was unlike her fellow members of the Leviathan clan or any other descendants of the original Satans. She doesn't have an evil heart and doesn't wish to rule the underworld. She was mostly a quiet, shy, and soft-hearted girl. She was born as a child to both a human and a devil from the Leviathan clan and was living in the human world in the seaside city in Europe. At some point in the past, she ended up with a devil disease that made her enter deep sleep, and so Ingvild was sent to the underworld in an attempt to cure her of the disease. Because of this, she continued to sleep for 100 years. What was sad about it that during her sleep that lasted up to this day she never woke up, not even once, which was even rarer than the rare disease of the devils. Her parents died trying to find a cure, all the while she was sleeping, unable to see them one last time. They entrusted Kateria with their daughter, who was her beloved sister, and hoped that she will pull off what they couldn't. After years of searching and many hardships, she reached in a dead end, finding absolutely nothing at all. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Waking Ingvild. When they reached the hidden room with countless barriers enhancing each other from concealment and everything magic-related, Haoh was shocked to hear Akari saying that there was nothing here. This showed that whoever built this place wanted to protect the girl inside there at all costs. Kateria, it seems you realized it. Haoh, yeah, what's up with this place? Kateria, this place was created by Ingvild's parents. Kateria, as a devil who is a descendant of the original Leviathan, Ingvild possesses an impressive amount of demonic power and has all the common skills and powers of one. Kateria, furthermore, Ingvild has the ability to teleport, but she can't control it and many times caused us problems. Kateria, according to our measures, the amount of aura Ingvild possesses is equal to a Satan-class devil or even higher. Haoh, can it be that the reason for that is that she has a Longinus? Kateria, honestly I don't know. Kateria, we have arrived. As Haoh was thinking that possible only him knows that Ingvild has a powerful Longinus, Kateria finally arrived the bed after they passed the hidden room's door and the countless barriers. Haoh saw Ingvild sleeping peacefully as she was a beautiful young woman with long purple hair, with her wearing a white noble dress. Haoh, beautiful. Speaking loudly his mind, Kateria sighed as she knew the fate of Ingvild when she wakes up, what she could do to make sure she won't suffer though. That was to stay with her and guide her in this rotten world. Kateria, how long are you going to stare at her? Kateria, aren't you going to wake the sleeping beauty? Haoh, no worries. Haoh got closer to her while coming back to reality and answering Kateria. When he reached Ingvild he caressed her face, something which kinda annoyed Kateria but decided not to say anything. Haoh, Drake says that this girl has a hidden power. Haoh, and a scary one at that. Kateria somewhat expected this, but to hear that even Drake admitted her powers were scary was something that threw her off guard. Countless thoughts run through her head in what-if scenarios, and the worst one was if she was forced to kill her own kin in case Ingvild can't control her powers at all, destroying her and everyone alongside her. As he realized her worries, Haoh sighed and spoke up to her. Haoh, I said I can heal her and I will stop worrying. He then took out a small vial which made Kateria flinch, as it was the one she had planned on using on the meeting. It was the one who had a small snake inside which can enhance her powers, making the other crawl on the ground. Haoh thought for a second and then opened the vial he originally had planned to use to strengthen himself. Since Ingvild has so many perks that prove troublesome, it was in his best interest to make her kill him and bind her. Then with his space belonging to her, she can safely master everything if given time. Not to mention that he wants to use his frozen space to let her wake up and at the same time make her stay in place. He opened the vial and got close to her as he slowly opened her small sweet mouth and made her swallow it. Kateria looked at her niece with an anxious expression while Haoh waited for Ingvild's instincts to take over his heart and kill him. They didn't wait long as a huge burst of magic power awakened from Ingvild, making both of them being blown away as they watched her floating in the air. She then snapped her sleeping eyes open, showing her orange eyes flooding with light as appeared along with a crest within her eyes. It was the last thing he saw before darkness engulfed his vision. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Venting. Ingvild, who opened her eyes and stared at the young man in front of her, was startled as she felt her magic power crushing his heart. Just as she tried to stop it as she didn't want to hurt an innocent, she felt her magic vanishing and her getting stuck on the air. She was terrified trying to move around, but she couldn't. She willed every ounce of her power to get out, but alas, it was futile. Giving up her fate, she looked at the young man and tears welled up in her eyes as she became a murderer. Just as her tears fell from her eyes, she noticed a figure behind the young man looking at her with also tears in her eyes. Ingvild tried to speak but no words came out. It wasn't that she couldn't speak, but the person in front of her was too familiar with her, and seeing her here made her shocked to her core. Ingvild, Aeon, Tai. Kateria, Ingvild-chan. She ran and summoned her wings as she floated in the air as well and hugged her, making the tears she was holding back flow down her small cheeks. Kateria, you are fine. You finally wake up. Ingvild, ya. Kateria, here cry. Vent everything. Ingvild, ya. Where am I? Kateria, in a safe place. Shhh, good girl, good girl. Kateria, while hugging her, looked briefly at Haoh, who pretended to be down as she had felt her magic draining until close to a minute ago. Meaning he had healed his heart. At the same time, she tried her best to coax Ingvild, as while she was crying she started asking questions, especially about her sister and her brother-in-law. But to Ingvild, those were her parents. They spent the next hour like that in each other embrace, and eventually Ingvild calmed down and accepted the fact that 100 years passed. This included the fact that during this time her parents died. Although her eyes were bloodshot for crying 1 hour straight, she was now slightly embarrassed as she was getting a body checked by her aunt while she can't move. Ingvild, auntie. I'm fine. Kateria, sigh. In the end, how did he wake you up with that power up? Ingvild, by him you mean? It was now that it came back to her mind that she killed someone. When she looked at him, she felt sad killing her own savior. Just as she was about to shed tears again, Kateria couldn't bear it and yelled out to him. Kateria, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? Ingvild, auntie. What are you saying? He is clearly. When she heard her words she tried to protest, but when wanting to explain to her by pointing at him that he is simply a corpse, he started moving, shocking her greatly. Haoh, did you had enough time to calm her down? Kateria, like you weren't listening for like an hour or so. Haoh, no, I was sleeping. Kateria, yeah right. Ingvild, how is this possible? Haoh, Hey, why is she still suspended in the air? Didn't you tell her anything? Kateria, why didn't you let her go earlier? Haoh, sigh. Have you forgotten? She needs to accept becoming my pillar and her body will be freed. It doesn't matter if I'm awake or not. Kateria, You can do that even while you are dead? Haoh, don't know, thought you would try as I would be revived in the end. Kateria, so you wanted to use her as a test to your theory? Haoh, yes and no. Haoh, if it worked she would have been able to move in this frozen time and space. If not, it was worth a try. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Her Disease. Ingvild, auntie, what is he saying? Ingvild, furthermore, how is he still alive? Ingvild, no wait, I'm still like this in the air thanks to him? Kateria smiled wryly as the barrage of questions she got from her niece and proceeded in answering them one by one. First, she explained about his sacred gear and his functions, about death and revival and the meaning of his pillars. Then how they met and how she has agreed to become his if he could truly save you, which prompted her to ask him later how he truly healed her. Hearing everything from her aunt, Ingvild become beet red from the embarrassment, especially the part of his pillars being his girlfriend, even more so when her aunt become one. Ingvild, then if I accept becoming his pillar I can move? Isn't that the same as having a peerage? Kateria, yes, although fundamentally they are different. Ingvild, how so? Kateria, being his pillar is the ability of his gear, meaning that he can bind people that already belong to other peerage or have formed a peerage. Ingvild, so if I become his pillar I can later form my peerage as well if I get my pieces? Kateria, correct, or you can join one. Ingvild, but based on what you told me, aren't I already his darkness pillar since I killed him in my awakening? Ingvild, and actually how did I do that? I can tell you that. Both of them looked at him and waited for his answer. However, before they could hear what they wanted, both of them heard something else. Don't you think it's time to get down here instead of being trapped up there? You already know the way. Ingvild, alright. Ingvild closed her eyes and took a deep breath as she collected herself and accepting her situation, which wasn't that bad. After all, he did save her. Thinking that, she suddenly felt her body free fall before Kateria caught her in a princess carry and both of them landed down. Good. As you are half and half, you managed to gain a Longinus capable of controlling the seas and dragons. However, your powers needed to tune with your gear to fully awaken it. Unfortunately before that happened you fell ill. It is a special disease that makes devils feel drowsy and lose their power in short terms and unexpected periods, and sometimes their powers are running amok, killing them from inside out. Kateria, wait, if it is that disease that all devils with no exception get, why no one treated her before? Because she is half devil and half human, this made her more vulnerable to it, causing her to feel asleep all the times at first. Ingvild, then why did I sleep for 100 years? Your powers started running amok and you were supposed to die if it wasn't for your gear absorbing enough not to harm you. But the process was too slow. Part of that energy was used in keeping you asleep and young, while the other was used in slowly awakening your gear. That's where I came in. I used the power of Ophi's the infinite dragon and stirred your gear, and as it absorbed that power it also absorbed every ounce of your magic. This solved your disease, enabled you to wake up, but as your gear awaked at that time, me as I possess the boosted gear in my heart, paid the price and died. Kateria, wait, you mean that eventually, her gear would have activated on its own and eventually healed her in the process? Yeah, but I don't know how much time that would have taken. If she was lucky possibly months, if she was unlucky another 100 years. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, 7th Darkness Pillar. Ingvild, this. Ingvild, I actually am glad I awakened now. If it was 100 years later at the latest, perhaps not even my aunt would have stayed around me. Kateria's eyes become moist, thinking that if that were to happen she would go crazy. Not to mention that she did take part in a suicide mission of Chaos Brigade to mess with the treaty, that alone could have killed her and leave her all alone. Ingvild, out of curiosity, how many girlfriends do you have? So far I have 14 girls, with you, it would be 15, but it's not necessary for you to become my girlfriend. Ingvild, however, was thinking about something else entirely when she heard the number of girls in his gear. Since her aunt joined him to save her, it would be proper to thank him by becoming his, not to mention she doesn't want to fall behind in the race. Although her face was slowly turning red from all the embarrassing things she thought she had to do to enter the race and speed up, this didn't stop her from walking slowly forward, and without Haoh even realized it, his lips were connected to him. It was a sneak kiss that bloomed into a lethal one as she quickly backed away and started fidgeting with her face like a tomato. Ingvild, I. She tried to speak her mind out as she wanted to explain that she didn't mind being with him, but her words were unable to come out of her throat, causing her even more embarrassment. Haoh smiled at her plight, and even Kateria smiled, seeing her niece taking the first few steps after 100 years towards a goal called life. Haoh on the other talked with his system in his mind and got a few notifications. Haoh, system, mark her. DxD, hidden quest completed. Find a girl that has the power above ultimate class. Repeatable, rewards, 20.000 pervert points, double stats up. DxD, showing stats. Name, Haoh Yorion. Age, 15, 25. Health, 1.296.0002.592.000. Magic, 1.296.0002.592.000. Power, 37.76075.520. Speed, 39.26478.528. Defense, 51.840 Sacred Gear, Hikari Tayami No. 32 no Hashira, 32 Pillars of Light and Darkness. Darkness Pillar. 1. Rainarray, Scale 2 Low Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 110.000. 2. Konako Tajao, Scale 2 Peak Nikomata /Devil, First Stage Sage /MV 990.000. 3. Middled, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 490.000. 4. Kala Warner, Scale 2 Peak Fallen Angel, 2 Wings /MV 495.000. 5. Zenobia Quarta, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 160.000. 6. Kateria Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 5.050.000. 7. Ingvild Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 5.300.000. Light Pillar. 1. Rias Gremory, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.450.000. 2. Sana Citrai, Heiress, Fiancé, Scale 4 Mid-High Class Devil /MV 1.430.000. 3. Ross Weiss, First Stage Valkyrie /MV 490.000. 4. Akeno Heimjima, Scale 2 Peak Devil /Fallen Angel /MV 990.000. 5. Sirafal Leviathan, Scale 6 Low Muas /MV 6.200.000. 6. Graphia Lucifuge, Scale 6 /MV 5.250.000. 7. Irina Shadu, Scale 3 Low Brave Saints /MV 140.000. 8. Gabriel, Scale 6 Low 4 Great Seraphs /MV 5.050.000. Money, 14.600 cash /pervert points, 120.000. Now only one spot is needed to achieve Balance Breaker for his first gear before turning a part of his into a dragon with Akari's help and achieve the second one as well. Thinking about that, Haoh motioned to the two shocked people as they felt his power up that it was time for them to go back. Unfortunately though, just as the time limit of 2 hours was up, their senses instantly picked up a great danger looming over their heads. Chapter 191, Chapter 191. The moment the time freeze was over, all three of them got tensed up while Kateria moved instantly to protect Ingvild in front of her. In the same time frame, Kateria moved, the whole area started trembling and crumbling away, slowly turning to dust. Haoh was surprised as only what was keeping him safe was being destroyed. Soon the whole hospital buildings, anything in 500 meters, vanished, creating a barren area with nothing but flat soft ground. They looked around them and saw nothing, Only the three of them were here right now, no visible enemies, no ambushes, nothing at all. However, at that point, they heard a voice coming from above prompting them to look upwards. Was it you? When they heard those few words, Kateria and Haoh started sweating and saw in the sky the appearance of a cute young girl with long black hair down to her hips and grey eyes. Her ears differ from a normal human's as they have pointed tips, although her long black hair makes this feature difficult to notice for the two who knew her. It wasn't so hard to spot them easily. Her dark grey eyes have reptilian slitted pupils and through them, she was looking down as if she had no interest in them. In fact, her gaze was like they were ants, not quite far from the truth, as if you count her powers they are ants. Kateria, greetings Ophis-sama. Ingvild trembled when she heard the name of the dragon god known as the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god. She didn't dare to look upwards her eyes even though something inside her prompted her to do so, which immediately drew the attention of the dragon god. Ophis, oh! The moment her surprised voice was heard, the lost sight of her, and the next thing they knew she was standing in front of Ingvild looking deep inside her and beyond her powers. Ophis, a unique Longinus. Ophis, you are strong. Ophis, perhaps you can help me. Kateria was sweating buckets as she was pushed aside the moment Ophis landed, but before she could say something, a hand extended forward and not only caught the head of Ophis but also pressed it with every bit of point he had in power. Ho, hey, it's rude to ignore others. Ophis slowly turned her head even though his fingers were applying pressure on her and looked behind her with one eye sideways. Ophis, you are not nay. Bam! Before she could finish her words, she was hit by an invisible force similar to how getting hit by a truck feels and got blown away, shocking and giving a heart attack to the girls. However, at the same time, Haoh heard a sound in his mind as he had made a deal with his system, and Akari was laughing as it was so satisfying seeing Ophis being blown away. DxD, blow Ophis away and get her full attention. 50.000 points / remaining 70.000. Akari, ha 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 ha, Yahoo is a god now. The system is. Akari, ha 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 ha. Haoh. Haoh, can you please? Please. Hit her again. Haoh, I lost 41 to 2% of my points and you are telling to hit her again? Haoh, come out and hit her yourself. Akari, you are my host, so you hit her for me. Haoh, no way. Akari, oh, come on. As Haoh and Akari were having a debate of using his points and hitting Ophis again, close to 1,000 meters away, inside a few rumbles from destroyed building, a figure was laying there confused about what just happened. Ophis, I got hit? Ophis, ultimate class. No power. She pondered over what she sensed from him and reached the conclusion of being ultimate class and his powers weren't enough to send her flying. Just as she got up and walked outside looking intensely at their direction, she felt something dripping from her right side of the head. When she touched with her little hands and brought her close to her eyes, everything around her froze, the wind, the noises, everything vanished, as she saw with eyes wide open. Ophis, my blood? Chapter 192, Chapter 192, IQ? Ophis stared at her hand for several seconds as she tried to comprehend what just happened. Even though it was a few seconds, in her mind she replayed the small exchange a million times and couldn't believe what she was seeing. The only thing that could injure her was within her level, and that was only Great Red. That guy obviously didn't have that power, neither he was Great Red. Within those seconds, her wound on her head closed and healed while her blood turned into snakes and coiled around her as she absorbed them through her pores. She looked towards the direction of where she got blown away and instantly vanished from there before she appeared at the exact spot she was before getting hit. Haoh felt her gaze as he was still talking with Akari and bickering and looked down without a hint of fear meeting her eyes. Kateria and Ingvild had long ago backed away when they felt someone shifting her position and appearing in front of them. They could only watch her small back, but that was enough to send ripples in their hearts, thinking that they would be hard-pressed. Haoh, Haoh, what's wrong, Chibi? It can't be you fell for my handsome face. Haoh dared to provoke her and talk like he is the boss because he knew he had an OP cheat sacred gear, and even then inside his heart he was sweating madly. Off-eyes, you hit me. Haoh, hey? Off-eyes, hit me. Haoh, why would I do that? Haoh, I hit you earlier because you had no manners. Off-eyes looked at Haoh with question marks in her eyes as she didn't know how to respond to that or what manners means. She is simply showing interest in those that can draw her attention, otherwise she prefers peace and quiet. Off-eyes, hit me. Haoh, don't wanna. Haoh, hey you two, are you coming or not? After rejecting Off-eyes' request, Haoh turned his attention away towards the two who went on the far back and watched in disbelief. He then started walking away, and as soon as he did, Off-eyes followed him behind. He arrived in front of Kateria and Ingvild, and both had pale faces as they watched Haoh, and beyond him, in fact behind him. Haoh, hey! I need to go home. And I'm sure you two want to rest, so hurry up and let's go. Kateria, why yes. She formed a magic circle and engulfed the three of them as they slowly vanish from there, leaving Off-eyes on her own. Unfortunate for them, Off-eyes was Off-eyes. The moment they completely vanished, only dust remained swirling in the wind. On his house where the rest of the girls were, they suddenly felt a magic circle in the living room and went to check it, only to see Haoh, Kateria. A new girl behind Kateria hugging her as she watched the new house which will be her home from now on. However, at that moment, they heard a voice making many panic, as they recognized her and prompt to look above Haoh's head. Off-eyes, hey, hit me. There was another girl seemingly age-wise 10 to 11 that was floating above Haoh. Haoh already was twitching as Akari had notified him that Off-eyes will be glued to him, demanding to see his powers, which he didn't have and had to spend points. Haoh, you followed me all the way here just for that? Off-eyes seemingly nodded to his words, making him speechless. Although he had plans on making her his pillar, what's up with this IQ? Haoh, don't want to hit you. Off-eyes, hit me or me going to hit you. Haoh, go ahead and try. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Hitting Off-eyes. Suddenly the tension in his house grew at an alarming rate as everyone watched the two of them keeping a staring contest. No one was backing away, one wanted to relax while the other wanted to be hit. What kind of screw-off situation was this? Off-eyes, without caring much about the aftermath, raised her hand ready to punch at him, and Haoh suddenly snapped his fingers, making all the girls there except Shijun vanish. This greatly surprised Off-eyes but didn't stop her from throwing a punch, hitting him in his abdomen and sending him flying as he spat a mouthful of blood. Shijun was startled and watched as he became a human cannon, destroying the walls and get sent flying outside for who knows how many meters. She immediately started running towards his direction, while Off-eyes stared at her hand as she was murmuring about something. Off-eyes, weak. Blood. Died. She had calculated based on the power of magic she was feeling from him and therefore hit him with the force that belonged to ultimate class. How should she know that? His physical stats are lower than that of the ultimate class, making it easier for him to die. His original stats were 4 times lower than that of a human when he came to this world, and with all the power UPS he lost quite a lot in every department. As she got over her murmur, she floated in the air and immediately the scenery changed as she appeared in a crater around a few kW away from his house. It was the spot Haoh ended up being blown away. Haoh, moth number at number %ER. That hurt. Off-eyes looked down and her eyes glitter as a hand got dug out from the rumbles, and soon enough his figure appeared. It took him close to a minute to get out of the ground he was buried, and when he did, although his clothes were shredded, he had 0 injuries. Haoh looked upwards and saw Off-eyes standing there, and this pissed him off. Not only she destroyed his house, but he also almost died. It would have been fine if he had died instantly, but miraculously he survived, bearing all the pain. Then his wounds started healing as his girls provided magic to him. This was the most painful experience he had ever since he came into this world. Off-eyes, you are strong or weak? Haoh, fine, you want to be beaten that badly? Haoh, I can arrange that. Off-eyes, Oh? Actually Haoh wanted to try something he had in his mind ever since he had fused with the boosted gear. He had gained the commands boosted gear pillar white number pillar darkness number transfer attribute. On was for the activation of his gear and the others to power up his pillars depending on the number he chooses and then transfer a random attribute to him. But can he do that when his girls are inside the space? Time to find out. Haoh, boosted gear. Off-Eyes was shocked once again because she couldn't feel the boosted gear earlier on him and now watched as his remaining shirt got shred revealing a black and green ancient circle while his eyes changed with one becoming completely black and the other completely white. Haoh, darkness pillar endpoint 7. Off-Eyes looked with her eyes glittering in curiosity about this form of gear ignoring the fact that Haoh yelled something. Haoh the moment he yelled felt a bit of cold sweat but soon he smiled as he heard the familiar sound. Boost. Off-Eyes, this. Your powers didn't double? Boost. Boost. Off-Eyes waited for a bit and realized that even after 5 boosts his power remained the same. Haoh, darkness pillar endpoint 7, transfer attribute. Transfer. The moment the command was heard, Off-Eyes felt something was off and suddenly Haoh was oozing a dangerous aura. Before she could realize what it was, her whole world blanked as she felt a powerful force hitting in her head and sending her with explosive speed towards the ground creating a new crater. DxD, blow Off-Eyes away and burying her alive. 20.000 points / remaining 50.000. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Easy. Haoh laughed inside him as he could feel the power brimming to him via Ingvilt abilities. He kept using boost on her to increase her powers and at the same time the potency of her Longinus to control the seas and dragons. Although he couldn't take all the power Ingvilt accumulated through the boost he could take however her attribute boosted by him. There was only a problem though he would have to have the magic value Ingvilt has now though the boosting to fully use her attribute. But since he didn't the power fell significantly to match his magic value but with the help of his system, he simply used points to instead of his magic. Although technically speaking with all his girls in their spaces his total value surpasses that of the current boosted Ingvilt. It was also the reason why his wounds healed so fast despite hanging from a thread of his life. However, he can only hit Off-Eyes 2 more times with the help of his system, okay 3 times but 1 lighter hit that the 2 of them. Not to mention that if he uses all his magic at one attack he can land one on his own on the same magnitude with the attribute of Ingvilt to her. But that would be it. Can he defeat Off-Eyes with 3.5 punches? BBBBBBBBRRRRRRRR. Boom. The whole ground started rumbling and soon an explosion happened and created dust clouds to rise and debris to fly as a small figure appeared from within the clouds. Off-Eyes' head was bleeding from her forehead and down and that was thanks to the attribute of Ingvilt capable of harming even the heavenly dragons with easy. Off-Eyes, you used boosted gear. No? That girl's gear? Off-Eyes, both? Impossible. Haoh, what's the wrong first time someone makes you bleed? Off-Eyes, I don't bleed. Haoh, did you check your head? Just as he spoke, the blood that was slowly dripping down her clothes gained a dark purple glow and turned into stands of snakes before re-entered her body while he had healed. Haoh, that's cheating. You obviously bled. Off-Eyes, where is my blood? I don't see a drop of it. In Haoh's forehead, countless black lines appeared as he was pissed at her attitude. What is he supposed to say now? I'll make you bleed? She is obviously stubborn, like hell, she will admit it. Off-Eyes, you are obviously at the lower end of ultimate class yet you have the capabilities to at least hit me. Off-Eyes, a new unknown gear? Haoh, why should I tell you? Off-Eyes, perhaps you can help me return into the silence where I am from. Haoh, the dimensional gap? Off-Eyes, oh? You know my birthplace. Off-Eyes felt that today wasn't boring and everything was full of surprises at least for things that are able to draw her attention. Haoh, I have heard of it. Off-Eyes, a world of silence. I would like to return to the dimensional gap that is my home, and reclaim that silence. That is all. Office, and maybe you can help me do so. Ho, unfortunately for you, you can only return there when I die. Office didn't realize the mocking tone Ho had, and looking back as to how he survived her first hit, she thought his gear has something to do with his death. Thinking like that, she raised her small hand and magic started gathering there before pointing at him and spoke with her little lips a single word. Office, easy. Suddenly Ho felt the whole world tremble and crumbling away before his whole vision became black and bathed in a cold sea which he thought it was his blood. At that moment Shijun reached them and saw Office on the air while the whole area was devastated, and a few meters away from her a giant handprint pressed again the ground that continued for dozens of meters down.